The May 18th, 2016 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 under closed caption for hearing-impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink, you may view this program in high definition on Channel 1002, and some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box, you may view this meeting on digital channel 69.9. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. These proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 on the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner of the street from City Hall at Lewis and First. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we do have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk up front. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it doesn't prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city clerk staff. And if you parked in the parking garage across the street, be sure, please, to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation this morning given by Chaplain Victoria Crompy, messages of faith, ministry, and remain standing for our pledge. And good morning. Thank you for coming and joining us.
Thank you. For those who wish to bow their head and join in prayer, I pray. Almighty God, I come before you this day and ask for blessings upon the Las Vegas City Council and the office of the mayor, for the citizens of this great city and state, and for all those here today. I pray for wisdom and humbled hearts for those in leadership, thoughts of others, and a betterment for all those they serve. Amen.
We'll go right into the ceremonial portion of the agenda. Is it a day or something? Yes. Is that a gift basket or is that a gift? There are a lot of new ones. Isn't this wonderful? Great morning. Good morning, everybody. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for first item, I would like to invite our Director of Building and Safety, Chris Knight, wherever you are, to join us up here. Yay. Hooray for Chris Knight. No, I love to embarrass him too. It's wonderful. He's great. Our employees strive to be superheroes, as you know, in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. They build our community to make life better for us all, and I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month, wonderful, is Rick O'Brien. Rick, come on down and join us, please. Very popular, Rick O'Brien. Congratulations to you. They feed you well. Look how tall he is. Isn't it wonderful? And Rick's been with the city since 1997, and you may not know it, but Nevada has been the third most seismically active state for the third most active in seismology for the past 150 years, following only California and Alaska. I never knew that. In the event of a major earthquake in Las Vegas, our building inspectors need to respond quickly and assess damaged buildings to ensure public safety. In addition, they also need to stay in contact with the city's Emergency Operations Center. Rick took it upon himself to develop an emergency plan so that the city is prepared if we ever suffer a major earthquake. He researched and spearheaded the city's acquisition of a mobile field office that can be used in emergency situations. In doing this, Rick worked closely with many city departments to make this mobile field office a reality. Didn't we bring it down to City Hall and do a dance around it and everything? Yes. We did. How many months ago was that?
The Values Conference in January.
January. Gosh, time goes quickly. So, Rick, all of us want to thank you for all that you do to safeguard our community, and I'm proud to name you our Employee of the Month and want to present you with this beautiful award and point you to the left where you will see, he can't see it, but if you had a neck that went way out and looked around, you'd be able to see your name is on this sign. We're going to take a picture. Hopefully it's spelled correctly. And your name will be displayed outside City Hall on Main for the next month. And Chris, I know you want to talk about this great guy. And then you're prepared for at least a half-hour commentary, right? Good.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. First and foremost, Rick O'Brien is a good man. He's a very good man. He's a great employee. He's a model employee. He's very humble. And he does a very good job. When I first took over the building department, Rick was an electrical inspector. He knew we were going to a combination model of inspectors. Rick proceeded to get all of his certifications. We were not able to make him a combination inspector, but a supervisor's job came open, and we were able to promote him to a supervisor's job. With his humility, his work ethic, and everything else that he brings with, including a really good New York accent, we're very proud of Rick. And Rick was, because of his work ethic, was able to take on this project, be extremely successful, work with a lot of people, overcome a lot of obstacles, and it is something that's very necessary for the city to be prepared for any emergency, earthquake, floods, whatever it is, and we're moving constantly towards better preparation to be able to serve our city and to make life better in the city of Las Vegas, and to make sure that our citizens are taken well care of in the event of an emergency. And Rick is a big part of that, and we thank him for it.
Okay. Where in New York are you from?
Queens, ma'am.
Oh, really New York City. I mean, that's not New York. New York's the whole state, but he's really from an important part. So tell us about yourself a little bit, if you would, and tell us about the vehicle. What's in there? I saw it, but I know there's an awful lot of equipment there.
Well, the mobile field office is equipped with, we have a generator, first of all, to provide us with uninterrupted power in the event that we lose power. We have a satellite dish which gives us the internet capabilities if we lose cell service in the area. We have our disaster kits that are there for the inspectors. And since the trailer is mobile, we can deploy that trailer anywhere in the city, wherever the most damage is in the event of a quake or other natural disaster.
Awesome. Well, we thank you. We're so proud. Let's get a picture. And I know everybody in the department and everybody in the city is so proud. Okay, should we go over there and take a picture? Shane, you're there. There. Okay.
Is that out at the West Yard?
For our next item, I'd like to invite our wonderful Bob Stoldahl, the chairman of the Las Vegas Historic Preservation Commission, to join us at the podium. Boy, is he a fountain of information.
Community icon.
Eldorado 34.
1935. There was no Eldorado in 1934. It was in 1935. And by the way, there was no rodeo in 1935.
And he speaks MS, truth, truth, truth.
36 was put on by a new group that was formed by the mayor at that time, Ernie Cragen. He formed a group called the Las Vegas Horsemen. And so
1935. No. I mean, I get so confused because I keep hearing all these different dates.
well, the Elks say that they had a little hoochie coochie party,
That's big in Vegas. We love hoochie coochie.
and but we found no record of that. Other
No hoochie coochie.
no hoochie coochie. No.
Oh my gosh,
stays
do
here
we
all day.
love it? All hoochie coochie stays in Vegas, right? Okay. Okay, so Bob and the entire Historic Preservation Committee do a great job of protecting our city's wonderful history, as you know. And if we could just all have the Historic Preservation Commissioners here with us today. How many do we have with us today of the commission? Please stand up.
Clay T. White.
Wait.
We have the vice chair, Clay T. White. She's in her second term as vice chair, and soon to become chair.
Is that it? Who else do we have?
That's everybody else has full-time jobs. They're working. This is a volunteer position.
You heard that. This is a volunteer position. It's all right. It's all right, Clayty. Clayty interviews everybody. She had the poor job of interviewing Oscar and me, which was really something else. Anyway, so thank you for coming down here. Today, Mr. Stoldahl is here to help us recognize some of our great community partners who have helped us preserve our community history over the last years. And before we get to the winners for this past year, I want to present Bob with a proclamation making May Historic Preservation Month in the city of Las Vegas. And we have prepared one of these proclamations for each of our winners today. And we gave them, I mean, the very expensive leather cover. I mean, this is not like what we get from Washington, D.C. paper and junk. These are really, I mean, this is good stuff. And we don't want to read it, or we want to read it?
I think you should read it, Mayor. It's your proclamation.
Okay. Okay, it said, you know what? Come on up here, Mayor Pro Tem. You read it.
You want me to read it, Mayor?
Yes.
The City of Las Vegas, a Preserve America community, recognizes May 2016 as National Preservation Month, co-sponsored by the National Trust for Historic Preservation, and 2016 is also the 50th anniversary of the National Historic Preservation Act, which established the National Register of Historic Places. And historic preservation is an effective tool for managing growth and sustainable development, revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and maintaining community character while enhancing livability. And historic preservation is relevant for communities across the nation, both urban and rural, and for Americans of all ages, all walks of life, and all ethnic backgrounds. It is important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping to preserve the tangible aspects of the heritage that has shaped us as a people. The City of Las Vegas and the Historic Preservation Commission recognize Cynthia Cicero for numerous scholarly works in Las Vegas history, the Mob Museum, the National Museum of Organized Crime, and law enforcement for the Investigating Historic History Educational Outreach Program, Nevadans for Cultural Preservation for promoting the importance of the prehistoric and historic material culture in Nevada, and the City of Las Vegas for the rehabilitation of the old adobe at Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs, one of my favorite. And Melvin Green for his many years of engineering service to historic buildings in Nevada, including the Mob Museum, the Old Adobe, and La Concha Lobby. The mayor and the Las Vegas City Council invite all of the residents of the City of Las Vegas to celebrate this month as National Preservation Month in the City of Las Vegas. Congratulations. Hey, you got that back. Thank you, Mayor.
You may not run for city council or the mayor's job without being able to read and read well, accurately, and quickly. But we are so proud of this. So, where are we now? Okay, there are 5 categories, and as Bob will announce the winners, please come up to the podium as you're announced and stay with us so we can get a group picture. So here you go.
Great, thank you. The first award is a brand new award. Actually, I shouldn't say that. It's a newly named award. The city's Historic Preservation Commission a couple of months ago named the Bricks and Mortar Award in honor of the late Dorothy Wright. And so this is the first annual Dorothy Wright Bricks and Mortar Award, and it goes to the City of Las Vegas. It goes to the City of Las Vegas for recognition and rehabilitation of the circa 1910 Old Adobe at Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs. And that effort was led by the city's Historic Preservation Officer, Courtney Mooney, on several levels. She first went to the state of Nevada and secured a grant of nearly $100,000 from the state's Commission on Cultural Affairs. She got the money and then was able to bring in experts. And if you haven't been out there, you need to go out there. It is really the artist in mortar puts their heart and soul in. It's really a beautiful piece of work. It's completely restored, and it's really a nice job, Courtney, and from the beginning to the end.
Can we recognize our Public Works folks as well? They were equal in the team. Oh, thank you. I just want to recognize the Public Works folks as well. Here, come on up, you guys. Come on. Pat and John. Is there anybody else here that was part of the project besides Mel?
Wonderful.
Yeah, they were equal partners in crime, and also Mel Green, who will be recognized later. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
And here is the proclamation that goes with it. We're going to have a big picture.
Next is the Project Preservation Education Award goes to Cynthia Cicero for numerous scholarly works and publications on various aspects of the city's history, of Las Vegas's history, including the African American contribution to our city's development, which furthers the citizens' knowledge and appreciation of our diverse historic community in the Las Vegas Valley. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Another award, the Preservation Education. This is the first time we've issued to the City of Las Vegas 2 education awards. Goes to the National Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement, now known as the Mob Museum, for their history, their historical education outreach program, which brings 3D objects that the students can touch. And really get a sense along with the education. So students learn topics about the city's history, criminal justice, constitutional law, and makes the museum entirely more accessible to the young people of Las Vegas.
And a brand new program.
And Jonathan Ullman is here. And Jonathan, I'll let you introduce the staff.
We have our Director of Content, Jeff Schumacher, here, and the real talent behind this program is Claire White, our Educational Outreach Manager. Claire.
Nice job. Thank you.
Congratulations.
We have two other awards that we issue annually. The Advocacy Award goes to the Nevadans for Cultural Preservation for their effort in educating the public about the importance of prehistoric and historic material, the culture that both of those identify, discouraging vandalism and illegal trafficking of these materials. It's always amazing to me that somebody will take a jackhammer out in the middle of a valley and jackhammer something off of a wall and then put it in their home and say, look at this nicest piece of history, and destroying it. So congratulations to Raynette Martin. You're the
Executive Director and our President, Brenna Wilkerson.
I'm Brenna Wilkerson. I'm the President of Nevadans for Cultural Preservation.
Great. And one of the projects you're working on is Gold Butte.
Yes, we're hoping to assist with going out to Gold Butte to assess any damages to the archaeological sites so that we can assist with the Nevada Site Stewardship Program, going out and monitoring them regularly.
Thank you. Our last but certainly not least award is the Career Achievement Award for historical structural engineer Mel Green for many years of helping keep historic buildings standing throughout the state of Nevada, from one end of the state to the other, with a focus here in Las Vegas on the old post office, the post office and Federal Building. Now is the Mob Museum, the Adobe structure out at Floyd Lamb Park, the La Concha lobby, and the list just goes on of all the work. And this is his business, but it's also his heart. So congratulations, Mel. Very nice job.
Okay, so organize us. Where are you, Shane? How do you want us to get? Well, there you come on up here. Good. We'll just get in as close as we can, everybody. It's fine in front, wherever you want to go.
Have him come right here between us, Mayor.
Yes.
Okay.
And Bob? Bob Stodel, that Bob.
I'm here.
Our gray-haired Bob. Our white-haired Bob.
She said only nice things.
Done? Thank you. So, congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Stoldahl. Thank you, all of you. It's just really exciting. Oh, my goodness, what wonderful work on these projects. It's really exciting to know that the city really is preserving its history. So we are building a life here and a better life every day. So again, let's have a big round of applause for all these wonderful winners who worked so hard. Thank you. And for our final item, we're going to recognize our city's top readers. Oh, Councilwoman, this is very exciting. This is wonderful. I know these buckets are great. The city sponsors the annual Apple Core Reading Program contest in partnership with the Clark County School District. APPLE stands for All People Promoting Literacy Efforts, and CORE stands for Counting Our Reading Efforts. Students at all 72 of the city's Las Vegas Safe Key sites tracked the minutes that they were reading during the Safe Key program this past school year. We had 4,935 Safe Key students participate in this contest this year, which is up more than 600 students than last year. The grand total of minutes read during Safe Key hours, isn't after hours, was just under 1.7 million minutes. The top readers, awesome. I mean, really awesome. The top readers will receive a Kindle Fire HD7 and $50 in Amazon Kindle gift cards to begin their electronic library. Students who placed in the top 6 to 15 for the most minutes read will receive a starter library of books for this summer. And so I think behind Councilman Coffin, this is an example. Boy, is this an athlete. This is one gift. This is summer reading. And there are books in here. I know Councilwoman, who's an avid reader, said she hasn't read some of them. So I want to borrow whoever gets this. Is Luann Rice. This is a New York Times bestseller, Secret Language of Sisters.
Of sisters. I
Of
have
sister.
4. I want to read this.
Okay. And before we announce our individual readers, I want to announce that the school with the most minutes read this year was Clarence Piggott Elementary School in Ward 2. Wow. Are those Clarence Piggott colors you're wearing today? The green? Yes. Oh, goodness. We need the wife. God. But what's fabulous is this school will receive $7,000 prize, which will go towards their school's literacy programs. Also, the ward that had the most minutes read. Did you dress yourself too? Was Ward 4 with Councilman Anthony with 485,227 minutes. So let's call up our winners. And as I read your name, please join us up here at the podium. We'll begin with the students who read more than 2,000 hours and work our way up to our top reader. So I hope I don't mess up your names. Here comes, with 2,040 minutes read, Noah Lither. Noah, are you here? Come on up. And Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem, please give them each a good luck mayor chip, if you would, please, too. Congratulations. Gabriela Ortega Espinosa with 2,085 minutes read. Gabriela, where are you? Oh, my goodness. Congratulations. Wonderful. With 2,100 minutes read, Diego Castillo. Where are you, Diego? Come on up. We're not going to eat you up. At least not now. Are you here? Okay. With 2,145 minutes read, congratulations. We have Victor Landeros. Where are you, Victor? Proud of you. Wonderful. With 2,160 minutes read, we have Jet Boudreau. Where are you, Jet? I can't believe it. He's not big enough to have read that much.
Nice to meet you, young man.
Wow, can you believe this? Awesome to be reading. Okay, and with 2,160 minutes also is Kaylee Kemp. Go, Kaylee. Can you imagine what these kids are going to be like in high school? Awesome. And then we have a jump here. Congratulations. With 2,295 minutes, Emma Gomes. Here comes Emma in her spring outfit. Beautiful. How lovely. And then another jump up, 2,310 minutes. And Anaya. Is that right? Anija. Wonderful. And tied with Anija is, with 2,310 minutes, Yanitsu Artiega. Did I do that one? Come on down. Wonderful. Oh, my gosh. Are you fabulous? You're just fabulous. You're brilliant then if you read so much. And with 2,490 minutes read, Nolan Ritchie. Way to go, Nolan. Then with 2,550 minutes read, Deegan Frazier. Oh, my gosh. Wonderful, Deegan. This is just great. Now another jump, 2,775 minutes, Annabella DiTondo. Well done, Annabella. Almost at 3,000, but now we're at 2,905 minutes, Cassandra Gomez. Wonderful. Keep it going. I just love this. And with 2,910 minutes read, Ocean Tano. Absolutely incredible. Now, breaking it, 3,000 minutes read, Lady Morales. Congratulations. Now, our first place winner is, before I say it, with 3,510 minutes read. 3,510 minutes. That's awesome. Aramis Yamas. Where are you? Congratulations. Thank you. We love that you're committed to reading and to education. We know in time you will be leading our governments and you will be doing exactly what you want to do, whether it's going to be in business or law or carpentry or medicine or electronics. You're our future, and we are so very proud of you. Congratulations to you all. Mr. Councilman Beers, can you organize them all together so we can have a picture? I thought I did. Well, you forgot a whole half. Could you come on to this side and stand behind, and Councilman Beers, the very tall person, will organize you, okay? Will you come on over so we can have a picture taken? So all of us as proud council people can get in this picture too. And we just love you and think you're wonderful. Look at this organization. The two little ones. Oh, the wonderful. Okay, here we come. What grade's the oldest one in? Come on in.
Oh, we've got a lot of cameras.
Black. This one here?
He's coming front. Right.
Got him now? This way?
Gets in the front row.
Okay.
I want a picture of all the parents taking pictures. Just stand there, son. Like that. Turn it a little bit of the neck. Come on. Get the shoulders right.
Wonderful. And parents, thank you, because you're the reason they're doing so well, and we know it. They love you, and we love you, parents, for making sure they have the opportunity and encouragement to read and to learn. Simply wonderful. Congratulations to you all. Now, the youngest was in first grade?
That's sixth graders.
First grade. The smallest ones were first grade.
First grade?
First grade. Yeah, I just wanted to say a few words. I grew up on a farm a long, long time ago. We had no television. We had radio. I read and I read and I read. I didn't get beautiful rewards such as you're getting now, just magnificent rewards. I had little gold stickers for each book I read, and I was so proud of those gold stickers. But what I wanted to say was this. I traveled the world, and I got to meet different personalities through books. That's how I did it, and I know that books are still very important now, and I'm just so very proud and happy to see so many of you so involved in reading. It helped me come from a poor farm family to be able to achieve something in this world, and I wish you all success. Bye.
Beautifully said, echoed by all of us. And as a note of appreciation, too, for something that's occurred, Councilman and Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, every year we celebrate Eldorado, and we don't do that by ourselves. I want to recognize Esther Reinke for putting on another fabulous Eldorado parade. Esther, would you stand up, please, so we can applaud you for your great efforts in putting on another absolutely phenomenal parade. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks. All right, we'll just continue right on. We'll walk slowly, so anybody has to wash their hands may do it, and we will continue right into council meeting. And I know. Check, check. Okay, for those of us who are still here, and for those of us who aren't, let me move all this. Yeah, Councilman Coffin is here. Whoops. Let me get back to there we go. Okay, agenda item number 8. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We will set the time at 1 minute because you get other opportunities as we go along. Okay, we'll move on to agenda 9. Business items for possible action. Any items the council staff or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, or withdrawn, held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Maybe you should just announce the ones that are left. Those are the only
46,
left?
49. Okay, the others for the afternoon. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Mayor, I would like to. Staff has requested that agenda item 46 be obeyed June 15th. Presentation by the Department of Planning regarding an update on the status of the Las Vegas Downtown Master Plan. And staff has also requested an abeyance of agenda item 49 to June 15th. Also, R152016, discussion for possible action to approve a resolution adopting the Downtown Las Vegas Vision 2045 Master Plan. And that would be my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion to obey those items. Please vote. Please post. And again, Councilman Ricky Barlow is out of the country and excused. Thank you very much. That motion carries. He's laughing. Okay. Agenda item 10 for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the April 20th, 2016 regular City Council meeting. Is there a motion to approve those minutes, please?
Motion, Mayor.
Thank you. Motion made to approve the minutes of April 20th Council meeting. Please vote and please post. Councilman Beers? Thank you. Motion carries. Items 11 through 42 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Note that the record should reflect my abstention on item 21 because it pertains to medical marijuana related business and my son is involved in that industry. I will be voting on all other items. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward? Okay, seeing none, may I have a motion, please?
I would move to approve the consent agenda items 11 through 42, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve those agenda items and my abstention as stated. Please vote and please post. And they pass as indicated. We'll move on to agenda item 43. Item 43 will be trailed to after our planning items are heard this afternoon, 1 p.m. session. Item 44, report by Nevada Department of Public Safety, Division of Emergency Management Division regarding the mission and capabilities of all divisions, all wards. And I believe this is Mr. Levis coming, but we'll wait and see.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Ted Olivas, Chief of Staff. With us today is Caleb Cage. Many of you know him. He is the Chief of the Nevada Division of Emergency Management, and he's also the state's Homeland Security Advisor. A few months ago, Councilman Anthony and I attended a Nevada League of Cities Board of Directors meeting up in Reno. And at that meeting, Mr. Cage provided an overview of his division, what their mission, responsibilities, and capabilities are. Because public safety, we know, is a huge priority of this council, I thought it might be appropriate for him to come and share that same information with all of you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Cage.
Thank you, and welcome, and unfortunately, please repeat your name for our record. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman, members of the council, my name is Caleb Cage. I'm the Chief of the Nevada Division of Emergency Management, Homeland Security Advisor to the Governor, here with Chief John Steinbeck from Clark County Fire and the emergency manager for Clark County as well. And thank you, Mr. Olivas, for that introduction. I'm happy to provide an overview and answer any questions about what the Division of Emergency Management does. Here I'd like to keep my remarks as brief as possible out of respect for your schedule. Before I get started, just say thank you for the opportunity to be here in your beautiful chambers again, and happy to have the opportunity to present on our work. So again, Caleb Cage, Chief of the Division of Emergency Management. These first two slides basically begin at the highest level for us at the state, which is our statutory responsibilities, and these are obviously just paraphrased from NRS 414, chapter that oversees emergency management for the state, which is our primary chapter. And it basically, when I started about 10 months ago, my initial job was to read our statute to determine what our absolute musts were, and then to filter that through the governor's vision, the director of public safety's mission, and how that relates for us in our day-to-day work. So this is the most general level here, and it begins with managing emergency management resources, preparing a comprehensive state emergency management plan known as the SCEMP, which we manage at the state level, institute comprehensive planning, training, and exercise plans for the state, and administer and coordinate mutual aid agreements so that when a tribal city, state, or other local jurisdiction is in need of additional resources during an emergency, whether it's declared or not, we can provide those resources, or not provide, but rather coordinate those resources from other jurisdictions nearby. And conduct public outreach. And we'll go into a little more detail on all of these as well. General statutory authority to conduct surveys and on resources and capabilities, which ties quite a bit to our Homeland Security efforts here for the state. Administer the two accounts, emergency assistance account and disaster relief account. We also assist with the state disaster identification team and search and rescue, which, as you know, is a county function, but when counties need additional support, the state of Nevada, through the Division of Emergency Management, provides that. We coordinate Homeland Security efforts for the state during emergencies, declared or undeclared, at jurisdictions throughout the state. We will activate the State Emergency Operations Center, oftentimes with respect to Clark County, when Chief Steinbeck gives us a call and notifies us that an emergency is underway, that a declaration is in place, and that additional resources need to be coordinated. We will activate the state EOC. This right now is the governor's vision for public safety. You can read it here, but Nevada is a great place to live, work, play, and the state government must provide public safety services while protecting our national and cultural resources. So in my mind, as a member of the state executive branch, statute says what we should do, and this is the governor saying how we should do it. And then under there is the Department of Public Safety's vision, mission, and values, which narrows that focus for us even more. You'll see our mission, vision, mission, and goals, which were developed earlier this year, here on this slide. And if you were to go back to the previous slide and look at the director's mission, our new mission ties directly to it. But our vision is to be Nevada's essential emergency and disaster coordinating partner. Notice not in that phrase is the word response. Local communities, local jurisdictions like the city, the counties, the tribal governments throughout the state, as well as state response agencies provide response. We coordinate those response when additional resources are necessary. Our mission is to coordinate preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. Those are the four aspects of emergency management. Resources through partnerships to sustain safe and livable communities for Nevada's residents and visitors. You can see our goals here. The first goal is internal to us. This is how we are to work together as a team in order to be efficient for the state. And the second two are external. The first external is during an emergency or disaster, whether it's declared or not at the city, county, state, tribal level, or even federal level, but also to make sure that we are providing and coordinating resources for all aspects of the communities in the state of Nevada, the whole community as we call it. Our third goal is to be a statewide leader in sustaining and building emergency and disaster response capacity, and you'll see how we do that here momentarily as well. An administrative overview. Next, we'll go through the different sections and how we're organized here at the state. This is an important slide for us to share with our partners throughout the state because it shows our distribution. You'll notice we are Carson City heavy with 31 FTEs there and 2 in Las Vegas. We do have some contract employees down here as well. That is based on the fact that the Emergency Operations Center for the state is in Carson City, and when it is activated, we need as many hands on deck, although we are, like I said, trying to work towards expanding our footprint throughout the state here as well. We have a total of 5 sections: fiscal and administrative, preparedness, homeland security, grants, mitigation, recovery, and public information. You can see our total state appropriation for the current fiscal year. The number to point out here is the second from the bottom, which is the $252,000 of the total budget authority of almost $5 million. That $252,000 is our state general fund, which is about 5%. The rest of what we do is provided through grants funding as well, which is a challenge, but one that we try to do our best to ensure preparedness for the state in spite of. Our administrative and fiscal sections, you can see the sorts of things they do, pretty typical administrative and fiscal work as far as budgets, human resources, managing our contracts, our internal policies and procedures as well. Our preparedness section is made up of several different aspects, and one is the planning, training, and exercise section. And this is, again, going back to NRS 414, which requires us to have a statewide comprehensive emergency management plan, as well as a as well as a training and exercise capability at the state. And you can see the sorts of things that we do. The way we do this is we write plans, much like we were working on yesterday, with many members here throughout the county, including your emergency manager, Carolyn Levering. Chief Steinbeck were there. We had about 100 participants in a mass migration workshop, trying to get to the challenges and the plans that need to be in place in case of a major emergency, such as a major earthquake. As the mayor said earlier, Nevada ranks very high on its size. The seismic nature of Nevada is very volatile, so we're working on what would happen to our roads and how we would keep people on the roads traveling in directions in case of such an event, and that was a part of our planning and training and exercise section yesterday. Another part of the preparedness section is the resource management, which is really deploying resources throughout the state in case of a mutual aid necessity internally. A local jurisdiction needs an additional resource. It can be provided from an outside jurisdiction, as well as the EMAC capability, which is giving resources to other states in times of emergency and disaster as well. This section also oversees the duty officer program, which is our 24/7 person on call. There are 5 of us who are in a rotation, and we'll take the phone for a week and make sure we're providing resources to local communities and partners throughout the state as well. You can see we also oversee search and rescue and others here. The Homeland Security section is really myself as the Homeland Security Advisor. I have one analyst who works for me, and we really oversee, with the help of Chief Steinbeck here as the UASI coordinator, the Homeland Security Commission, the Homeland Security Working Group, and the other subcommittees, which are primarily looking towards the Homeland Security grants process. And we'll get into grants here in a moment as well. There's an annual report, as well as coordination with our State Fusion Center, which is similar to your Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Center here with Las Vegas Metro. The Grants, Recovery, and Mitigation section oversees a number of grants, and again, quite a few of these grants fund our organization as well. The 2 primary grants that we administer here are under the Homeland Security Grants Program, or HSGP, which is the State Homeland Security Program, and we also assist with the UASI grant, the Urban Area Security Initiative grant. The second major grant that we oversee is EMPG, which is the Emergency Management Performance Grants, which many communities throughout our state participate in as well. We have several advisory committees. This is just a small number of them. We participate in a total of 22 commissions, committees, and boards as a state agency, and you can see a number of them right here, all having to do with preparedness in some respect. We also have a public information officer who oversees this, and you can see her roles here as well. These are preparedness efforts, making sure information is being shared, but also during times of emergencies and disasters, managing the Joint Information Center, activating the Joint Information Center, and making sure public information is being shared across agencies, across jurisdictions, and of course with the public as well. We have our recently hired a new team member here in Southern Nevada, the statewide interoperability coordinator. This is not just FirstNet, which is, as you all know, the federal plan to get all first responders interoperable on the same network in the future, but also using, well, making sure our current systems are interoperable throughout the state as well. That concludes my formal presentation. Mayor and members of the council, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, I have a couple, and maybe there'll be more too. What are we doing, or do we have something in place now that we realize that, as we all thought, that low radioactive materials are going to be coming across the country, that now that it's medium level or high, is that part of the process of what you're doing? Should there be spills in the state of Nevada of this radioactive material coming in from nuclear waste sites?
Mayor Goodman, this is Caleb Cage for the record. Of course, if there is such an emergency, we would play a role in it. The actual radiological response element is under the Department of Health and Human Services for the state of Nevada, so we coordinate with them, and as well as the Division of Environmental Protection and DEP as well. We had, as you know, an event in October of last year that had some of these issues related to it as well, and the Division of Emergency Management coordinated the response for that. We oversee several grants right now from the Department of Energy that are, I'm going to be vague in this because of the public nature of this meeting, but that deal with the roadways where this material may be carried as well. So we administer portions of that, and in the event of an emergency, we would certainly oversee at least aspects of the coordination of the response.
Because I know the dialogue's been ongoing for a long time, at least 17, 18, maybe longer than that, but for the movement of these materials, just the preparedness and what we as citizens need to know and be aware of, especially as the DOE has been conducting meetings here in the state, that talking about the low seismic level of happenings, and yet today we know from data, as you repeated and I said earlier, we're number 3 behind California and Alaska. So there's some slippage there, and it's of great concern. I know in talking with Mrs. Levering over the years, this is something that we're very concerned about here in Southern Nevada. So that was one. The other thing is, having recently had the enjoyment of being woken up at 3:38 in the morning by an emergency flash on all of our cell phones. I don't know how large an area was covered with that, but it didn't, on my cell phone, it didn't say it was an Amber Alert. It just said emergency alert, regardless of the information. My question is, do we have, first of all, you mentioned coordination, so NHP and all. What is the very top thing that a resident here should be looking for as the authority to say we are in an emergency level right now? That's one. And two, do the highest buildings, or do we cover Southern Nevada and Central Nevada and Northern Nevada with the single long blast going out from somewhere, that those who don't happen to have the luxury of one of these will know this is a long blast. It means whatever it means. Do I go home? Do I take cover here? Whatever the education has to be. And then, of course, the normal 3 blasts is all clear. Do we have such things, such horns, sirens, something coordinated, and then hopefully it's controlled by a central body? and so we don't get the 338 blast on this thing that we're all thinking, oh my goodness, we're under attack.
So Caleb Cage for the record, Mayor Goodman, members of the council. So a couple of issues there. There are multiple systems to inform in times of an emergency. And to make sure I'm answering both aspects of your question, it may need a little unpacking, at least from my perspective here. So when the local jurisdiction, the city council here, you as the mayor and your city manager determine that there is an emergency, and you make a declaration as a body or empower your city manager to make that declaration, how you get that word out would be through whatever local means you have, through public information. And if you needed additional assistance in doing that, the county could support, and if the county came to us, the county could say, Las Vegas has a declaration and they need support, even if it's public information support, can you help us get the word out, which would be the typical flow of a declaration. And we treat information as another resource that needs to be coordinated during an emergency. Information is just a resource in that sense. As far as systems are concerned, you have the statewide emergency alert system, and I believe you're referring to the Amber Alert system as well. It's my understanding now the Amber Alert system isn't administered by the Division of Emergency Management. It's administered by an advisory committee. It's my understanding that each jurisdiction in the state has the authority locally to make the determination based off of criteria over what constitutes an Amber Alert, and then to send that out through their phone systems and then to require support as necessary. The statewide Amber Alert Advisory Committee is working to provide better education throughout the state, and Chief Steinbeck and I were talking about this earlier, about how to not just inform jurisdictions of what the capability is and how best to utilize it and how to make it most effective, but also to inform the citizens of throughout the state of what this means and what information they should be looking for, and whether it's a call to action or just informational and those sorts of things. So there are several mechanisms. I will say that public information is repeatedly comes up in our after action reviews. Public information sharing, public information coordination is, in my opinion, one of the biggest challenges during an emergency or disaster, declared or otherwise.
And comprehensive consistency, because as a little girl living in Manhattan, we knew when the siren went off in Manhattan, every child went under a desk, every adult in an apartment went somewhere. And so I don't think we have that kind of coordination yet, and maybe we do, but it hasn't permeated down to the resident, of which I am one. And so, I mean, as you're working through this and knowing that we are vulnerable to whatever we're vulnerable to, that there is some type of consistency, whether I'm up in Carson City at a meeting or whether we're down here. And it's educating the public, as we know is the biggest piece of it, of which we are all a part.
Thank you, Mayor. Carolyn Levering for the record. Emergency communications has been something that's been really difficult to get our arms around as technology changes over time. Clark County used to have a siren system, part of the Civil Defense Network days. Right. A number of years ago, those sirens were in disrepair. They never kept up with the growth of the community. And it was determined that a long blast of noise without the education component to the public sent people into panic without really knowing what to do about the situation. They don't know, are we under attack by nuclear warheads, or are we having a flash flood, or is there a tornado on the way? So just having that siren blast became problematic all by itself. As technology has come along, we still have a nationwide capability. The president can send a national alert that takes over all broadcast streams, television, radio, everything that's on the air, to warn the nation about an alert. Locally, we have the capacity to send alerts, such as through the cell phones. That's called the Wireless Emergency Alert System. And that's where we can launch alerts through emergency alerting and the Amber Alerting. Oftentimes, as we're approaching monsoon season, this is my public education moment for you, is that we will start hearing more of those alerts from our cell phones, particularly from the National Weather Service, as they alert us to the possibility of big thunderstorms and flooding. What we got early in the morning recently was an Amber Alert, and there are actually 2 functions on your phone that allow you to receive those alert messages. And so I encourage people to keep those alerts on, because you never know when it might be an emergency that can affect your life safety. There are limitations to those alerts on our cell phones, though. 90 characters. You thought 140 on Twitter was not a lot. 90 characters on an emergency message on your phone is really not a lot. Really, the purpose of that alert is to alert people to turn on their television, turn on their radio, to get more information about the situation at hand, and to take whatever action that people are being asked to take to protect themselves and their families. There are still kinks in the network, right, so to speak. FEMA's implemented this iPause program, and they're trying to take all these disparate types of technology, rope them together, so that we can make those alerts standardized, comprehensive, and across all modes of communications that are available to us, which not only includes our cell phones, our televisions, our radios, but also the dynamic message signs on the highways, and also digital billboards around the community. All of those things together have to be compliant under a common alerting protocol. Here in Las Vegas, in the downtown area, we've been piloting speakers, right, along the streets, and we're looking into the ability to utilize that technology where we normally just have nice music piping through them, but that we would be able to provide emergency alerting through those systems as well, somewhat reminiscent of the civil defense days, but instead of a long siren that nobody knows what to do with, we can have a voice message that gives instructions that are helpful to people.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor.
Councilman Coffin, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, like you, I lived through the days of the brinksmanship and the Russian Bear moving, and the Russian Bear is moving again, Mayor, and without resistance somewhere along the line, which causes tension itself. We're going to be back in those days if we're not careful. But that's an aside story. What I'm thinking about is the fact that that 338 alarm, I believe, I got it, that did yield a result of a returned child who was actually kidnapped. It wasn't just a missing child. It was a child who was found, kidnappers arrested. So, it paid off for that family. That was a national emergency for them. And so, that worked. But I wanted to just bring attention to Caleb because these presentations are killers, they just are killers. I've lived through so many of these that in Carson City, that's why I left the legislature. But I know that you're not boring, that you in fact have a background. Please give us your bio because it's very interesting, and I see why the governor picked you, and also the fact that you're worried about the fact that there is a fragmentation of authority in an emergency. You've indicated it, and I don't like that at all. I think you work for the governor, you should take over in those moments of the state agencies. So tell us your background real quickly, Caleb. You didn't just come up from the Carson City bureaucracy.
So my name, thank you again, Caleb Cage for the record, Councilman. Very briefly, I'm a Sparks native, a product of the Washoe County School District, and born and raised in the Reno area. Went off to college after high school and then into the Army, graduating right after September 11th into the new world we all inherited after September 11th, and was in the Army for 5 years. Served a couple of tours in Iraq as a rifle platoon leader in 2004, and as an information operations battle captain, which is not as exciting as it sounds. In 2006 in Baghdad, was stationed in Germany for the rest of my time there. Came back and worked for the lieutenant governor for a few years, overseeing his veterans program or the veterans work we really started under Lieutenant Governor Krolicki at the time, and then moved from there to become the Director of Veteran Services, which is when I made it into these council chambers for the first time. And Mayor, you were very gracious to let us launch our Green Zone initiative here in August of 2013, I believe is when it was. And then again to hold a Veterans Employment Symposium a few months later I moved to the governor's office after that and oversaw his veterans legislative portfolio for the last legislative session, where I'm very proud to say we had historic progress for addressing the needs and concerns of veterans service members and their families in the state. And about 10 months ago, I was appointed as the Homeland Security Advisor and Chief of Emergency Management under Department of Public Safety. So I've been
Thank
here
you,
ever
Caleb.
since.
But I guess, Mayor, I wanted to make sure that this is a person who understands unity of command, and I think you need to be forceful on that issue and have the governor recognize this, because this is why he appointed you. But if, in fact, you still have to round up NDEP and you have to round up the health people, and there's other agencies involved as well. You know, the Department of Public Safety, it itself has several divisions, and so you really have a heck of a job there. And I really believe in unity of command, and definitely through the governor's office for all state agencies. But thank you, Mayor, for letting me say that.
Thank you. Councilman Anthony and Councilman Beers, did you want to comment as well? What is that?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So you mentioned you have your command and control center up in Carson City. So we have our command center in the northwest part of town. Metro has a fusion center. Pretty much every county has some command centers. So when would you kind of stand up your command center in Carson City, and what exactly would your role be, and what type of an incident would cause you to stand that up?
Thank you, Councilman. Caleb Cage for the record. So the State Emergency Operations Center is in our building. It's on the National Guard headquarters in Carson City. I can give you two practical examples and a couple theoretical concepts here. So the governor has delegated authority to stand up, to activate the Emergency Operations Center for the state to meet. And so when we get a call, usually through our duty officer, so a local jurisdiction, tribal jurisdiction partner entity throughout the state would call and say, we're having this emergency and we are overwhelmed, which is we have a declaration or not, but we're going to need additional resources. We would activate at a 1 to 4 level, either monitoring or all hands on deck. Everybody is in here. We stand up our 4 sections and our emergency support functions as well, which are the other agencies. Talk about unity of command, the other agencies that come in to provide technical assistance and coordination for their agencies. We would do that anytime it was requested by generally a county emergency manager coming to us. Anytime a county had activated their emergency operations center in support of a county-wide emergency or a local jurisdiction emergency and requested additional resources that we couldn't do just through relationships and phone calls, or any time that we thought that this was going to be, the response was going to last for a significant period of time, several operational periods when we would need to make sure we were capable to coordinate mutual aid, to provide resources from the National Guard, or to provide public information in an enhanced way. So 2014, Clark County experienced its floods on the Moapa Tribal Reservation, and the State Emergency Operations Center was stood up for some time. I was not a part of the team at the time, but we're working on the recovery part of that right now. And then back last year, October 18th of last year, we activated for about 36 hours in response to the industrial fire in Beatty, which I alluded to earlier. Those were times when, well, I was here for the Beatty incident, so our duty officer received a call from Vance Payne, who is the Nye County Emergency Manager, and said, this is what's going on at the U.S. Ecology site right now, and there are 50-foot flames, and this is bad, and we're going to need additional assistance. So we dispatched some liaisons out from Clark County to assist in his EOC. We stood up our EOC and coordinated local, state, and federal response elements in order to ensure that the public was safe.
Councilman Anthony, if I could add to that, please. Just so what you said is
and if
exactly
you
true.
Say your name, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Mayor. I'm sorry. John Steinbeck, Clark County, for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Anthony. Yes, what you said is exactly right. Every jurisdiction has an emergency operations center, and all of our different agencies have their department operations centers. So there is a a vast amount of these centers. But to coordinate them all, we have what we call the MAC, the Multi-Agency Coordination Center within the county. And that's where me and Carolyn work together very closely so that we can bring all those resources together and then have one point that goes to Chief Cage so that it's not duplication of effort that's not being completed.
Thank you. Councilman Beers?
Your Honor, I have a non-emergency management question, so I don't want to change the subject if
Is it on this agenda?
It is for Chief Cage. It's
Okay.
very specifically for Chief Cage, which is the last legislature gave you a role in our evolving UAV effort. And could you give us a brief progress report of what the activity level has looked like from your perspective?
Absolutely. Caleb Cage for the record, Councilman Beers. Assembly Bill 239 was passed and signed during the last legislative session, and it provided, it regulated the use of UAVs by public, non-public safety agencies in the state of Nevada. It gave the Department of Public Safety the specific responsibility to draft regulations in, to support Assembly Bill 239 and its legislation. Specifically, it's been several months, so I apologize, specifically determining the types of public uses a public, non-public safety agency could use a UAV for. So whether it was search and rescue or fire services or communications or critical infrastructure assessments and so on. So we held a workshop. We held 2 workshops, I believe, in February. One in Northern Nevada, one in Carson City, one at the Grant Sawyer Building, and received input from about 20 members of each community at each location. We drafted our regulations, and it's literally a list of 20 non-public safety uses that a public agency could use a UAV for. We will be hosting our hearing on those now that we have the regulations back from LCB on June 1st, I believe, Councilman. And we'll have it will be video conferenced here in Las Vegas as well as Carson City. People can provide input on that. I'm happy to provide you a copy of those regulations as well.
So I bring that up in anticipation of Channel 2 and Channel 4, Captain, wanting a UAV for purposes of basically reporting. We're turning into a reporting, we are both turning into reporting entities, in some respects competitive with our local news operations here. And we were actually talking yesterday morning as one of our cameramen had this weekend been forced to get into a really uncomfortable position to shoot some stuff that would have been really simple with a UAV, with a UAV-borne camera. Would that use be accommodated under the proposed regulations?
This is Caleb Cage for the record, Councilman Beer. So you're referring to Channel 2 and Channel 4
Are
in Northern
the
Nevada?
TV stations, I'm sorry, they're actual TV stations in Reno, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so those are broadcast
down
networks.
here, this is the city of Las Vegas is 2 and Clark County is on 4, so it's government public access.
Thank you for the clarification. That's where I thought you were going with it. So I believe, and I'll need to go back and look at the regulations, that one of the appropriate public uses is public information, which I think that would fall under. This is it's a list. I would be happy to provide you that list following this meeting.
And I'll follow up at our end. We'll gear up some of our people to take a look at that too.
Thank you.
I think our guys are media guys, and they aren't really thinking about the regulatory component. So.
The federal regulations, Caleb Cage for the record as well, the federal regulation landscape has evolved while the states has evolved, so there's going to be some work done on that.
While elementary school students continue to build UAVs in their kitchens.
Right.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Cage, first, thank you for your service to our country. Appreciate that. And I'm glad that Councilman Anthony brought up the Fusion Center, because I think we are blessed here in Southern Nevada. Fortunately, I see our fire chief in the back. All of our fire chiefs are talking all the time, and always also with Metro, Nevada Department of Safety. I mean, all of that communication continues to go on a daily basis. And I had the opportunity to tour the Fusion Center and was taught some valuable lessons that all of our law enforcement agencies in Southern Nevada, all of our fire departments in Southern Nevada are all talking to each other on a regular basis. And I think that's important for our public to know that, because we don't always see that. And Joe Public doesn't always see that, but you guys are always doing it. And I think that's significant to know. And Carolyn, especially your efforts for the city's responsibilities, but when there's a disaster, it affects everybody in Southern Nevada, and I think it's cognizant that we recognize that. So I appreciate all your efforts. And Chief, I see it in the back there. Thanks for your efforts as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks so much, and again, appreciate this, as you've heard. My main concern, of course, in anything, anywhere I go, is always safety, and if we have any semblance of an attack or an emergency, tourism, which is our industry, is gone. And so I think there, and going back, and long of tooth that I am, remembering those days to go back to it, while there are pockets of preparedness meetings, there is no large-scale preparedness, and I think we really need to come up with something. I mean, when you take 12 million people doing the same thing, we only are at 2.1 down here, and the whole state's less than 3 million, that there's some semblance of, one, educating, this is what we're going to do if there's an emergency, and I'm not talking about an area flood or an area earthquake. I'm talking about something huge that we know can be far-reaching with maybe something at the north and in the south. One, it means, what do we mean by being ready? Two, how do we put up the program, whatever it is, educate the people, us, and then practice. Practice it. I mean, because we keep having meetings, all of us are involved at one point or another. Fortunately, as mayor, had the good fortune to go back to FEMA training at Emmitsburg. And, but we're not doing anything, and of course we're unusual because we do have this huge resort corridor and 350,000 people every week. And I know you train with the hotels, but again, it's not for the people. What do they do? What's the unit? And again, when you have children who are in school and don't have this with them, what is that all-points bulletin that is the highest red alert, and what do we do? And I think that has to be comprehensive for all of us, because I know what we're told we're supposed to be doing. That's going to be a miracle if we know what we're doing when we're supposed to be doing it. But forget that. And I think this needs coordination right from the state on down. So it's one plan, in top emergency, red, what do we do? And so we appreciate everything you're doing, and just so grateful, again, for your service and for everything you've done for the veterans. We're so proud to be at Functional Zero and the homelessness, and I know our First Lady was just really proud of that, and great applause at the U.S. Conference of Mayors. Because without our veterans, and really telling them how much they've done to keep us free so we can prepare for more emergencies. So thank you very, very much, Chief, too. And it's really, we're so grateful. Carolyn, clone yourself.
Thank you, Mayor.
So
thank you, members of the council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it was a report, so there's no motion. We'll move on to agenda item 45, report by Downtown Las Vegas Alliance staff regarding the status of the organization's and 6-month progress report. These is in reference to Wards 1, 3, and 5 with Councilwoman Tarkanian, Councilman Coffin, and Barlow. We had a great opening, or groundbreaking, yesterday for Fremont 9, brand new housing going in at 9th and Fremont.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Goodman, members of council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development. As you know, our office, working with the city manager's office, works very hard on public-private partnerships. Without our private partners, we can't accomplish all the things that we set out to accomplish. One of our most important partners is the Downtown Las Vegas Alliance. So we've scheduled this item to give you an update on what's happening with the Alliance and looking forward what they're looking to do in the future. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Miles Dixon and Todd Kessler.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Todd Kessler, 261 Las Vegas Boulevard North. It's an honor to be here with the Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I love coming early. It gives, and seeing the ceremonies, it just reminds me of what a great city we are with great kids and great people and great projects. So I really enjoy it, so thank you for that. You know, it's an amazing time for downtown. As you pointed out, Mayor, we have our first residential project underway, and those projects will continue to go forward as we progress in downtown. The master plan will help a lot. About a year and a half ago, I was asked to take over as the president of the Alliance, and realized that the organization itself was kind of underutilized in its form and function, and began a strategic plan. I engaged J.A. Barrett and Company and surrounded myself with some smart people and brought some people on the board from the Ma Museum and others to think about what this organization can be. And we came up with a great strategic plan, and we formed some new partnerships. And one of those partnerships was with the City of Las Vegas, as you're aware. And as part of that partnership, we're here to report to you every 6 months and tell you what's going on. And just to kind of catch you up to speed, and we have some exciting news happening at the Alliance. We have a new logo, we have a new brand, we have a new name, and we'll get to that soon here shortly. And I'll try and be relatively brief. Ooh, a clicker. You guys are going to try and challenge me technologically here. Okay. I'm doing pretty good so far. One of the things that we did was we met with our members right away and said, what is it that you're looking to do? And as you can see from this slide, we basically came to the conclusion that they want an attractive, vibrant, diverse, and sustainable downtown Las Vegas. And how you achieve that is through mobility, safe, clean streets, great spaces, experience, and business and economic development. So we heard from our members, and then we have to create a process on how we create that. We engage with our members, we collaborate with other stakeholders in downtown, and then we continue to work with the city and the public sector to move downtown forward. Our membership is a diverse group of folks. We have, of course, the casinos represented with the D, Boyd Gaming, and others. We have a series of great other downtown companies, as you can see here. And just simply to give them a shout out, we are 49 members and growing. Our membership continues to grow. Part of our operations and membership was to adopt a process for implementing the strategic plan, but really focusing on membership. And so we've got our first membership campaign. We have collateral material. We have a great website we'll be talking about in a second. And we just are really organized to go out and to grow membership and to create an incredible place for downtown. One of our strategic plan items, so we were going to become the voice of downtown. And that's the thought, but we will be the voice of downtown as we continue to grow our membership and improve all of our events. One of the upcoming events, which Miles will hit, is we have an incredible downtown speaker series that begins on June 6th. And he'll tell you about some of the speakers we're bringing in from Detroit. But one of the great things we did was launch our own website, and we're in the process of transitioning the city's website, which is downtown.vegas, over to the Alliance. And that'll be our incredible website. It's an incredible website. I've learned something today, and it's in this presentation, and it's on my next slide, so I'm jumping across, is that it's a hero website. There's levels of websites, great, incredible, phenomenal, and then hero status. So we appreciate the city and its transition of downtown Vegas over to us. We look forward to taking it and making it into something even better than it was before. One of the other items that were
Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
Question, please.
It is downtown.Vegas, correct?
Downtown.Vegas.
Vegas. Okay, just want to confirm that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, one of the things that we've been working closely with the city on is the formation and the feasibility of the BID. That was the original purpose of this organization when it was started. The master plan, as you know, is coming before you in a couple of sessions or the next session. And we're very excited about some of the initiatives that they've developed, and we're in support of the overall plan in essence, with some pushes on some specific items that we think will help downtown grow even further. We've been working with our other partners who are similar organizations such as the Metro Chamber of Commerce and others, and we are rebranding our organization. And here it is, our new brand. We are going from the Downtown Las Vegas Alliance to the Downtown Vegas Alliance, and we're simply going to just go by the Alliance. That's what we're going to call ourselves. That's how we're going to go out in the marketplace. And as you can see with our logo, we are pushing the downtown.Vegas website and showing you that we are an alliance. Its purpose is to, of course, refresh and promote the organization as we continue to grow forward and to begin making material. I plan on coming to you with all some nice hats that we have being manufactured now and some other materials to get this logo out. With that being said, I think I'm just going to pass the torch over to my strategic partner here, Miles Dixon, who'll give you some updates on some other initiatives.
Hi, I'm Miles Dixon with the J.A. Barrett Company. For the record, Mrs. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, pleasure to appear before you, especially on behalf of the Alliance. I should note that I dropped the ball. You were supposed to have hats today. That is my fault, and Todd and I will work together to rectify and get your hats for you. We were actually really serious about merchandise, though. The reality is that the Downtown Las Vegas Alliance was, as an idea, founded in 2006 and as an organization founded in 2008. And we know that people have heard of us but not know us, really. and don't quite know the capacity of what downtown organizations can do. When we look around similarly sized metropolitans, we know that downtown alliances, they're 3 to 4 times the size ours is. We're really proud of our 53 members. We've picked up 4 more members in the last month. So 53 members, we're really proud of them, but we know we can be 3 to 4 times the size. We know that really successful organizations are backed and surrounded by business improvement districts and business improvement zones. We know that they can produce wonderful live events, they can market and promote, and they can work with their counterparts in the public sector to do economic and business development. So we were really serious about updating our brand. We were really serious about bringing a logo forward, updating a strategic plan, because we recognize there's a lot of possibility as a group of people in working with you all as well as other partners to really advance downtown. So that's what we're working on. In terms of context, we're coming up on 10 years. In 2 years, we'll be 10 years in as a formal organization. And that's quite a while, but it's also really pales in comparison as we look at some other organizations. On June 6th, we're going to bring some civic and business leaders from the city of Detroit here to Las Vegas to talk to people about their successes and insights. And one of the speakers is going to be from the Downtown Detroit Partnership. They were founded in 1922. So they're a little ahead of us in where we are. But we wanted to bring speakers to help all of us understand where it is that we could be going and where it is that we should be going. So just in terms of context, I think we spent the last 18 months really building a lot of infrastructure. We'll spend the next 18 months building more membership, both in terms of quality and quantity, hopefully seeing the creation of a business improvement district that works for everybody, and continuing to grow the partnership that we have with you all. Part of that is live events. So as I mentioned, June 6th, thanks to the city of Las Vegas, we're helping co-host the first of 2 events. It's going to be at the D. So our wonderful sponsors, the D and Golden Gate, are presenting sponsors. Switch and SuperNap, Zappos, as well as the Alliance, are also sponsors. So it's exciting, we think. We'll hear from about 4 different speakers, business and civic leaders. We're hoping for about 150 to 200 people attendance. We're buying ads, doing media, all of that good stuff. Fortunately, it's not just us. It's a wonderful group of volunteers who are working on it, as well as some other professionals, including Fez Foley Warren. So we're excited about June 6th. Hope many of you can attend. On June 4th, we're also helping sponsor, along with many other downtown businesses, Downtown Cares, which is a day of volunteer service. This time it'll be Catholic Charities. And then on June 10th, we'll be supporting one of our members, the Las Vegas Natural History Museum, at sundown for downtown. So we've got 3 different events coming up all in the next month. We're pretty excited about it, as well as the membership campaign that we're launching now. So thanks so much for having us, and I think any questions or
any
suggestions?
Asks of us here? Unfortunately, Ms. Fretwell and myself and staff members are out of town. You picked just the right time to do all of it. We will not be able to participate. But I think for council, and then of course on our return, what is it that we can do to help promote? We know we're partners with you in this, but as we get the visitors in each of our offices, all council get visitors, whether it's businesses opening in their area that are seeking to come downtown, how can we help?
I think that one of the most important things we all can be doing together right now is focusing on downtown.vegas as a portal that really communicates with people around economic development, business development. You already have so much of that wonderful content on there, as well as your new site. We're working right now with your staff to make sure that a great amount of that content, or the right content, I should say, transitions to the new site, as well as, from the private sector's point of view, adding valuable content. So we see that, I think, as a portal to communicate not just with downtown stakeholders and our own members, but hopefully folks from across the country and across the world to communicate about downtown, live, work, and play aspects. I think how we can work together is promoting that site. I think there's also lots of opportunities that as we go forward, figuring out the ways, whether it's EUD or having conversations about the mobility master plan that you're seeing today, or the downtown master plan that you'll see in a few weeks, working much more closely. One of the components of our partnership is senior staff as well as senior members of the Alliance meeting more regularly. We're going to start those over this summer too. So I think lots of opportunities, specifics to be determined, but we're also really interested in hearing from, I think, city, the ways we can work with you.
Okay, well, one of the things I was going to suggest is somehow, either through emails or however you think it best, to communicate with us as changes are occurring and things are coming on board, what's happening immediately, so we know how we can participate. The other thing is, because you have the public venue right now, because this is recorded and seen again and again and again, how do you see what you're doing with the Alliance as different from what the Chamber does?
I think first it's geographically constricted to just this downtown area. And this downtown has so many different needs from an infrastructure perspective, from a pedestrian perspective, from a small business perspective than anywhere else. They're just unique needs. This organization allows the opportunity to meet those unique needs. So,
I think our focus is building a platform that anybody interested in downtown, whether it's individuals, businesses, or other business organizations, can kind of onboard with. What I think makes us different than the Chamber, which is obviously the state's largest business organization, leading voice of advocacy, I think for us, we're really focused on downtown, issues of downtown. I know that the Chamber, Justin is even here today, the Chamber's often here, which is fantastic. They're focused right on state, national, as well as local. I think we're focused pretty much exclusively on issues that affect downtown. We're going to be working closely with them as much as they'll have us. We'd love to work as much as we can with LVGEA and as well as with your own staff. We think that this is a piece that when we look in other large metros, 2 million plus, there are downtown alliances. We know it. And we know they have great organizations or great working relationships with their regional economic development agencies, their chambers, not only their leading chamber, but also their diverse chambers. We think we can build those partnerships. And that's what I think we'll really focus on in the next 18 months.
Are you thinking in this alliance, I mean, having been knowledgeable about it in a small amount since my husband was mayor and its original seeds, are you looking at its purpose? If you had to prioritize two things out of its purpose, the alliance, what would it be?
I think it's, for me, I'll speak. I have the dual job of both member as well as consultant, so I'll speak as a member. I think the two most valuable things we can be doing are promoting downtown, and that's promoting for residents, live, work, and play, all of those areas, as well as working with you all, as well as the RTC and the county, to make sure that the physical improvements are in place for us all to flourish.
Yeah, I would agree. Promoting and coordinating with us in the city and communication are the key integral parts what our members want. So.
Great. It's wonderful. I mean, we're really excited to have seen the growth and the participation and the membership. Are there levels of financial participation dependent upon how old the business is, how many people it employs?
We offer membership choices that aren't necessarily restricted by number of employees or revenue. We chose to do a little bit more of a flat model. People can be affiliate members, which are $750, or $400 for a nonprofit. You can be a board member for $2,000 or $750 if you're a nonprofit, and that gives you voting rights. Or you can be a steering committee member, which are our highest level members, and those are $7,500 a year.
Okay. So, well, it's exciting, and we know you need money to operate, but I mean, have an avenue for a startup business to come in that wants to open in the downtown, whether it's in the Arts District or with the UNLV Medical School. I mean, I don't know if you called, does the UNLV Medical School site call itself downtown? How wide a swath are you?
I think we're waiting for the master plan to somewhat define some things, but I believe Councilwoman Tarkanian would agree that that is downtown, and I would agree with that statement too. But.
Yeah. So I mean, looking to that and just knowing that for new startup companies or businesses or medical care that come in as you review and continue to build and grow and change, just a thought there.
Yeah, and our membership committee is identifying a small business type of council or organization or membership levels that will help with that.
Thank you. It's exciting.
If I can add to that, Mayor, with your permission, of course, you know, I drank the Kool-Aid a long time ago when Oscar was mayor.
I knew there was something wrong.
And Todd, you know, our relationship over the past several years, I mean, when you guys came in and first met with me about the dreams and visions you and your team had for downtown, I mean, it was fabulous. I mean, you saw my reaction to your long-term plans, and they're coming to life. I mean, they literally are coming to life. And I think that's significant for the downtown heart of our city, that we don't lose focus on that. And just congratulations to you guys for continuing to move that machine forward, because we can't lose focus of our downtown and our core. And it's great to be part of this city council right now, Mayor and council members, because we're seeing it. We're getting to see this catalyst, and that we started a long, long time ago, and it's good to see it come.
Well, and you go to the meetings. So the meeting's open to the public.
The meetings are open to the public. We're actually really pleased to announce that we're going to shift a little bit on the meeting format. So traditionally we've held 6 meetings that were very board-oriented or kind of board meeting style. We're going to keep 3 of those a year, but we're going to shift the other 3 into more of receptions with keynote speakers. What our members were really clear is that they enjoy time with like-minded people. They want to meet more people downtown, and they want to know what's going on. So we decided we'd save them the trouble of doing meeting minutes every time we get together and serve some cocktails.
Oh, that's a bit, feed them and drink them and they come. And even if it's the Kool-Aid, they'll still come. Yes, Ken?
We thought it was a winning combination.
I want to ask him too, Mayor, because he mentioned the speaker series and Detroit's efforts. Can you talk to that for a minute with your permission?
Sure.
Can you talk about that? So, because a lot of us won't be there to see that or participate in it, so I think it's important that you talk about what Detroit has done, if that's okay.
Sure. Well, I think that we'll have a great opportunity to hear firsthand from them. What our opinion was, or our approach with this speaker series and talking to the city, was recognizing that our membership is growing, and you all are, of course, extremely active in downtown as a city, but the reality is that downtown is really the business of many more people, regional stakeholders too. So the intent in the speaker series was to bring in more partners, bring in residents, and really talk about the role of downtown in terms of regional economy and quality of life. We chose Detroit. The 2 themes, I should say, are we wanted to hear from people from other successful downtowns, if you will, or downtowns that are on the work or on the road of revitalization. So we chose 2 events. The first one focused on one city. The second one, which will be in the fall, and we'll be incredibly careful about scheduling around your calendars in the fall. The second one will be bringing a group of people from different downtowns to talk about how they've made their downtown the cornerstone of their region. So we have 2 different approaches. Detroit we chose because, you know, in many ways, for better or worse, we have a lot in common with Detroit. We certainly have a lot in common from economics and social indicators. We have historically had one predominant industry. When one predominant industry suffered, along with the rest of the country and the economy, a whole region suffered. And so we think there's some parallels there. We also think, as it's not just us, but whether it's Brookings or City Lab or anybody else, pretty extraordinary things are happening in downtown Detroit. And they're happening because of the people in Detroit. And so what we focused on in the speaker series was bringing people who are really the change agents on the ground. So not just CEOs, but we're bringing staff. We're bringing the Vice President of Government Affairs for the M1 Rail, which is one of the most innovative mobile systems or transit systems in the country. It was founded with about $60 million of philanthropy along with public funding. So we're bringing M1 Rail. We're bringing the Downtown Detroit Partnership, who in 2014 formed a business improvement zone, their version of a business improvement district. We're bringing a woman named Jeanette Pierce with her mother about 10 years ago decided that what would really connect people to loving their city was walking tours around their downtown. And in the times...
Bell just went off. Are we allowed to film that live? Film it live here? You're holding it at the D?
We are.
Yes.
Well, I was going to say, could it go on KCLV so everybody could hear, you know, the selected portion, and are we allowed to promote that Downtown Alliance is doing this? My gosh, the audience you could reach, and if it's as informative as it sounds like it's going to be, I think it could be a kick.
Mayor, for the record, David Riggleman, Communications Director. We can certainly help promote the fact that it's going to take place, but carrying it live is a different story about setting up cameras. We don't have the ability to set up and carry it and broadcast it live from that location.
But what we can do is we can film it and rebroadcast it, and so we'll work with David to try and make that happen for this series, and we can take it on Channel 2.
I think it's really would be a good idea, because the more audience you reach, the more enthusiasm you build, the more we all become better educated.
Well, Mayor, I asked that question on Detroit because they were just hammered. And
oh, of course.
because of the one industry, and I think that's very relevant.
But the alignment is right there.
But that's brilliant to get this thing recorded and then share it with the masses so they understand what we're trying to do, and you guys are trying to do as well.
Yeah,
we'll work with the city on that for sure. Thank you for that idea.
Exciting. It sounds wonderful. So I'll be watching it on TV after the fact. But we thank you so much. Will you be back soon, or do we wait another 6 months?
Probably 6 months is when
Yes,
we'll be back, unless
Councilman
we're asked.
Coffin.
Thank you
But I
very
promise
much.
we'll have a lot to report by then.
Thank you. I'm very proud to represent downtown, and I know if Councilman Barlow was here today, he would also be able to do that. I think he's representing Delhi in India right now or something, but he'll be back soon when the plane circles the world. I want to say thank you, and for what you're doing. You're carrying out your own corporate visions. There's lots of different corporate visions, but they all seem to be melding together, and that's partly because of the work of the city leading the way and taking some risks. There were some political risks, some financial risks undertaken over the last 10, 15 years that really have paid off. But not every hit is a home run, and sometimes it's a bunt single or a foul ball, but you get the point. You can't get anywhere if you don't take risks. And so I think this administration and the previous administration did the right thing, taking risks. Mayor Pro Tem Councilman Ross, who's really councilman for the world, spends as much time downtown as Councilman Barlow and I do. So he seems to be everywhere, and so the words he said are appropriate, certainly as appropriate as anything I could say. Keep it up, keep up our good name, and whatever we can do. You know, we have talked privately about things we can do to increase the footprint of various businesses downtown in order that they be more competitive with other places, not only in this valley, but other cities, wherever this kind of business develops. So there are things we can do through municipal powers, and the new housing at 9th and Fremont is a good example. And we'll just be ready to react to what you say, and I know you will be ready to react to things that we say so that we can bounce them off each other. And let's not be afraid to do that. Let's not be shy. You know, I'm capable of making a fool of myself in public as much as anybody in order to float an idea, whether it's dumb or smart, because I don't know unless somebody says so. So let's just say keep it open. Very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good luck. We are cheering with you and behind you and beside you. but
We
not in
appreciate
front.
that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. This also was a report, so there's no motion required. And we all know the 46 has been obeyed to the 15th of June.
Yes.
Okay, so 47 is next. Oh, that has been moved to time specific at noon. Number 47, we'll move on to 48. 48, or do we need a motion to do that?
No, we're just going to trail 47 until noon.
Okay, that's fine. Report by the Department of Public Works and discussion for possible action regarding the adoption of the Las Vegas Mobility Master Plan in reference to all wards. And we have Mr. Jansen here, I think. And yes, we do.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, members of City Council. Pleased to be here this morning. Before I get started on my presentation, I just wanted to give out a say of thanks to you all for the opportunity to work on this project. As a civil engineer by trade, this has been really, I think this is one of those projects that only comes around potentially once in a career. It's never been done before. Very few cities have actually gone through the effort to create a mobility plan, and I'm just very thankful that I had that opportunity to work on this one. On a daily basis, I have the opportunity to work with you and your staff to resolve transportation issues. Some of them are smaller, some of them are bigger, but I will tell you that the best satisfaction for me and my staff is when we get those citizen requests and we take care of them and hear back that the citizen's been resolved. It really gives us just great satisfaction. And again, I just want to thank you for your time and effort. This being our fourth council meeting on the mobility plan, the last three were intended to be 20 to 30-minute presentations, and they went a little bit longer. And I've enjoyed every minute of that experience working with you. So thank you. With that, I'll start my presentation. Just want to give you a little overview of the purpose of the presentation today. I'm going to go over the goals and vision of the plan. I'm going to give you a summary of the public input that we had in the plan. I'm going to give you some overview on some of the major project highlights. And they'll be in each category of mobility. So we'll have a category on transit improvements, on bicycle multi-use facility improvements, vehicular mobility improvements, pedestrian safety and mobility, and then also have a discussion on the future automated vehicle, connected vehicle technology. That's definitely going to be affecting us as time goes on. I also have our a sub-consultant here who helped us with our plan, our prime consultant, CH2M, who's done a phenomenal job working with us on this project. As our sub is Jeremy Aguero from Applied Analysis. He's going to speak on our business and financial plan. And then I'll go over what we feel are the next steps to move forward. So Las Vegas is a great city, not by accident. I think it's truly a great city by design. A lot of effort has gone into what makes our city a great city, and it comes back to design. You can tell when you go to different cities when there's been a lot of thought in how things are designed, and I just think it's a fair statement to say Las Vegas is definitely a city by design. With this plan, we're addressing our future head-on. We're looking at that 20-year period on what our needs are, in particular as a growing city. Some cities are not as lucky as us. We're looking at potentially 200,000 new residents based on some of the planning models over the next 20 years. And so we definitely want to be doing this effort to accommodate that growth. And interestingly, nationwide has an aging population. A lot of our baby boomer generations are retiring. I had a meeting not too long ago with some of our HR representatives where the city alone has a huge wave of folks that might be retiring soon. And so we want to be able to accommodate the aging population in our transportation system. And then, interestingly enough, the rising millennial generation who love downtown, the feedback we've gotten from talking with that group is they're not as car-focused. They actually like walking, biking, transit, and some of the data that we found shows that they're not buying cars as quick as we did in prior generations. I know when I was old enough to get a car, I had one, or I tried to cobble together enough. This generation's not doing that. They're taking a little bit longer because they just like having those other modes. So we're cognizant of that group being a larger part of our city. We have support and demand for transit. Looking at the latest data from RTC, last year was just about the all-time high for transit ridership in Southern Nevada. And on some of our corridors, you can see the lines, they're packed. And so that demand is there. And then I can't be remiss to speak just as Todd spoke on Downtown Alliance. We're definitely revitalizing our downtown. As I drive around downtown just earlier today, you know, you see the Inspire Theater cranes in the air, getting that building up. You have our great Supreme Court building going up. You have the brand new mixed-use development that Councilman Coffin mentioned. It's all over downtown, and that's just, you know, for the last few months, we've had so much going on. And so a large part of our mobility plan is going to be investing in the continued revitalization of downtown. And the last bullet is really the mobility plan is a blueprint for our future transportation investments. And it's just that. It's a blueprint. It's not fixed in cement. As our needs arise, we can adapt a mobility plan to address those needs that you may see at any time. And, but it's really going to help us move forward. So the goals of the Mobility Master Plan were to develop transportation connectivity within the city and externally, with downtown as the hub of the region. You might recall in one of our prior council meetings, Councilman Barlow made the comment, all roads should lead to downtown. And I would say that that's a great statement because some of those new connections that we have in the plan are going to make additional roads lead to downtown. And they'll be a lot more attractive with some of the investments we'll be making. We heard that we want to ensure that we continue to have the highest quality and safest roads possible. Safety is always at the top of our goal, and our citizens that we spoke to recognize that we have good roads, and we want to continue to have our roads in good shape. So a significant investment is in keeping our major roads in top condition. We want to support continued private investment in our community. And I'll tell you, the greatest compliment that I can get is when we do a project and a developer or a property owner will say, Mike, because of your project, we're going to invest in our property. I had that conversation just the other day along the main commerce corridor where I had a developer call up and said, because of your project, we're doing stuff. And so that's what we want to continue to do is help out that private investment by investing in the public transportation. We want to provide safe and convenient mobility choices, so that's for all modes. We're continuing to make our city smarter. As technology comes out, if we feel that it can help the way our transportation system works, we're interested. We may dip our toes in on pilot projects to make sure it's the right thing to do, but we're always keeping an eye out for that smart city element to make our infrastructure smarter. And then really, we're identifying investments that we need to achieve our vision. And a good example is the Downtown Master Plan. It has some visionary elements to it, and our transportation investments will make it a reality. I know in some of the briefings I had with you, we had some discussions on what is a lot of plans that affect the city, and that's absolutely true. The first thing we started with on a mobility plan was trying to capture every one of those planning documents that have talked about the city and bring them all together. And I'm just going to go over a few of them. Of course, the Las Vegas Medical District. Yesterday I had an opportunity to speak before the Las Vegas Medical District Board about some of our mobility plans. And I was on the agenda was an item to talk about some recent data that was secured where they polled approximately 500 medical professionals and asked them what are some of the things they feel are most critical to the success of the medical district. Not surprisingly, because our master plan was headed that way, they identified pedestrian improvements. 75% of those polled listed pedestrian improvements around the medical district as the top priority. And so I would have loved to have had that data a few weeks ago, but hearing it yesterday just reinforced our master plan has significant investment in that medical district. I had an opportunity to sit on some community charrettes with Project 100. This is a project that UNLV was doing for historic West Las Vegas, and they had a similar response. They want some additional complete street improvements that cover all modes. So we were able to capture some of the improvements that that plan identified. And then we've worked real closely with the planning department on the downtown master plan, and you will see significant investment throughout downtown to continue to achieve that vision. All of these smaller projects come up to the top regional plans, and about a year and a half ago, the Regional Transportation Commission Board adopted complete street standards. Mayor Pro Tem, I know you were on the board at the time, and that adoption was when you guys do a project, certainly look at the most important element of vehicular movements, but also look at those other modes. Look at the pedestrian improvements, look at the bike opportunities in transit. And so we've been using that as our guiding principle for each project that we look at to see where might they fit in. And then, of course, Southern Nevada Strong is another regional plan that we took a very close look at to make sure that we were following some of that guidance.
Excuse me, if I might just say something here. I think one of the things that helps us understand this, because it was so confusing to us, myself and my staff, on where we were. We were in this plan, we were in that plan, we were in another plan, and it was, I had to ask you to come and go over it again with us, and now I understand it. But it's like, and I think when you explained it as it's sort of a sphere of a master plan that has within it all these other plans, so that the entertainment district is one plan, and down, maybe another district here, and the medical district is another one. It's because the people that lived in my area were confused. Well, are we the medical district? Are we, they're saying we should be part of the Centennial Plan, we should be this or that. And I just think that when you give this, if you explain, this is a plan that is a sphere that covers all these other plans that will do the best for whatever their section of town is emphasizing.
That's absolutely correct, Councilwoman. Our goal was to tie them all together in the Mobility Master Plan, knowing that some of those specific area plans were kind of a little more focused in that one little area.
Right.
But our goal was for the entire city, and I think we were able to do that.
And showing how they all together then are a mobile unit.
Correct.
Yeah. I just wanted to mention that because it was very confusing, not just to our staff, but to many others that asked us questions, and then when you gave us that, we understood it much better.
Great.
Yeah.
Mobility plan investments were totally guided by resident input, and I wanted to walk you through some of the efforts we had to engage our community. Early on in the process, we visited multiple venues throughout the city to gather opinions from a large and diverse group of residents. We went to community centers, we went to weekend farmers markets, neighborhood events. We created a website that I also want to point out. Our website is mobilitymasterplan.vegas. The full document that I shared with you yesterday has been fully uploaded to that website. And that's a website that we also use to host online surveys. At some of the community events, we had some surveys we wanted citizens to fill out, but some of them didn't have time to fill them out. So we said, when you do have time, you can go to our website and fill them out. And so we had hundreds of surveys filled out on the online version. So it was a very helpful way to engage the community. We also made a lot of presentations. Anytime I had an opportunity to present before a community group to tell them about the mobility plan. We did that. And then we also had a steering committee in the beginning of our project to help guide us in how do we frame the mobility plan. And I'll give you just a little overall. We had over 1,000 responses to our mobility survey, and thousands of other residents were able to participate and see how the project was. And I also want to point out, one night Channel 8 had us on the news. They were at one of our community events, and they gave out the link, and it was very helpful, free advertising, if you will, to get folks to take a look at our website. So all in all, I think it was a really good engagement period. So let's look for a moment at our future without mobility improvements. Some of the things we heard from citizens was there's certain bottlenecks in the city, and they said, hey, Mike, this is a bottleneck I'd really like you to look at. Without fixing some of those bottlenecks, it just makes it a more congested intersection. As we continue to grow, that congestion would grow. Our commute times, interestingly enough, from the citizens we surveyed, a little more than a third have commutes that are over a half hour. And we envision, as time goes on with the growth of the valley, where I believe the valley growth is estimated at about 600,000 over the next 20 years, those commute times will certainly get longer, in particular as we develop far out. Good examples, Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem, we have Sky Canyon in the northwest, and we have Summerlin West. And the way things are today, those commutes probably still can fit in that 30-minute roll, but over time they will get longer. What we found, where we have congested intersections, we also have more traffic incidents. Often it's just through aggressive driving. Folks, if they have to sit to a second traffic light, they tend to run those red lights because they don't want to wait for it. And then I think it comes back to our development side. If we don't invest in our mobility improvements, then it could stagnate the economy, because developers need that capacity in some of our roads to see their projects become a reality. So that's some of the items that we wanted to point out that just makes it so important to invest in mobility. I'm going to walk you through a couple of the focused areas that we have. And the first one I was going to talk about is transit improvements. And the photos you see on this slide, the one on the left is the downtown San Diego light rail system. The one next to it is the Phoenix light rail system. And the one next to that is the closest thing we have, and that's our SDX line that runs right outside down the center, Casino Center. And as I've pointed out to some of you, that line is a tremendous success. It's the #2 most used transit line in Southern Nevada, right behind the Deuce. So when we designed that project years ago, it really came to fruition. The goals that we had to make that important for connecting tourists to downtown and employees to their jobs. And the last picture you see, of course, is our great Bonneville Transit Center, where all of the transit lines come together to get you to pretty much anywhere in the valley. So on the major fixed guideway transit investments, and by that I mean these would be investments that would have dedicated transit lanes. As we've discussed on some prior meetings, both the city and RTC have been working really close on all of these endeavors. And the RTC is ahead of us on a couple of lines. Of course, we've all heard about the Las Vegas Boulevard line that would go from the airport down the Strip into downtown with a transfer point at Bonneville Transit Center, and it would have an end terminal at Cashman Field. It seems like a no-brainer when you look at the ridership on the Deuce. If you look at any of the bus stops today, the double-decker buses, a lot of times the bus has to pass by because there's no room on them. And a light rail line would basically upgrade the capacity of that corridor. So the RTC, where they are right now, is they're moving forward with an alternatives analysis and an environmental assessment phase to see if that project can become a reality. They're actually slightly ahead, actually a lot ahead, on the Maryland Parkway transit project. This project has already completed the alternatives analysis, and it's now in the environmental assessment stage. And this is a great project for downtown. It initially was going to go from the airport, UNLV's main campus, and it was going to end at the Bonneville Transit Center. We worked with the RTC and said, boy, it seems like with the medical district, wouldn't it be great if we could link the UNLV medical campus on that same line? And when they looked at it, they saw the jobs and the additional ridership that that connection would make. And I'm happy to say that's now in the current plan. And so a very important connection for downtown, linking all of the college campuses together.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Jensen. I don't want to be short-sighted and leave North Las Vegas out of that equation. Are you guys talking to people in North Las Vegas about this with the RTC?
Great question, Mayor Pro Tem, and I'll show you how the region as a whole fits in. Our focus, of course, was on City of Las Vegas connections, but the region has a bigger picture plan, and I'll explain to you how that might come into play. So while the RTC has their hands full with the Las Vegas Boulevard line and the Maryland line, as part of our effort here, we were trying to identify what are those next corridors in the city that would feed onto this, if you will, the spine of the system that we see of the two lines that RTC has going, that Maryland line, that Las Vegas Boulevard line, as you can see in that picture, that's really the spine. If we can connect the next lines to that, we're going to have a really strong transportation system. So one of the lines that we saw to service the Northwest heading out is the Rancho Corridor. And a line right next to that is the Charleston Corridor. And if you recall, when we discussed the project back in September, we had a Charleston West and a Charleston East. And as we discussed that line with the Federal Transit Administration, they said, that's not what you want to do. It's the strongest line as one line. And the reason was you avoid a transfer. If it's two lines, you have to get out and transfer. And so from a ridership perspective, the strongest was one line, the Charleston line. And to show you kind of why we zoned into the Charleston line, it's the #1 commuter line in the network today. It's third highest ridership behind the Deuce and that SDX line. The next line is the Charleston line. So it's already a proven transit corridor, but it's a very slow corridor. Today, if you get on that bus at Charleston and Lamb or Charleston and Nellis and you want to take it to downtown Summerlin, it's an hour-and-a-half ride. And what a higher-order transit project does is it can cut that in half. And once you do that, you will get more ridership to use that facility because it's going to be more reliable. Today, that line is stuck in a lot of traffic. It's just a slow line, but it's very, very successful as a slow line. And that's why we saw the opportunity of, if we made it a great line, it would be that much better. I mentioned the Rancho line. The Rancho line is unique in that it's one of the few corridors in the city that still has very large parcels of land that's undeveloped. We're running out of land in the city. We don't have a lot of land. We've got a lot of little infill pieces. But on the Rancho Corridor, there's a lot of large chunks of land. And with that availability, we saw value where Rancho could be a transit-oriented development corridor. And Rancho also has a very wide right-of-way. It's 125 feet wide, so it's easier to retrofit with a light rail facility. In this rendering here, the light rail would be in the middle of the road, and you'd have your travel lanes, the bike lane, and we'd also, of course, have those pedestrian elements. But those two corridors are the ones that came to the top, at least in the city. And it's one thing to kind of sift them out, but you had asked us back in September, beyond sifting those out as opportunity corridors, how does it look for ridership? And so the next step we did was we had our consultant team work directly with the Federal Transit Administration. We said, here's our task at hand. How can we identify the ridership potential of these investments? And so, again, working directly with the FTA, using the methodology that they use nationwide with the appropriate adjustments for our community, very similar to like a Phoenix line, we looked at both corridors. And Charleston, I was not surprised to see today's average annual daily boardings is 11,000 riders a day. With the light rail investment, it shot up to 41,000 riders a day. Very, very strong. And so talking to the FTA, if we were to go to them and go through the process to try to get funding, looks mighty, mighty strong through the ridership analysis that we did. The Rancho Corridor had a similar good growth. And I want to explain the scenarios we did. We have the existing ridership, and then
Jansen, excuse me, Councilman Beers had a question or a comment?
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Was a break-even point calculated? How many thousands of daily boardings, at how many thousands of daily boardings does the line break even?
Do we know?
Councilman Beers, that wasn't a calculation we did. And I think the reason for that is the annual operations and maintenance costs would still have to be worked out because, just to give you a few examples, we would have train operators instead of bus operators. The vehicles that we'd actually be using on the corridor have not been nailed down. So this effort was to look at if you went to that higher order facility and you're able to reduce the travel times, where today these lines are also slow, to try to identify what the investment would trigger on a ridership standpoint. The break-even point would definitely come into looking at those annual operations and maintenance costs, and that would probably be on the next phase of the analysis for a corridor like this. Going through that federally mandated alternatives analysis and then the environmental assessment, they have a litany of steps you have to go through, and that information, unfortunately, we wouldn't have until we go through that step. But I will say the feedback from Federal Transit Administration was these looks like some pretty strong lines, and one of the things we wanted to show was if we do nothing, if we just leave the bus as is, the way it is today, the Charleston line basically has no capacity left because it's just so slow. You could see the baseline hardly grows at all from the ridership today to what it would do in 2035, just because it's such a constrained corridor with ridership slowness. The Rancho corridor is a little different, and the reason why the Rancho corridor had some growth is because there's so many vacant parcels still out there. So as those parcels develop, the ridership would go up. Whereas when you look at the Charleston corridor, there's just not a whole lot of vacant property out there. But we looked at it in steps. So the existing is what's out there today. The baseline was do nothing. High-capacity transit was taking it from a regular bus to a bus rapid transit, a BRT. And then we looked at a light rail that had the same operating characteristics as far as the service. The Charleston line today comes every 20 minutes. The Rancho line comes every 30 minutes. And then the next notch was that enhanced light rail where it would actually have service during peak hours in the 10 to 12-minute headway. So it would be coming a lot more frequently, and that's where it becomes more attractive because residents can be confident that as they come down to that line, it'll be there in a short period. And then the last factor is looking at nationwide impacts of a light rail project. You see additional redevelopment. You see densities change along that transit corridor. And so our analysis looked at all of those steps, and I think basically the message we had is both of these lines look strong for long-term, high-capacity transit investments. I'd mentioned to you that Route 206, again,
We
is
have
the
a question
third.
again from
yes.
Councilwoman, please.
Sure.
We've heard a lot about the Charleston and the Maryland. Basically, this is we're just beginning now to talk about the Rancho. And you're saying that this Rancho is will probably begin at Charleston?
The Rancho line, the way that line is today, Councilwoman, let me just show you. The Rancho line would utilize the Rancho corridor to the Alta Bonneville connection. Alta Bonneville is the route that takes you to the Bonneville Transit Center. So on that stretch from Rancho to Maine, as you feed the Bonneville Transit Center, you would have the Maryland line that's serving the medical district. You'd have the Charleston line on its way to the Bonneville Transit Center, and then you'd have the Rancho line that would be making its last stop at the Bonneville Transit Center.
What I'm trying to get at, would you be thinking of having the line go through those areas of Rancho which are strictly residential now with very little commercial? You'd be going past Rancho Circle, Rancho Bel Air.
We would be able to look at multiple alternatives, Councilwoman.
Scotch 80s. I'm just wondering if you're thinking of, because you talked about empty parcels of land, and of course there aren't very many empty parcels of land in that area. It's primarily residential, and are you thinking of having it go through there? Or would it be picking up maybe on Alta? Or, I mean, I'm just wondering.
There's a bus line on Rancho today that comes through that area.
There is a bus line, yes.
And so two of the options that we looked at is the line on Rancho could come down Rancho to Alta Bonneville and use Alta Bonneville to the BTC. The other option is it could come down Rancho to Bonanza and use Bonanza over towards probably Main Street and use that as the connection to the Bonneville Trans Center. And so the actual...
It would go by fewer residential areas than if it went down Bonanza.
It would.
That's
it
right.
would.
That's right. My concern is you're going to have a lot of feedback, I believe, from the residential areas on Rancho. That's some of the highest, most involved citizens we have in that area. I do not think they're going to want the light rail to run down Rancho past part of Scott Jady's, part of, as I said, Rancho Circle, Rancho Bel Air, and all of that. But if you came up Bonanza, you do have more empty parcels even in that area, and it wouldn't be a problem. I probably won't be here when that occurs, but I know right now that you will have a big problem, even if it's 20 years from now, because those residential areas on Rancho are, I think, among the oldest and the strongest. Yeah, Rancho Circle is one of the oldest, but some of the strongest fighting for their neighborhood people in the city. So I just wanted to mention that. I think I mentioned this once before in a meeting, that it might be, and then that was when the Bonanza suggestion was made.
Councilwoman, that's a great comment, and the great connection to that is when you would apply for Federal Transit Administration funds, that alternatives analysis, we can't even show them the alignment. You have to sort of start from scratch, and they would want us to look at multiple alignments. So this would by no means be the alignment that we're saying would happen. It's more or less at this concept stage trying to show how it would connect to the Bonneville Trans Center.
And my only concern is that it's in what you might say writing now. It's in permanent, and the alternative, the route shown is that route through that residential area. And I'm just concerned that sometimes as we move on and all these other heavy things hit us, it gets lost that there's another possibility.
Councilman, we could note that in the plan.
If you could just show there are alternatives,
Yes.
which was on the plan that I saw, it had alternative routes.
Right.
That would make at least me feel better.
We can absolutely make that clearer in the document so that it's clear that multiple alignments will be looked at.
Thank you.
Sure.
And we also have a question from Councilman Anthony, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So when I look at this picture here, the light rail, if you're in walking distance, no, go back to the map.
Okay.
So if you're in walking distance of those lines, that's great. You know, you can walk there, you can get on a light rail, you can go to where you want to go, then you get back on, you walk back to your house. But the people that are in the middle of the Northwest, the ones that are far away from there, what would be their incentive for using light rail? I mean, they have to drive to get there. Why would you? I'm just trying to think in my mind, why would you get in your car to drive to a light rail and get on the light rail? Where would you park your car? Why not just drive to wherever you want to drive? So the capacities that you're talking about, are you talking about people, these numbers here where it increases, where people are walking to the light rail or people are driving? So you kind of have to explain how that's going to affect people in the west and the northwest.
That's great comments, Councilman Anthony. All the communities that have invested in light rail, they've had to answer that same question. And the way the lines are usually designed is you'd have the group of folks who are within walking distance that would use the line, one part of that group. The second group would be using park and ride lots. We have some park and ride lots today. We have the Centennial Express line. We have the Westcliff Express. And most of these light rail facilities that have been built across the country, they align with the project. You'd have identified park and ride lots. And you ask the question, well, why would someone really want to go park and ride if they got on a light rail? It all comes back to travel time. What we found is so many folks are trying to get to the economic core, whether it's downtown or the strip car, to jobs. And as that travel time goes up, 1/3 of them now 30 minutes or greater, that travel time is going to go up because there's just only so much capacity for vehicles to get to those jobs on the resort corridor. And so in the communities where the light rail funds have been expended, it was because those times kept going up where motorists would say, you know what, this is actually pretty convenient. I can drive to the park and ride lot and hop on the light rail and do work. I mean, you know, today with laptops, with all of our smartphones, that's what you see in a lot of communities. They use it and they do work while they're getting delivered to their destination. But it's by no means just a walk-to line. It would also be integrated with a variety of park and ride lots. And exactly where they'd be placed, those would be some of the elements that would come out of that next phase of analysis.
Okay, so that's part of the plan, is to have a park and ride at the tips of these and then at various locations.
Yeah,
Okay.
and some of the communities, Councilman, that have done those, they made the park and ride lot actually like a mixed-use development. You actually had the parking garage, and on the ground level, you had commercial retail to make it a real active transit center. And so we'd be looking at a similar type of park and ride lot so that it's not just a surface lot because the land values are projected to go up. It would be an integrated, you know, key element to work and complement the light rail system.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue.
So just I wanted to follow up again. Charleston came to light because it's such a popular route today. Just wanted to make sure you recognize that's kind of how that one came to the top. It's just a great line today for as far as demand. The next transit project I wanted to talk about is our downtown circulator. And we had a lot of great discussions on this, Mayor Goodman, and with all of you. And when we last met in September at the Smith Center talking about this, we heard loud and clear, let's get this thing rolling as soon as we can. And so after that meeting, we worked on putting out an RFP, a request for proposals. And we've actually had 3 vendors submit proposals to us. We're in the process of evaluating those proposals, and we're going to be setting up interviews. The 3 vendors were Ford Motor Company, San Diego Free Ride, I think they're called the Free Ride, and then the third one was our own Local Motors, which is a company downtown that is getting into the business of transportation. And so we're evaluating those proposals, and we'll probably be reporting back to you shortly on where those proposals stand. But as you had advised us, the idea behind the circulator is, with all the great destinations downtown, this is showing sort of a phase 1 circulator pilot route. It's a 4.7-mile connection. And the idea is park once when you get to work downtown or if you're a visitor, and then when you want to go check out the mall, you want to go to the restaurants in Fremont East, hop on the circulator.
Could you, and I don't want to interrupt you, but I have to, could you just, with your finger, tell us what those streets are?
Sure.
So pick any spot and just...
The loop that we have is right in the center here. That's Alta Bonneville, and it comes down to Main Street. It would go south on Casino Center to Garces. And the Garces line is a very destination is the Pawn Plaza and some of the other businesses in that area. Then it would continue north on Las Vegas Boulevard. It would go east on Carson, where we have all the new restaurants that have popped up. It would go north on, it looks like 7th, right by Container Park. And then it would go west on Fremont East, back to Las Vegas Boulevard. And then it would go down Stewart. It would have a stop right at the, for the Zappos facility, for the Ma Museum, the Downtown Third, all the restaurants that are in that area. And then it would come down Main Street. It would service, again, all of the businesses along that stretch, including City Hall. And then it would come back to Bonneville, continue west. It would service the medical district. This, I believe, is Shadow Lane. And then it would come down Charleston and loop back up by Grand Central. And the interesting thing about some of the vendors is they're looking at a line, Mayor, that would be a fixed route, but also one that when you need a ride, you hit your app and say, hey, I could use a ride. And the application would tell you the next circulator is 6 minutes away. So you have that digital information between the rider and the vendor. That's one of the things we hear the most is folks saying, well, how long is it going to take for the circulator to come get me? If they have that information at their fingertips, we believe it would make it a much more attractive service. But the bottom line is to try to improve mobility downtown and allow folks, we've heard it, some folks feel that it's hard to park. You leave your office and you go over to park. I know I've worked real closely with Brandy and her staff. We think parking is pretty good downtown. We've worked hard to improve it. But that's the message you hear, and a line like this this would make it that much easier to get around and enjoy everything that downtown has to offer.
And if I might add one, or question you one more thing, on the circulator, will there be, just at this point, I know everything's up in the air, but are you estimating 1 or 2, 3 units continuously moving, or what is the estimate at this point?
The estimated, so they have service hours that would be adjusted based on the demand throughout the day. So for example, during the lunch period, very high demand. Right after work, everyone wants to go and enjoy downtown. So you would be able to insert additional vehicles to meet that demand. And everything would be GPS based, so they'd know exactly where riders are getting on and off, and you'd track the data. And so some of the initial information we got from the vendors is anywhere between 6 and 10 vehicles would be used to accommodate those peak periods. And then it would dial back off as the demand went down. And so those are certainly some details. We're still working out the exact service hours, what they might be on Saturdays and Sundays. But again, we'll be coming back to report and update on the status of the project.
Mayor, if I can stop right there for just a second, because of the circulator, you know, it's easy to get on one of the expresses to get to the Bonneville Transit Center and then jump on the circulator to get to your final destination, especially if you do work in the medical district and you live out in the Northwest or the west side of town for the West Cliff Express, or even in Henderson for that matter with the Boulder Highway Express. I mean, this is wonderful to see this, and will create lots of opportunities, I think.
Mayor Pro Tem, you hit it on the head. It's a complement to the existing transit system. You know, if folks knew that they could take a line to the BTC and then not have to necessarily walk maybe that last mile and a half, but could hop on something like this in a frequent and reliable time frame, that's the value we see in it. And so the direction we're headed is to create a pilot program, kind of dip our toes into this particular operation and see if we can justify the ridership. And again, we'll have more information to share with you soon on this, but I know this was one that you wanted us to jump on right away. Moving to another mode, the city did a survey of citywide residents, and about 30% of our citywide residents indicated that they use a bicycle for recreation and for transportation purposes. And we see that rate getting higher for a couple of reasons. One, we continue to improve our network that's out there. And two, things like electric bikes. I know Councilman Beers and I were joking at one of the prior council meetings, the Alta Bonneville corridor downtown to Red Rock. It's such a great line coming down from Summerlin, but it's a pretty tough ride going up the hill. And these electric bikes now, because of the automotive technology, the Priuses in those cars, you can now get a reliable electric bike for a very low cost that can go 20 miles, 30 miles. And as those electric bikes become more affordable and more reliable, we just see it as a mode that can definitely be growth. The growth's there, we think, for the bikes. So I'm going to walk you through some of the improvements that we identified on the bike mode side. Our team looked at almost every street in the city to see where we have an opportunity, and we did receive, not too long ago, the League of American Bicyclists recognized us by giving us a bronze certification for being bike friendly. And what they told us was, you guys have made a big progress getting bike lanes on the street. But what they told us was, you need to add some better lanes. We've got some 4-footers that are tight, and the nationwide movement is to have bike lanes on those higher speed facilities that have a buffer. And so those are some of the feedbacks we heard. We also heard that we have a number of sections where the lane is going and then it hits a pinch point at an intersection. Some of our citizens pointed that out. Mike, we love that lane on Street X, but you know, when you get to that intersection, it doesn't fit through. And that's just because the intersection was a little too tight. And so we've tried to capture all of those elements where we have gaps, where we have opportunities to make the bike lane better. And that's kind of what our summary is here. We've got a lot of lanes today, so the 47 miles may not seem like a huge addition, but that's because we have a pretty good base network. The 89 miles are where we're going to enhance those existing lanes. We're going to make them from a tight 4-foot lane to a better lane that has a buffer, which is really what we want to have on some of our higher speed, higher volume corridors. We also heard that folks love to use trails. the trails that we have. You see them in the evening. Folks are enjoying the trail. We've identified about 23 miles of additional off-street trails that could be used for that purpose, for that recreation side, but also for the transportation side. I wanted to show you a couple of examples of the state of practice as it relates to better bike lanes. We identified an opportunity on the Stewart Avenue corridor. East Las Vegas today has one corridor that has a prime bike lane, and that's the Washington corridor. And we identified an opportunity on the Stewart corridor because it's a 100-foot right-of-way. It's a very wide street. It's only striped for 2 lanes, so there's a lot of room to improve it. And what we would be proposing on Stewart would be a fully protected bike lane. None of these currently exist in Southern Nevada, but I will tell you these are the types of bike lane improvements that are being built throughout the country. And so it protects the bicyclist from...
So much better than what's in existence with zero protection.
Correct.
Awesome.
So it's the other part here, what's interesting with the Stewart Avenue corridor, we tried to identify where those needs are. And Stewart Avenue, we found that in many cases, 2 out of 3 residents along the corridor, they don't have access to a car. They're reliant on the transit system, on walking, and we believe the bike improvement would make it a very helpful mode for serving that corridor. This is a project that's under the bike mode, but it could really be under any mode. This is the US 95 completions. This is a project that could be in the vehicular mode, it could be in the pedestrian mode, or it could be in bike. I have it here in bike, and I want to show you why. Today, we have bridges that are not completed. At Vegas Drive, it's half a bridge. At Alexander Road, it's half a bridge. At Lone Mountain, it's half a bridge. And at Grand Teton, we don't have a bridge there yet. And what's happened, what we heard from our citizens is, we've done a great job putting bike lanes on each side of 95, but then when you get to the bridge, the bike lanes end abruptly, and we have this little narrow 1 lane in each direction. And so these projects would complete the bridges to their ultimate configuration. Pedestrians today, when they're walking on the north side of some of these bridges, they have to cross the street because there's only a sidewalk on the south side. Motorists told us some intersections, like at Vegas Drive, it gets very congested. Councilwoman, we've been working on the senior apartments there at Vegas and US 95. And this is one of the things we saw in that area where we'd like to have that sidewalk and we'd like to complete the bike network. So again, this is one of those projects that works for every mode, but I had it under the bike mode because that's what we heard from some of our citizens. And finally, on the bike mode, we ran that survey. We worked with the Southern Nevada Bicycle Coalition, and we identified a series of potential bike improvements, and we asked them, which one would you rank as the highest priority? And not really surprised, they said that 215 Beltway Trail is the one you got to complete. And we have portions that are completed today. This exhibit shows you that the trail is complete all the way down to Tropicana towards the south side of the Beltway, and it continues all the way north to right around Alexander Overpass. And we right now have under construction the piece from Alexander up to Centennial. And so that whole western side of the Beltway Trail will be complete very shortly. What we want to do is put in that piece in the north, the piece that runs east-west between Centennial, approximately near Wallapai, and take it all the way over to Decatur, where it links up with the Las Vegas Wash Trail, which goes for miles and miles and miles. And so when we heard that from the citizens, we weren't surprised. Again, if you drive the Beltway, you'll see lots of folks using that trail, whether they're on skateboards or on rollerblades. You name the mode, that trail is used. The other thing we also heard is some of the stretches of trail that we've installed doesn't have the amenities yet. We have the trail in, but some of it's not lit. Some of it doesn't have benches. And so the project we've identified is to complete the Beltway Trail through the city limits and add some additional amenities to it. Moving on to the vehicular mobility, this is certainly the workhorse. More than 8 out of 10 of our residents drive their car for getting to work. And so as we looked at our mobility needs as it relates to vehicles, we found that first priority was keeping our arterials and collectors in top order. So we identified the 10-year street rehab program to ensure all those roads are kept in top order. We also identified new interchanges that could service traffic throughout the city better, including the City Parkway interchange right outside our door here at 515. And we also identified those intersections where we found that there's congestion. So we tried to capture opportunities to better utilize our streets, finish streets that are kind of not fully complete, such as those bridges, and then also address the needs at some of those very busy intersections. I'll give you just a couple of examples. The first one I wanted to talk to you about was Summerlin Parkway. It's truly the workhorse for the Summerlin West area, and what we're seeing is huge traffic volume growth. We did a count a few weeks ago, and the stretch west of Crestdale has significantly grown to a little over 60,000 vehicles a day. And we had a neighborhood meeting with Councilman Beers on this project to go over the first phase, which is under construction now. That's a safety cable barrier that's going to be placed in the median to reduce the potential for cross-median collisions. We also have multiple other phases, but there's no question that Summerlin Parkway has some needs, and with this project, we're going to fill those needs.
With that barrier that's going up, is that beautiful landscaping all coming down then?
Mayor Goodman, the barrier will be integrated into the existing median. There are some trees and bushes that can't be within a certain distance of the barrier, so we're having to relocate some of those. But generally speaking, the impacts to the landscaping for this phase is relatively minor. But I'd be lying to you if I said there's not a few bushes that have to come out. We mentioned interchanges. In the Northwest, I can remember when we had at-grade interchanges on 95, where you had to actually cross it at grade, and it was pretty hairy. This is the last intersection that's like that in the city. It's US 95 at Kyle Canyon. This is the Jewel connection for all of us who live here in the summer to go up and cool off on Mount Charleston. It's getting busier and busier, and for that reason, we secured funding. This project's already in design. The city's been leading the design effort on the Kyle Canyon interchange, and because of its connection gateway to Mount Charleston, it's going to be a pretty spectacular interchange. It's going to have all the modes covered, and this is one that should be going to construction next year. It'll service some of that growth we have up there from the Sky Canyon development as well.
Can I chime in here, Mayor?
Please, go
as he brings that up. I did, my staff and I had the opportunity to tour with NDOT this last week, the 21595 Centennial Bowl, if you will, that massive bridge out there, which is pretty spectacular, and understanding how it's all constructed in the whole 9 yards. So NDOT did explain to me that this will be actually moving forward next year, which is kind of exciting because it also falls into the plan with the Sky Canyon development, all the things that Mr. Perigo's team has been working on with the developer agreement with the Olympia folks up there. So this is just wonderful to see all of this coming to fruition again. Mr. Jensen, so I appreciate you highlighting that. And then there won't be any more at grade. Even down at Snow Mountain, the Paiute Indian Reservation, they've got a bridge and an on and off ramp there too. So we're moving forward to make this a safer commute to Mount Charleston.
And you mentioned the Centennial Bowl. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about that project. Here it is right here, the Centennial Bowl. This is a great example of how the city, the county, and NDOT truly work together, as well as RTC trying to fund these projects. This is a project where we all know US 95 is an NDOT road, 215 is a county facility, and our interest is those local streets, trying to make those connections. And we were able to work out a project that's going to give us that new interchange, the John Herbert Sky Point interchange at 215. We're also going to connect Oso Blanca. Oso Blanca today just dead ends. It's going to come underneath 215 and come right into Centennial Center.
And if I can again, Mayor, interject. You know, Mr. Jensen, you know me. I've been working with NDOT for the past 11 years on this entire system. And when I got elected in 2005, those connections weren't there. So, you know, my hat's off to NDOT, certainly your team and your department, and for helping, you know, get us to this point, because this is much better for the connectivity and circulation to the employment centers and to the people who live out in the Northwest.
Thank you. Well, I certainly agree with everything the councilman just said, because it's a public works nightmare until it's finally done, and then we live with it and forgot how bad it was before. Like any pain you've been receiving, it goes away. But there is a pain that still echoes in my mind here every time I see the words Oso Blanca. It just truly drives me into a mild rage, because I know We have known for years that that's incorrect Spanish, and so we have thousands of Spanish place names here in the town, and I can only think of one that glares at me as being gendered, how do we say it, in gender disagreement, if you will. And there's no such thing as an Oso Blanca. And so the black bear, the bear, the white bear is going to be female or male, I suppose. I think it's male. So it should be Osa Blanca or Oso Blanco, but I believe Osa Blanca would be the more
You're
appropriate.
just saying incompatible
No,
and
as long as we are running this city out to Reno,
grammatically
because that's where we're going, then this street is going to exist all the way to Reno. And I think we should try to do our very best, as soon as Councilman Ross leaves, to do our very best to change that. While we still can afford to, because you can still change names of streets on signs and so on, before we get a lot of businesses up there, and they'd all have to change the names of their business address with incurring enormous expense we'd have to reimburse them for. So I'd never miss an opportunity to try to point out how weird we look to the rest of the world, to the tourist world, and to the 30% of our population that understands when gringos can't speak proper Spanish. They do their very best, but they look kind of dumb. Thank you.
Councilman Coffin, I'll work with NDOT on that. Oso Blanca, as it is today, is an NDOT road, but I think we can definitely explore trying to get the name correct.
Oh, is it NDOT even inside narrower in the area?
Correct. The whole length of Oso Blanca is still an NDOT facility.
That's good to know, because Governor Sandoval should appreciate this.
He doesn't speak Spanish.
Well, he's like me, we're fourth-generation Californians.
Councilman
All right.
Beers, I know you want to chime in about the Spanish incompatibility.
No, it was more about early adoption of transgender equality. I think we should look at the name of this road as a blue ribbon, a mark of the tolerance.
Okay, how say you, Councilman Coffin, to that comment?
Excuse me,
Oh, I
Mayor.
don't say anything, Your Honor. I'm sorry I said too much. But anyway, you get the point. Thank you.
But anyway, you could discuss this with the state.
Yes, absolutely. I'll
Because
follow up on it.
It is strange. So there are some things that I know every time I pass them by, they're grammatically incorrect. It's a grain on me. But it's too late to change some things. But this, we have the opportunity. So you can talk with them, and if they want to, they can change, and if not, they can be the leader in transgender tolerance.
Fair enough. Just the last item on the vehicular side I wanted to point out is we're going to be building the first of its kind in Southern Nevada. It's a direct connect interchange at Elkhorn, and it's going to service the park and ride lot that's in this facility here, some of our very large charter schools that's in this area, and then a development plan that's coming in this sector. This interchange is going to be very helpful to service some of these activities in that area. And again, it'll be the first one built in Southern Nevada. It's just going to help distribute traffic where today is currently heavily using Durango to the north and the other Durango on 215. So this is, again, an interchange design that will be leading the effort to have this one built. And I think it's going to be very helpful for this area of town. Just want to move on to pedestrian safety. And, every project is going to have pedestrian safety elements. But as you heard this morning from Downtown Alliance, as we heard from the Las Vegas Medical District, a very large focus area is in the downtown Fremont East area and just the whole downtown core, as well as the Medical District and in historic West Las Vegas. Just want to give you a few examples. Working with the neighborhood on Owens Avenue. The green area does not represent grass. I apologize, that's the color that was used. It's mainly representing, those are areas that are going to be allocated to some aesthetic elements that will provide a buffer from the sidewalk, where today we have no buffers. And so it's the type of design that we're moving towards. And I'll just show you one or two others. Here's the project that would link City Hall right outside here. Here's City Hall. Here's Clark and Main. The bridge would go over the railroad tracks, and it would touch down onto Symphony Park and continue on its way. And we work with Smith Center to look at some different alternatives. In this layout, Smith Center would only have that frontage road there so that the bulk of the traffic would stay to the north. And again, this isn't the final concept, but I wanted to show you that we are moving in that direction. And I'd be remiss without showing you Main Commerce. We broke ground last week.
Your Honor. This is really important, and I'm sorry, I'm not important, but what you just covered in just 2 minutes is what worries me the most, because I believe everything else is moving forward. Everything else has a constituency. Those who drive cars, those who build rail facilities, and who have a profit motive involved. They're going to keep helping us move this ball forward so that there will never be a loss of interest in how to make this happen. But what I'm worried about is our pedestrian safety. Right now, Charleston is probably the most unsafe street in Las Vegas, and it is our fault. It is the city's fault, and maybe in sections where the state has an interest and RTC has an interest, we have created a terrible, dangerous spot for our people. Everywhere there is an infrastructure outlet to the surface, whether it be a street light, a fire plug, a utility pole of any kind, in some cases phone and power poles, are sticking out of the ground right in the middle of our sidewalks. Yeah. And I saw once, not long ago, a person in a wheelchair near the Las Vegas Boulevard and Charleston, where I live, drive right off of it because it wasn't wide enough, and his wheel went off to the left into the traffic. He fell out of the chair, but people stopped in time. It was pretty scary. But it happens all the time, and it happens, you know, you read about the bus stops, and it sounds like tornadoes attacking trailer parks. But in fact, it is amazing the coincidental crashes into bus stops because they are right on the traffic. And so what we did over a number of years, which ties it into the rest of the study then, is we made roads wider and wider and wider because we thought that was the main need. We had to make room for traffic. But we have reached the limits, and as you know, downtown in our feeder and our local streets, we are now narrowing the roads. And we are narrowing the lanes, we're widening the walkways, and that's good, and that's going to always continue. But we actually have an urgent situation now. We have people being killed now on Las Vegas Boulevard and Charleston, and I think those are the two worst, although maybe we have more reports that could show worse. And, you know, every time I drive by the Pawn Stars show at Gold and Silver Pawn, and I see 100 people lined up on that 5-foot sidewalk, I think, oh, God, I mean, if some nutcase or some drunk just goes up, it'd be worse than that crash out there on the Strip months ago. So we have to start now, before we get sued. I think we'll get sued by the federal government. Somebody's going to sue us because it's a product of our own creation. We're going to have to start taking property, literally only 1 foot, 12 to 18 inches of property around our infrastructure to allow people in wheelchairs and pedestrians. 2 people walking abreast are not safe. To get this on, and it has to be an urgent program. We can't just wait for federal monies to come in as we do our sidewalk programs. We are really in trouble here. So I guess I've taken this opportunity to highlight the danger out there, and I defy anybody here to go walk along Charleston within a mile of Main and a mile of the boulevard in either direction and not get scared. And what you see are frequently transit passengers, poor people walking, and the occasional customer of a retail outlet. But otherwise, you know, we lose people, and it just doesn't make headlines. It does when a bus stop gets hit. But we need to move everything away or make the lanes narrower right away. But I prefer to try to buy a little property from people, making reasonable offers and condemning, if we have to, a small portion, literally 6, 10, 12 square feet of property to make it possible for people to get around these barriers. So I hope that can be, that almost has to be an appendix of what you're doing, but it's so urgent. It's really not part of a plan. It should be today's solution. It's going to cost money, and we don't have it because we don't have enough tax money, et cetera, and yada, yada. But really, I wanted to just interrupt on this issue to make sure that it's highlighted as part of our presentation.
Councilman, I'd like to show you if I can address that. The last slide on the vehicular mobility, pedestrian safety, the importance of Las Vegas Boulevard. One of the signature projects in the mobility plan is reconstructing Las Vegas Boulevard from Sahara all the way to Owens. And as you can see in this rendering, one of the goals of that project is to get those sidewalks no less than 10 feet, and we're shooting for 15 feet. And to do that, we're going to maintain our travel lanes that we have on the boulevard, 2 lanes in each direction, but we're going to pull the curbs in as much as we can to reclaim a little bit of space, use some excess right-of-way that we have, and we believe we have a plan that can give us that 10-foot sidewalk, and we're shooting for 15. I think that'll address some of the concerns you've noted on a place like over at the Pawn Stars.
Well, definitely that would happen, Your Honor, if I could continue. That'll happen, but it'll take 15, 20 years. And I'm really worried about people dying now, and I don't want to try to be a headline grabber on this stuff. It's just that we should be thinking about it because we are responsible for creating the problem in the first place. We encouraged growth, we encouraged people to drive downtown, and we encourage them to drive fast because our lanes are wide, maybe too wide. So it's awfully expensive to change lanes, but you can restripe, and you can literally do that pretty quick. Or we can take action by starting to buy land from people with a reasonable price offer and getting around little obstructions. It's worse at corners, and there you find usually a C-store or a gas station or some outlet that has extra land and could do it. But we've got to do this right away. The city manager is going to squirm on this, but you've got to do something.
Well, I think it's important to put on the record that we have over $5 million that is set aside this year's budget to be able to address sidewalk and pedestrian-related issues. It's not all federal funding. More than half of it is general fund funding. So, pardon me, about half of it's general fund funding. So we have completely reprioritized based on as many conversations as we've had at council about pedestrian safety to build up that part of the budget in what is a very flat budget year to try and address some of the areas of concern. This has been something that Councilwoman Tarkanian, I mean, how long have you been serving, Councilwoman? Nearly 12 years? Right. I mean, every year we've been working to build that up. Jerry Walker has done an incredible job of putting together a sidewalk replacement and repair plan to address the highest need areas. We've done the ADA review plan that was presented to you all about 6 months ago through our strategic analyst program to explain what we are doing within our facilities. We hear you. I just don't want it to sound like this has fallen on deaf ears and that nothing's happening. We are doing what we can within the resources that are available to us to hit the highest priority areas as quickly as we can. And I will be certain to make sure that we're doing an evaluation of the traffic fatalities, car on PED again. We've done that presentation to you to find out if the Charleston, Maine, Charleston, Las Vegas intersections have the highest PED on car fatalities, because that's the first time I've ever heard that. And I want to make sure we have the latest data available to the council as we go forward in rolling out that sidewalk improvement plan. And just to be clear, the project that Mike just laid out, which is the improvement of Las Vegas Boulevard from Sahara all the way downtown, is not a 15-year plan. We're in design right now. We've already hired the contractor. So hopefully that will happen much faster, Councilman Goffin, not 15 years from now. You know, we do have to get the funding. A lot of the funding for many of these projects that Mike has described is heavily dependent on the FRI 2 legislation passing, which he will get to in a minute, and I hope he's going to wrap up soon because we have a 12 o'clock certain. But we do need to
Your Honor, I gotta
talk
interrupt
about
Betsy.
how these projects are all going to unfold.
I really will be brief because, look, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Betsy. You're doing what you can with the resources you have. And the reconstruction stuff you're talking about as far as the $5 million, and you've done a lot in Ward 3 for our people, so I really appreciate that. No, but we're talking about whole sidewalk rebuilds and or construction where none exists. But here I am talking about literally a quick fix to a very dangerous problem. I'm going to have to explain this in briefings or in private meetings, but literally you can take and you can drag a little corridor of concrete just right around some of these obstacles, take a foot of somebody's land, and you can do that with their agreement, I know we can, and make it safe. It is a fact that we have a danger there, and we've been very lucky not to have a mass killing right there in these areas. So thank you very much.
I know this is on the radar, and Ms. Fretwell's really working on it, and only because of this time certain. Well, you've got 9 minutes left.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
I'm going to skip forward to our business and financial plan, where I'm going to turn over these last few slides to Jeremy Aguero from Applied Analysis. He's going to talk a little bit about the funding that we have in front of us. And without further ado, Jeremy is the manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand your time is very limited, so I will be very brief. I just have a few slides to talk about the business plan in general. Most notably, when we think about a business plan, we typically think about return on investment and we think about generating profitability. But from the city standpoint, it is all about increasing the quality of life. On the left-hand side, of course, is the city's mission in terms of what you're trying to accomplish. On the right-hand side is a few of the key elements. Sure.
I seem to be the only one listening. Could we get our counsel back?
Excuse me, I was so interrupted. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett.
Okay.
Please, no apologies
I
at all. I'm more
know.
than happy
You've
to.
spent the morning waiting for your opportunity and helping us out here, so I'm sorry. Please continue.
My pleasure, Mayor. On the right-hand side, there's just a few things that I wanted to note as we're going through. Most specifically, the fact that the population growth is going to happen anyway. The congestion that Mike was talking about is going to happen no matter what we do. We are now the 5th fastest growing metropolitan area, over 1 million people in the United States. When this process began, I think we were negative in terms of growth. Our economy is diversifying, both in the downtown area and throughout the city. We're recording record visitation, including those that are bridging the gap between the Las Vegas Strip and downtown. Our demographics are different in terms of ages and ethnicities, which require different modes of transportation in order to increase social equity. Our density is increasing, particularly will be advantaged by some of these transit corridors that we talked about, and perhaps most importantly, there is some degree of financial uncertainty, which Ms. Fretwell talked about a moment ago. What Mike just went over is 180 different projects, and I should have began by expressing thanks to Mike and his team. I have never worked with a better group of individuals. Their expertise is surpassed only by their passion. I should also thank Barty and Azadi, who's behind me, I think, to my right, back there from CH2M, who has worked tirelessly on this project. But this slide reflects 180 different projects. All those little dots and lines that Mike just put up is 180 different improvements talking about meeting that demand for growth and increasing that quality of life that we've talked about. $2.1 billion of those, of course, are the light rail, higher order transit projects that he discussed. There is no silver bullet for this. If you've seen how one set of transportation projects are funded, you've seen how one set of transportation projects are funded. There is a litany of these. You'll see this pie chart that I've put in front of you that talks about all of those different sources. I will point out that 27% that's shown there, it was mentioned a moment ago about the importance of fuel indexing. If that does not pass, we are going to have some very hard conversations to discuss as we go forward.
And that's up for vote in November.
Yes, ma'am.
A 10-year extension.
Exactly right.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And I added this quote from United States Secretary of Transportation Anthony Fox. I won't go through it at all. The long and the short of it is we have to look at every opportunity that we have in the United States to fund our transportation infrastructure. Federal government took a huge step forward with the FAST Act, which will deliver some additional funds, including public sector and private sector and the like. There we need to prepare for some degree of uncertainty. We have developed both conservative, mid-case, and aggressive scenarios reflecting the fact that I wish I could project for you what every one of these revenues is going to develop or what the demand is going to be on the network. They've developed a remarkable transportation plan. It's not a question of if these will be developed, it may be a question of when. If revenues and demand exceed expectations, you will need to accelerate some of these projects. If they come in under expectations, you may need to push them out. But they've done a remarkable job of prioritizing that. In addition, at least the roadway elements, those complete street elements that have been discussed appear to be feasible, in terms of year of expenditures, $1.4 billion, in terms of expected inflation-adjusted revenues, $1.5 billion, which means that we've got $84.8 million of excess, at least as of today, using only the mid-case scenario. That will turn to a deficit if revenues come in under expectations. The surplus will be greater if there is more revenues that come in. There are uncertainties that are out there. The federal government and how much it's willing to fund. Right now, up to 50%. We've modeled it in at 40. Roadway transportation management strategies. We've talked a lot about NDOT thoroughfares versus the city's thoroughfares and how those monies can be shared and how those projects will ultimately be allocated. And then the final one is incremental transportation revenue sources. There's a lot of question marks around these. We've tried to plan for those uncertainties, but certainly this business plan will continue to develop over time. I would only finish with this set of comments. When you talk about the business plan and investment, it is about the return on that investment. Constructing these projects in and of themselves will create about 30,000 person years of employment. That's one person employed for a single year, generating $1.7 billion in increased wages and salaries to local residents that will work on those projects. Currently, congestion costs this community billions of dollars, about $900 per commuter per year. The cost of doing these projects versus the incremental cost of congestion aren't even comparable to each other. When we think about increased economic output from economic development and diversification, we're talking at stabilization at about $8.5 billion. These are measured between about 1.5 times to as much as 4 times for every $1 that we put in. These pay off around the United States. We believe the same would be here. And ending where I began, it is all about quality of life when we think about a city. I can't think of anything that is going to be more significant to improving the quality of life for residents of Las Vegas than these projects. With that, I will turn it back over to Mike. And again, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Jeremy. And that report's available online? Copies of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, mobilitymasterplan.vegas is where the full report is. And I just would end with, that is our plan, and they would be phased over those 20 years. $1.3 billion would be the investment. The transit projects will be looking for a different funding source to fund those. That's my plan, and I appreciate your time today.
Only because of the time limit, you've been absolutely phenomenal. We feel your passion. We know your training is right there. You've done a great job, and it's wonderful because every time we could be here all day just asking you questions and talking. The only last piece is how to find those, how do we get the funds if in November as we move Fry along, those vehicles that don't use gasoline. So how are they going to participate in helping to fund the roads must be included somehow. And we need to get the feedback of what you're looking at in the future, if you would.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Briefly? Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Jensen, thank you. Mr. Guerra, always nice to have you here. From your point of view and perspective, we can do all of these right now. That's kind of what I'm getting from it. And I think timing is of the essence in doing that for the quality of life, not only for our visitors, but for people that live here. And I think that's quite significant. So I appreciate your comments in regards to that.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you, sir.
Well, and while you're both standing there, I mean, Tina Quigley has done such a fabulous job over at the RTC, especially over the past 2 years getting that transportation study done. I mean, these are all big kind of regional issues. I know we're just looking inside the city limits right now, but these are regional issues for all of us to be talking about on a regional level with the other governments as well. So I want to, send kudos out to her for her hard work. Mayor, you let me serve on that board for 6 years. And
Councilwoman
Tarkanian.
And I'd just like to add to that, I agree with you and give those kudos to Tina Quigley also, because she has really moved us forward and worked so well with us as we're trying to meet all of these expectations for the future.
Thank you.
Well, and Jeremy, I mean, talk about having the data to back up everything. You've just been a godsend to this city. Thank heavens your parents decided to have you.
Thank you, Mayor.
And it's all right that you come from the East Coast. We think you're doing a great job. So thank you both. And there is, I'd entertain a motion to approve, please.
I would make that motion to approve this report, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And you can keep talking while we're voting. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Mike, you're pregnant to say something. No, you were going to say something.
Nope.
That's it?
I appreciate
It's
your time
unanimous.
and look forward to working with you on the projects.
We're
Thank you.
so excited. I mean, it really is wonderful to see the future in our hands.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you both. And it is exactly 12 noon. Talk about running things on time. So we're back to agenda item 47, report by Planning Department, a discussion for possible action regarding the possible creation of energy improvement districts and formation of an energy advisory committee with direction to staff if necessary. This has reference to all wards, and I think We know who's presenting. Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Tom Perigo, Planning Director. I think as everybody's aware, we are recognized as a global leader, not just in our country, but around the world when it comes to energy. We've been able to achieve that because of very strategic investments we've made in energy conservation and in renewable energy, saving the city a lot of money, creating jobs, reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. All of that work allowed us, as we presented about 3 or 4 months ago, to enter into an agreement with NV Energy that takes 100% of our retail load to renewable energy starting in the year 2017. And that's quite an accomplishment. We'll effectively be at net zero for all of our retail load beginning in 2017. Now, that's a 3-year strategy. So the message is we're not done. There are plenty of opportunities to continue conserving energy in very cost-effective ways. And we need to secure the renewable energy beyond the 3-year contract we have with NV Energy. Also, there's a tremendous opportunity to work with our community to help our businesses and residents also save money through conservation and investments in renewable energy and really expand that community-wide. So there's still a lot of work to do. One of the programs that the council asked us to look at last time I presented this to you was something called PACE. It's Property Assessed Clean Energy. It's a program that allows people to make these investments in a very cost-effective way. There's many advantages. I won't go through all that in detail right now. It's something we've worked on at the state legislature for the last 3 sessions. There's still work to be done there. Since we last talked about this, we worked a lot with the city attorney's office. We've worked with outside experts from around the country who are successfully operating and financing these programs in other areas. And we've come to the conclusion that given our state statute and our limited authority as a municipal entity, we just can't get there quite yet. So there's still more work to be done. So here's what we are doing. City Manager Betsy Fretwell has established a City Energy Advisory Committee. It's made up of experts from the various utilities, experts from different organizations, and also people from some of our leading corporate partners who have similar goals to get to net zero as a corporate entity and are really interested in helping us as a community achieve some of those same goals. So we had our first meeting yesterday, just sort of an organizational meeting. We still have a few folks that we're getting finalized to put on that committee, and we'll continue over the next year developing programs and policies to present to Ms. Fretwell for her consideration in order to achieve some of those goals. Again, continued conservation of city facilities, being able to continue on as a net zero city beyond the contract with NV Energy beyond 2020, and to work with our community to help businesses and residents achieve some of these same sorts of objectives. So that's really all I wanted to go over right now. It's just a very brief update as to where we are. You asked us to look at some things we have, and we're continuing on, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, you know, from my perspective and going to the U.S. Conference of Mayors for the past 17 years, knowing where we've moved and where we're headed and what's been achieved so far, we're just on a pathway to more and more conservation and better use of renewable energy. And I think we've taken a leadership, and I'm thrilled to death that you've gone ahead and pulled this committee together, because we can't stop now. It has to be something that we educate as we go along to future generations how important this is, and it's person by person, house by house, business by business, and government by government trying to all get together to work towards this. So I commend what's been initiated and what's been achieved thus far. Please go.
Thank you, Mayor. Anybody else have any other comments, questions for Ms. Perigo? Ms. Perigo, thank you very much. I think it's paramount that we set the right tone and set the right pace for demonstrating leadership when it comes to sustainability. Years ago, when you created our sustainability initiative, I was right there with you to support that. I know Oscar Goodman was as well to support that. This council supports that as well. But I think we need to send a message clearly to this community. I think all eyes are on Southern Nevada in regards to how we handle energy today. I also think we wouldn't be having this discussion had the legislature or perhaps the Public Utilities Commission demonstrated the necessary leadership, because that's why we're talking about this today and even entertaining a PACE program. I'm excited to find out what comes from this committee with these energy experts to continue to guide the city of Las Vegas in the right direction, demonstrating that leadership. So I'm greatly anticipating what we hear back. I've asked a few folks to be here today
Well,
to support Bring Back Solar as well.
I was thinking, because so many of you have come here, that we would like to hear from you, and maybe you can have a few representatives or just limit the amount of input. But since you've taken off from work or traveled our roadways to get here, if it's all right with you, Mr. Perigo, in process here, I'd like to hear from them.
Absolutely, Your Honor. I just wanted to come back and give you a brief update as to the direction you gave us and where we were. And I would like to also add one comment based on Mayor Pro Tem's comments, and that is he's absolutely right. There's a lot going on in our state right now around energy policy and programs, particularly with the Governor's Energy Task Force. And this committee that Ms. Retwell has put together will be working very closely with the Energy Task Force so that there will be interaction there, and that we will be prepared as that work goes on to make some solid recommendations that are completely aligned with what's happening at the state as well. So I just wanted to add that, and Your Honor, absolutely, I've completed my comments, and I'll just answer questions.
I think no, and your prior position before you became Director of Planning and Knowing, in 2011, when I was fortunate enough to take over as mayor, the first thing was to visit some of the homes and what you'd been doing with conservation, renewable energy, and the guidance for the community members here. And I just think, in knowing your mentor from UNLV and your graduate program in this area, beautiful man, very committed, and said you were his very best student ever. So we know we have the benefit of you. So what I'd like to do, what I'm going to ask is if you'd come up and maybe just two at a time, and so we can move it along so you get an opportunity to speak. Most important thing, we don't need your address, just your full name as you come up to speak and have a record made. So I would invite you to come up, and we'll just have two at a time. Come on up, one, then the other, and appreciate your taking time to come down here and speak.
My name is Andy Perla. Thank you for the opportunity. My wife worked on the Centennial Committee a few years ago. I just think
From
that
what state was she, or city?
Las Vegas.
Oh, but she wasn't representing for the Centennial big party that she came originally from another...
She worked on the committee that established all that stuff in 2005.
Okay, beautiful. Thank her very much.
And, I just want to thank you for taking this position. I don't know how much you can do to reverse the state legislature's ruling and the Public Utilities Commission ruling, which is obviously a big roadblock for individuals to go for renewable energy. But your voice, it's the biggest city in the state. I think your voice will be very helpful to help us bring back solar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else, please come forward.
Your Honor, members of the council, my name is James Katzen. I have 17,000 reasons twice to bring back solar. 17,000 of them came out of my pocket and went up on the roof, and there's also 17,000 of us that have solar on their roof. We were told throughout the years that this was the thing to do. I waited for virtually 30 years to be able to afford and have it a viable system on my roof to do the right thing, and I did it, and I was very happy with it, and I, to this date, haven't really ever reclaimed any of my extra generation credits. I really wasn't in it for that. I do have a license to generate electricity in the state of Nevada, and I would like to point out that we have been leading energy exporter of green energy for 80 years in the state because we built that dam, and we don't get damn little out of it. So we need to do, we have enough sun to power quite a bit of civilization if we use it properly, and we're allowed to generate our own energy, which saves on lost energy in a transmission line. It saves on infrastructure that anybody else has to put up, and it has many other advantages which I can't articulate at this time. And I thank you for
Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Sir.
My name is Tom Shields. I suspect that you folks are well aware of the disappointment and the anger generated by the PUC reneging on the original agreement. I encourage you to be our voice out there with the legislature, with the governor, to let them know that what happened was totally unacceptable. Therefore, we are not accepting it, and we are pleased that an effort is being made by the city to circumvent, hopefully overcome, and put in place a remedy to the disaster that they created. You have no idea, but maybe you do, how disappointed I was after getting my rooftop insulation in place, than to find out that it's going to, in the long run, cost me more money to have it there than not. That is unacceptable. And I know I speak for my neighbors, numerous neighbors in our community, put solar on their panel. The disappointment levels are high in the extreme. So thank you for taking leadership in this. Please do make your voices heard, make our voices heard, if you will, and we appreciate that very much.
Thank you for coming down. Sir.
Hello. Thank you for having us or inviting us, Councilman Town. Yes, my name's Tom Dudas, and I just came down from the PUC offices up north there for Russell. They're holding their meeting currently as we speak, and and I brought their agenda. It was enlightening to see that they are entertaining the grandfathering in of existing solar installations. Whether that will actually come to pass, it remains to be seen. If you'd like, I do have their agenda and would just submit that as something that to follow up on in what their determinations may be here, hopefully to correct what has been a real death knell to solar advancement on this city and county. The other issue would be that then to look, that was local, to look even further, and that's the current passage of the bill in 2016 by the Senate on, it's the known as the Energy Policy Modernization Act. And what in a word search was he quick to do, because it was probably a 500,000 page report, was that there was nothing to address photovoltaic, which go by PV now, solar panels. And that has been something that was obviously intentionally left out for modernization, which is a poor thing, that I think. So I also have that in what I did find in any addressing was the Senate's bill that still needs to go to the House and approval by the President should it ever make it past the House. But the issues that they're addressing is certainly energy efficiency, the prevention of pollution and water conservation by manufacturing. This is an issue that solar voltaic power panels that our citizens are able to save, because it does not use water, but there's a great deal of water consumption in the gas-fired power plants. And so that here was just another mention, and there was PS notes at the bottom that I'd also like to just enter as informational bit of things that as a installer to my own house 2 years ago, I've been very pleased with the virtually trouble-free nature of rooftop solar to residents, and that the benefit that I feel, you know, as a sideline is that my energy excess goes to my next door neighbor when it goes on the grid. It's not something that is to be transported out of state, north, south, east, and west. And that is the danger that I see as the proposals by Nevada Power and Big Power, Berkshire Hathaway Energy, that has on their books $9.2 billion worth of transmission lines. And if we want to talk about saving energy, you talk about the 20% loss in transporting on high voltage lines. And my proposal at a meeting with the Energy Commission, New Energy Conservation Commission that's meeting up there, would be to see that power production is in a reasonable distance from the population centers. Las Vegas, or Nevada, has a very easy rationale there. It's Reno, Carson Valley, and Las Vegas. So the production around there is reasonable. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for coming down, sharing your opinions. Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Greg Clark, retiree from the city of Las Vegas. I retired under your husband. I worked at the wastewater treatment
He
facility.
does look familiar, and it's good you retired when he retired. It's good.
Yeah, where we treated the wastewater out there at the wastewater treatment facility with 30, or as long as I can remember, when it was 25 million gallon a day plant. Now it's up to 100 million gallon a day, part of which goes to NV Energy's cooling towers to cool their turbines and gets wasted into the air. And my other thing with fossil fuels is it's polluting the air.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You very much. Yes, ma'am. Your name,
Hi
please.
there, my name is Marcia, M-A-R-C-I-A, Bolea, B as in butterfly, O-L-L-E-A. I'm a longtime citizen of Las Vegas. And I got here a little late to, I guess I didn't hear your proposal, but I am so happy that you're making a proposal in this regard. I've had solar energy on my rooftop since March of 2015. I'm thrilled with it. I love it. I feel that I am doing something that is almost totally good, getting my energy from the sun and giving it to my neighbors. I want to say that I do totally support the referendum that we're gathering petitions for, and barring that, the initiative that we will propose if the referendum somehow is destroyed by the courts or whatever. But I just feel very, very disappointed at the short-sighted policy of the energy people in this state. You know, Nevada should be the center of the world for solar. We are on many lists and usually at the very bottom. And I think that we should try to be at the top of this list. And the reaction of the monopoly, the energy monopolies in this state, to me is extremely short-sighted. And I just think that it's sad that they were not able to see this coming and to organize it in a way that it would benefit everybody. So I'm hoping to hear what your proposal is. I'll ask my colleagues, but thank you so much
for coming
stepping
down.
forward.
We appreciate it.
Thank
It's, you know, it's all about us, the residents, our city, our state. We appreciate that you've taken the time to come down here. Thank you.
And Mary-
Anyone else?
Very important.
Thank you.
Councilman.
If I can, Mayor, I appreciate all of you coming down, and I appreciate your efforts in regards to the referendum. I know what you guys, the Bring Back Solar movement is doing, and I appreciate it. We're trying to demonstrate the leadership necessary here. No one mentioned the thousands of jobs that were lost in 60 days and the companies that closed their doors and left town, and I think that's significant to recognize that. You know, so we're not done. And Mr. Dudas, I'm glad you brought that up in regards to the meetings that are going on today, but grandfathering to me is not enough. We need to do more. We need to continue to push the sustainability. Thank you. Thank you. We need to push that sustainability initiative and make this a reality. You know, Mr. Perigo said that we've won world awards for the efforts we've already made. We can't stop doing that. We've got to continue to push that. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, gentlemen, if you would, your remarks, and then I'm going to turn it back to Mr. Parago because I want to ask his recommendations here.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name's Tim Webb. I'm with a local installer. Electrical contracting company has been serving Las Vegas for over 20 years. And we're happy that the grandfathering may happen. That's great for existing customers, but moving forward, last year was a record-breaking year for us. We had 6 salespeople. We're down to 1. Our solar business is basically gone. So anything that you can do to help sway, to get back to the old rules, to make solar viable again, we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
My name is Norman Kaplan. I installed solar on my roof in November of 2014. I did that after speaking or writing to the governor, Governor Sandoval, 3 times as a minimum, when he eventually, after receiving 3 notes from me, put me into contact with someone in his green energy office. That's the Nevada Office of Energy. Spoke to that man several times on the phone and communicated by email. I'm a prime example of the bait and switch that has taken place. The last conversation that I had with that engineer in Nevada Energy Office, he wrote to me saying that I hope, and I'm quoting him, I hope that the next time we communicate, you will be a net metering customer and will put solar on your roof and sign a contract to do so. I did so about 3 weeks later, and now I see what I experience as a bait and switch. I would like to see solar just opened up to everyone. I paid $25,000 to put that on my roof, and I think I was doing good for the community and for the nation. But that's not the way Nevada looks at it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. You forgot something.
Excuse me, could I just share a statistic?
If you say your name again.
James Katzen.
Thank you.
In November of 2015, there were 1,555 applications for rooftop solar. As of recently, they're down almost in single figures. A lot of people are out of work because of it.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for coming down and taking time out of your day to do so. So, Mr. Parago, I'm going to, unless you wanted to make some comment or
I just
someone
wanted
else
Mr.
from
Parago
council.
to recap, since Ms. Boulay came a little late, just recap where we're at and with the committee and put it all together and where we're headed would be great. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. I'd be happy to. Again, for the record, Tom Parago, Planning Director and Chief Sustainability Officer.
Excuse me, Mr. Parago, Councilwoman has a question.
Okay.
I just want to ask a question. I'm a strong supporter of solar energy, and you know that I've pushed this for a long time. But what I can't understand is I've gone out and I talk about it, those people who are supporting Nevada Energy side, has people convinced that they who do not have solar energy are paying for the people who do have solar energy. Could you just explain that to me so I can explain it better to them?
I wish I could. That is, it's a bit complicated, and that is sort of at the crux of the tension. There was a study that was commissioned by the Public Utilities Commission that said in the initial stages of rooftop solar that there are benefits to the overall system and that there really isn't a subsidy. Over time, though, that sort of formula changes. Then there's the other studies and work that have been done that says that those who do not have solar, in fact, are in some way subsidizing people who do have solar. So what the whole debate is right now is trying to figure out what's the right balance. I've talked to a number of heads of energy providers around the country. Some are municipal energy, some investor-owned, and there are models that are being implemented for net metering that work, that provide a fair rate for the ratepayer, that don't impact non-solar people, that give a fair net meter rate to people who have solar. So the solutions are out there, and that's what everybody's working hard to come to that solution. I can't tell you precisely. All I know is that the studies are kind of on both sides, and depending on who you talk to and what study you're referring to and the time frame, whether it's initially or over the next 10 or 20 years. But I do know that there are answers, and I do believe from what I hear that we as a state will find the right solution that will.
And it was my understanding when we first started going into solar energy that our hope would be that we would all eventually be solar energy in order to save energy. Is this still the premise, that we would all be going for this, or is there a reason why we wouldn't that's come up in the meantime?
Well, again, that's a bit complicated because it gets quite a bit beyond my knowledge, and maybe I know Mr. Patino's here with NV Energy, but I don't know that we want to get into a very detailed discussion about how power's generated and delivered and transmitted and where the costs are and all the stuff that goes into that. Yes, having more renewable energy, there are a lot of advantages, and again, it gets very complicated. We could go into that. There are other advantages to having large-scale power plants, whether they're solar, gas, coal, but eventually we're all trying to transition to a clean energy solution that's cost-effective. Whether that's large solar power plants out in the desert or distributed on homes. Again, it gets very complicated in terms of the costs and the benefits, and you could probably have a whole team of scientists that could argue, and it still wouldn't be clear what the best solution is.
Okay, thank you.
But I did want to emphasize, you're right. I think everybody believes we should be moving towards a clean energy future because it's becoming cost effective.
I just belong to several organizations that are very strongly for a sustainable future, and this has been the emphasis in their literature, and that's why I've been a little confused lately. Thank you. I hope just lately.
Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, ma'am. The issue of being out on the bleeding edge, or the leading edge anyway, always is risky. I mean, being out there, as those folks who have testified here, and I know, the other 17,000 people that have done this, so there's always a risk when you do that, because if you buy a brand new computer, it's liable to be a problem, and here it is with unforeseen consequences, partly political perhaps, but I guess the PUC has been adhering to the statutes, so that causes the problem for the folks that have this kind of installation. The governor's committee apparently is recommending that they grandfather the existing solar people, which of course is not a large number when you consider what's there now. But in another generation, it's going to be a couple, 300,000 people doing this, I'm sure. And so ultimately, our power companies are going to be managers of distributed power and not just generators. I mean, truly in a big, big way. And so the question is what your proposal, which is our proposal, if we adopt when we are allowed to, if we are not allowed to now, will it meld with that concept of trying not to step on people at the same time we're trying to work with, and let's face it, investor-owned power companies have a responsibility to their stockholders to, increase their profits or maintain their profits, and so that's the law, or they get sued. So how can we do our thing at the same time without getting in the middle of the fight that's in the courts now?
Okay, if I might interject here on top of that, looking at this and asking for your recommendation, what this says, report by the Planning Department and discussion for possible action regarding the possible creation of energy improvement districts, that's one, and two, the formation of an energy advisory committee with direction to staff if this is where we're headed. Isn't the formation of the committee as investigative and coming up with finding, doesn't that predetermine whether or not we want to move ahead with energy improvement districts? And that's one. And two, is the city ultimately, would a state advisory supersede anything we want to do in the city, or can the city rule itself and do what it wants to do? Obviously, there are two sides to everything. I don't think I am in a position to make a judgment. I know that we are trying to be conservationists be sustainable. Everything that they're talking about, they've invested in trying to help preserve our universe, and I am an advocate for that. But on the other hand, I don't have enough. If you can't answer it, I certainly can't answer those questions, and I don't want to, or answer his question. I really, to me, to have this Energy Advisory Committee is really important, and then to report back. I think beyond that, until we have all the information, which in fact these reasonable people, if there are pieces that are reasonable and fair as to what was purported to be the answer to move us into a world that's sustainable, we all need to have that same information.
Mayor, maybe I could jump in really quickly just to kind of frame this up a little bit further. We were asked to continue to evaluate the various options that the city might have to continue to implement your energy strategy, to further enhance conservation, to further enhance the use of renewables, all the things that Mr. Perrigo has laid out for you. In that investigation, we hit some roadblocks. We have some legislative authorization to do certain things and not other pieces of the puzzle that would make that program complete. So let me be very clear. We are not asking you today to create an energy improvement district, because right now we can't see a clear way to do that.
Correct.
We may find things in further evaluation that might make that an opportunity later. There may be legislative clarifications that authorize that more clearly for us.
So
that
basically
is yet
what
to
you're
be
saying.
determined. So we
Energy
just wanted to kind
advisory.
of bookend that today in this report. What we did, because that avenue isn't one that we feel we could pursue right this moment, is to create this committee that then will do exactly what you said.
Correct.
Explore a whole host of other opportunities that not only help us as a city continue to improve our conservation and renewables, but us as a community to be able to take advantage of that. That may inform you
That's
as a
good.
policymaking body, the state, the governor's task force. All of this stuff works together. We don't have the answers today. We're hoping this committee will help us design some good solutions
Okay.
going forward.
That to me was the clarification, because it says right here the possible creation of. I don't like any creation of anything until we have the facts, and we have it. So the committee is great. And do you have any members of the public on this committee? Do you have any members of the council on this committee?
No members of the council, Mayor. We've identified primarily leaders in the field of energy. So, you know, we have representatives we're trying to pursue from Switch, Tesla, MV Energy. We have about 11 people that we've requested to participate in this process. None of them are elected officials. They're all citizens, if you will, but also have a specific area of interest and knowledge in the energy field.
How about from the postgraduate program at UNLV or UNR?
Tom, don't we have a UNLV participant?
For the graduate school, not.
I don't know if we have it from the graduate school.
I would
yet.
highly recommend that.
No, but we'll be happy to look into that, but we don't at
If you
this
would,
time.
as a suggestion.
Sure.
So, okay, I just really wanted to eliminate that, and since this is on all wards, I don't know if there are any other comments. I think the idea of the committee sounds reasonable. The other piece does not.
And Mayor, if I could add to what Betsy said, we're not looking for direction on the committee. This is absolutely a city manager group. It's really not
Good
intended
idea.
to be a council group, which creates all kinds of other complications and
does.
stuff, so.
I was just curious, not
the-
knowing specifics of who was on.
Yeah, the for possible action, we sort of default to that in case there was some direction related to some of this conversation that you wanted to give to staff. So right now, we're recommending just accepting the report.
Okay.
Yeah, that's-
And if you'd like me to address Councilman Coffin very quickly, yes, we have people on the committee who are voting members that will be part of helping to craft these recommendations to the city manager, who represent the utilities, who represent the various organizations. So we don't expect this to be easy. This is going to be very challenging and difficult, and our intention is it will come to some very good, solid, implementable recommendations that can advance us down that path further. Just like when we were able to get to net zero for all city facilities. That was not easy. That took a lot of conversations, and I know our partner NV Energy worked very hard and very long hours to figure that out. So given all of the options, we were able to work together to craft one that works for everybody, and that's what we expect to do with the committee.
Thank you. And I can't praise you enough, but I keep hearing you say, no, I don't have that answer. No, I'm not really qualified to answer that. So you are a guru, and to me, other cities are doing this, other communities are doing this. We need the pros and the cons, and we need the best solution here, because there've been a lot of investment as well as jobs and everything else. So to have the committee, and that's the recommendation here, not to go ahead and make any decisions beyond that.
One last comment, Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I think challenging and difficult is in the definition of what leadership is. And I think one gentleman hit it on the head in regards to, we're talking about it. We are the voice right now. We're continuing to have this conversation within this community. We're not going to stop. And I make that commitment to all of you. So thank you very much for coming down. Thank you for the report. And I would just move to accept the report, Mayor.
Okay, there's a motion to accept the report. So please vote. Do you accept? No?
You can't even take a motion on that. You're not agendaed for any action under this.
I withdraw my motion.
Yes, it
No,
says.
I'm reading the public agenda. It says report by the Planning Commission and discussion regarding the possible creation of energy improvement districts and formation of an energy advisory committee with direction to staff if necessary. If we are going to take any kind of action, it needs to state that, and it does not state that.
Thanks for the report. We're done.
Okay, so thank you all for coming down, giving your input. I hope you have a great afternoon. It's going to be cool today. And it's just a report, and we thank you very, very much. And we will recess till 1 o'clock.
Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Hope somebody's buying your lunch.
We don't have to. Yeah, we're recessing. We'll be back on agenda item 50 when we come back.
You stood up there 3 times. What's for lunch? Did you look? We have half an hour.
So, Luann, you like that, didn't you? You like that, didn't you? Word crafting.
We're good.
Are they sustainable, iconic? Hamsters. Okay. At our next public comment, there are 2 students that were unable to be here for the solar item. One would like to give it to.
All right, so we're on 48, 40. Okay. Are we ready? Okay. So we are back, reconvened, and agenda item 49 has been obeyed to the 15th of June. So now we are on agenda item 50. Boards and commissions. Abeyance item, discussion for possible action regarding the replacement of Ward 4 and Ward 5 staff designees to the Neighborhood Partners Fund Board for fiscal year 2016-17, and Wards 4 and 5, which are Councilman Barlow and Anthony. The staff appointments named at the April 6, 2016 council meetings are unable to serve, and replacements must be named. Councilman Barlow has indicated that Joe Mitchell will be the new Ward 5 staff appointment. Councilman Anthony, do you have a recommendation, please?
Sally Christensen, my special assistant.
Thank you very much. And Sally Christensen for Councilman Anthony in Ward 4. How about making the motion then?
You want to make a motion?
Move to approve those two, to appoint those two individuals, Mayor.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve on those appointments. Please vote and please post.
Would you like to
Hit
vote
you in?
orally, Councilwoman?
Oh, you got her. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item 51, possible action, Traffic and Parking Commission, Greg Clemenson, term expiration 12/19/2016. Mr. Clemenson occupied the Ward 1 resident seat. However, he has moved outside the boundaries of the ward and no longer eligible to serve a city residency as a requirement for the seat. Procedure for this board requires appointment by the mayor with a confirmation by city council. The options are appoint a new Ward 1 representative. Councilman, do you have a recommendation?
This is on traffic?
This is traffic and parking.
Yes, I do.
Good, let's have
I
it.
have to find it. I sent the name to you.
Raymond Burke?
Raymond Burke, yes.
Sounds like a movie star.
Well,
Raymond Burke?
He has had a lot of experience in traffic, and he had written to us through the city clerk's office of his interest, and it's mainly in traffic. In fact, he had handled traffic, was it in North Las Vegas? He had handled traffic and been in charge in North Las Vegas, and he is so well-trained and so well-experienced, I thought he would be great for the committee.
And therefore, that is your motion?
And that is my motion to appoint him to the committee.
Okay, there's a motion, please vote, and then please post.
What? He's retired, yes. He's
And
retired.
that motion carries, so thank you very much. Raymond Burke, wonderful. Agenda item 52, discussion for possible action on the appointment of a council member to the Southern Nevada Enterprise Community Advisory Board, SNEC Board. Councilman Barlow was originally elected to this board upon its creation 2007, and his term is up in June 2016. And should that be a council seat? It should be? Do we have a volunteer? Are you all paying attention? Would anybody like to sit on the become the council member to the Southern Nevada Enterprise Community Advisory Board, which, of course, our city clerk will explain what it is. Mr. Sanchez, you look like you know what this board does and is. We may get...
Yes, it's an advisory board that just reviews what's going on in the West Las Vegas area primarily, and they just sit on the board and just represent the development that's going on in the West Las Vegas area.
It should be Councilman Barlow. It's his ward. But he has indicated he's not interested.
Councilman Barlow doesn't wish to serve any longer.
I think Councilman Barlow would like another perspective, another view from another elected official in that
I'm
area.
going to obey this item, please, until I have a conversation with Councilman Barlow, and perhaps someone that he might recommend, but it has to be council person. Okay. So we will, maybe he'll give up one of his other appointments.
Okay.
I say we reappoint him, he's not here. I say we reappoint him because he's not here.
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay. Make a motion, there we go. Go.
Councilman Beers, did you want to make that motion?
I would move that we appoint Councilman Barlow.
Well, I'll tell you to miss a meeting. There's a motion to reappoint Councilman Barlow.
Your Honor, I
Yes?
believe this is how I became the chair of the Southern Nevada Health District Board.
There is a motion. That is a legitimate motion. Please vote and please post. Carries unanimously. You'll please notify him.
We'll notify him.
Now, if he's too busy because he has too many other appointments, he can make a suggestion which one he'd like to give up. Okay? Okay. Well, certainly, and everything else. So, okay, that tells you never miss a meeting. Okay, so we're on to agenda, well done, thank you for the motion. Agenda item 53, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2016-27. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like the bill read?
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 26-27, in order concerning the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 1485, Alter Drive Landscape Maintenance, FY 2017, provided for the payment of the cost of expenses of maintaining street beautification improvements, assessing the cost of maintenance against accessible lots, tracts, and parcels benefited by said maintenance, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. The motion to approve on agenda item 53. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 54. Mayor Pro Tem, would you, bill number 2016-28. Would you like the bill read, please?
Please.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 20-16-28, an ordinance concerning City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District, FY 2017, Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street, providing for the payment of cost of expenses of a neighborhood improvement project, assessing the cost of the project against the accessible lots, tracts, and parcels benefited by said improvements, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 54. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 55, Bill 2016-29. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like the bill read?
Please, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2016-29, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to describe the land be annexed, to make such inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
And my motion is to approve.
Thank you. The motion on 55 to approve. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 56, Bill 2016-30. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like the bill read?
I would, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2016-30, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to prescribe the land to be annexed, to make such inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Motion is to approve.
Thank you. Motion to approve 56. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 57, Bill number 2016-31. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like the bill read?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2016-31, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to prescribe the land to be annexed, to make such inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters.
And my motion is to approve.
This motion to approve agenda item 58. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 58, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items 58 through 62, bills 2016-25, excuse me, and bills 2016-32 through 2016-35 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. I had ice cream at lunch, that's why it's stuck. Agenda item, thank you, no, I'm good. New bills. Items 60 through 67, bills 2016-36 through 2016-40 will be heard at recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, May 31st, 2016, due to the Memorial holiday on the 30th. City Attorney, please read the new bills.
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2016-36, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to prescribe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to all its obligations and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Bill 2016-37, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Bill 2016-38, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for related matters. Bill number 2016-39, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other matters. And finally, Bill number 2016-40, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, authorizing the issuance of the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Sales Tax Increment Revenue Bond Series 2016 for the purpose of financing projects in the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Tourism Improvement District, Symphony Park, providing the form, terms, and conditions of the bonds and the security therefore, and other details in connection therewith, providing other matters relating thereto, and providing the effective date hereof.
Thank you. These new bills 2016-36 to 2016-40 are assigned to Councilman Anthony Coffin, and I guess I'm filling in for Councilman Barlow. Again. Okay, thank you. All right, we're moving right along now to our, let's see. 68, for possible action, any items that the council, staff, and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Tarkanian has requested that agenda item 85, RQR 62203, abeyance item applicant owner Zorbod Zagena at 520 Campbell Drive be obeyed to June 15th. The applicant on agenda items 86 and 87, GPA 63487 and ZON 63488, applicant Darrell Horton, owner Greendale Properties LLC on 37.35 acres on the southeast corner of Elkhorn and Tenaya, has requested that be obeyed till the June 15th meeting. The applicant on agenda item 88, GPA 63531, applicant First Terra Fund Incorporated, owner Timothy Ronald Hipp and Robert G. Park Family Trust on 3.15 acres on the east side of Edmond Street, 290 feet southeast corner of Oakey Boulevard and Mohawk. They've asked that to be obeyed to the August 3rd meeting. Agenda item 89, the applicant has requested that be also obeyed to the August 3rd meeting. That is ZON 63533, applicant First Terra Fund Incorporated, owner Timothy Ronald Hipp and Robert G. Park Trust, Family Trust, on 1.14 acres on the east side of Edmond Street, 290 feet south of Oakey Boulevard. The applicant on agenda item 90 has also requested that be obeyed to the August 3rd meeting, 2016, ZON 63536, applicant First Trust Terra Fund Incorporated, owner Timothy Ronald Hipp and Robert G. Park Family Trust on 2.01 acres on the southeast corner of Oakey Boulevard and Mohawk Street. Agenda items 91 through 94. Councilman Barlow has requested that those be obeyed to the June 1st meeting. That is GPA 63547, ZON 63548, WVR 63549, and SDR 63550. Applicant owner Iglesia El Gran Isoy on 0.80 acres at 4955 and 4965 Bevy Drive. The applicant on agenda item 97 has requested that that item be obeyed to the June 15th meeting. That is ZON 63475, applicant owner Bala Center LLC on 0.57 acres at 2801 West Charleston Boulevard. And I have requested that agenda items 98 through 100 be obeyed to the June 15th meeting. Those are VAR 61046, SUP 61047, and SUP 61183. Applicant owner Kim J. LeClaire at 5525 West Rome Boulevard, and that is my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion.
Can
Yes,
I
please.
just state one thing on the abeyance of items 88 through 90? As someone who's connected with the project, not formally but informally, someone whose name I was not aware of, was not notified. They came from California. I told them it would be obeyed, but they would just like to speak if they could on that. We don't need to vote on it now because of the other things set in motion, but if they could just speak on it because they made that long travel.
Yes.
And so should we do that before or after the vote?
Let's go ahead. So the motion is to obey it, correct? So
The
let's go
motion was
ahead
to obey.
and handle these abeyances through your motion, then we'll hear from them. Okay.
Mayor, if in fact that person who wants to speak wants that, whatever they say brought to the record when it comes forward, you'll need to at least hold that particular item and vote on the rest of the abeyances. So would you like
We can't
to?
obey it and just hear them?
Well, because then it's not part of the record since you've already voted on the actual motion to obey.
Okay.
So you may want to hear
All right,
hear
so
what they have to
let's
say
hear-
now.
We'll hear them up front,
Okay,
then we'll
great.
do them all together.
Thank you.
Okay, if you would call them up, please.
Would you
whoever
please
they are.
come up to the microphone? And I might just explain that this is a lady who has property near the applicant's property. That's why we didn't know to notify her.
Okay, and if you'd be good enough to state your name for us.
My name is Doris Wilbur. My sister is Gloria Ann Rickers, and she also owns the property jointly with me. And we have the property next to the parks, and Mr., what is his name?
Fuller? Mr. Fuller?
Yes.
Donald Fuller?
Well, Donald Fuller wants to develop the property. And our property is currently in the county, even though it's right next door to the Parks property, and the other, what is his name? Timothy Hip, next to his property. And we are trying to get it annexed to the city at this point. But we want to see the property developed for the Parks and Mr. Hip, because it will increase the property values, not only for us, but the neighbors surrounding us. Now, I understand that you don't want the large number of units being built on there, and I can appreciate that. But we have had problems in the past. Since we are in the county, we have transients who have posted tents on our property, and we've had to remove them. I called the sheriff to come remove them. The sheriff wouldn't even come out. He says, "Are they in there?" I said, "I don't know." He says, "Well, I can't come out unless they're there." And he refused to come out. And I said, "I don't want to approach a tent if somebody's in it. Who knows what they're going to do? It's kind of scary." But it's very hard to maintain that property because the county is not on our side, so to speak. And it's cost us thousands of dollars for removal of the debris that people have dumped on the property. They use it as a dumping ground. So it really needs to be developed in some shape or form. I know there's a problem with traffic, and I think a lot of that traffic is coming from Summerlin. Councilwoman Tarkanen has explained to me that a lot of them are now using the freeway, but I believe there's still a lot coming through from Summerlin and using Oakey Boulevard, which is the main thoroughfare, which the people who are complaining about that traffic. Because there's none on Oakey, which abuts the property, none on El Park, and almost none on Edmond. So it's, it's not those parcels that are contributing to a huge problem there. If it's developed, we won't have graffiti on the fences of our neighboring property. Let's see, what else did I have to say? And we're trying to annex our property to the city at this point. So I appreciate your considering all of that. And, there are a lot of people don't want neighbors. But, we all have to have, our fair share of neighbors. So a few more properties being developed is going to be better and provide more taxes for the city and the community. And it will be it won't be unsightly with mattresses being thrown on there and a dumping ground and transients. So that's all I can think of right now, but I hope you can understand my plight too. So.
And you will make sure to stay in touch with Councilwoman Tarkanian?
Yes, I will.
As this comes back on the 3rd of August.
And I also offered her another plan, if our property is annexed to the city, to develop that property with an easier access, because our plan is kind of crucial to, it makes it a T rather than two separate pieces of property being developed, and then a third one.
Right, well, the situation is, if this applicant in these 3 items is able to build, she would like to have building on her property also, and that's why she's speaking today.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you for coming down. We'll make sure that this is noted for the agenda items on the 3rd.
All right. Thank you very much.
And that's my motion, Mayor.
Okay. Now the motion as made by Mayor Pro Tem. Please vote and please post. Councilwoman. You haven't voted.
I did vote.
What happened to her whole screen? Went away.
All I have is squares on my screen.
There we go.
Sorry, I had squares.
The motion carries. Okay. Agenda items 69 through 80 are on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine and recommended for approval by the Department of Planning. Mr. Perigo, I understand that you will have a correction to make on agenda item 79 before we vote, and I'll ask for that after I read the items. And I see I have to recuse myself from several of these because they are items that have to do with medical marijuana. So,
Madam Mayor, I think
Where are
maybe
you?
some guidance
there.
from the city attorney's office. I'm not sure on the consent that you would need to read all the items in.
You're not sure what?
What happened to our
I
lawyer?
would just like to say, Mayor, too,
I don't know, well, that's what was said.
There he is.
In this-
Mr. Attorney, comment on agenda items 69 through 80. Mr. Perigo believes they don't all have to be read into the agenda, is that correct?
They do not, Mayor. No.
They do not.
No. I
So-
know he's making a couple corrections, but just make sure that, to note which corrections those items are on.
And from my way, I have to recuse myself from 71, 72, 79, and 80 as they relate to medical marijuana, and I have stated that my son is involved in that, and I am abstaining from those votes.
Yes, that's correct, Mayor, as you've done in all the other medical marijuana
Yes.
items since it's been brought to the city. Yes.
So, just read the opening paragraph, that will suffice?
Just read the open paragraph. Mr. Perigo will read in the corrections to whichever items they pertain to, and then you can vote on all the items.
Okay, so agenda items 69 through 80 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the Department of Planning. Mr. Perigo, I understand you have a correction to make on agenda item 79 before we vote, and I ask for that.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We would like to revise condition number 1 of EOT 64105, item 79. Currently reads, "The special use permit, SUP 54969, shall expire on October 28, 2017, unless another extension of time is approved by City Council." We'd like to revise that date to read on May 28, 2017.
Okay? And that's acceptable, Mr. Attorney Scott?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mayor, I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 69 through 80 with that one change to 79 and your abstention on 71, 72, 79, and 80. That's my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote, and please post. Okay, so that takes us to agenda items 81 through 84, correct? This one, these I do read. Items 81 through 84 may be considered one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Mr. Perigo, I've been told that you have a correction to make on agenda item 82, and I'll call on you for that after I read the items into the record. Agenda item 81, VAC-63486, applicant D.R. Horton, owner, Investor Equity Homes LLC, and a request for a petition to vacate a 10-foot wide portion along the west side of Tenaya Way, right-of-way south of Racel Street, Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Agenda item 82, ROC 64110, applicant El Campa owner, Stewart Square LLC, on a request for a review of conditions of an approved special use permit, SUP 3128, to delete condition number, which states the hours of operation shall be from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., end quote, at 4401 Stewart Avenue, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 3, with Councilman Coffin. Agenda items 83 and 84, ZON 63222, on a request for a rezoning from R1 Single Family Residential to PO Professional Office, and SDR 63223 on a request for a site development plan review for conversion of an existing 1,680 square foot detached single-family residence to an office building with waivers to allow a 7-foot wide front landscape buffer where 15 feet is minimum required, and a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the north and south perimeter where 8 feet is the minimum required. The applicant is Barnes Law Group, and the owner is Carol Barnes, on .14 acres at 712 South Jones Boulevard. R1 Single Family Residential Zone, proposed PO Professional Office, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. All items are recommended for approval by staff, and the Planning Commission recommends approval of items 81, 83, 84, and Mr. Perigo on item 82, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, we would like to, rather than delete the condition, revise the condition. It currently reads the hours of operation shall be from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. We would like to propose revising the condition to read the hours of operation shall be from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Okay. Whoops. Okay. All right, thank you. These are public hearings which I now declare open.
Wait a
Is
second,
anyone
Mayor.
wishing? Pardon?
Excuse me, I wanted on item 84, I wanted to make a change.
Okay.
That's the house on Jones that's going into an office. All I wanted was 1 foot of landscaping on north and south, and I think they can do that.
Mayor, we'll need to pull item 84 off the agenda.
Pull
have to
item
pull it off.
84 off?
Pull up one motion, one vote.
Off one motion, one vote.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion with the correction that Mr. Perigo made to 82. We can leave that on.
That's correct. And
But
then I think there was a
84
gentleman
we
who
will
wanted to
pull
speak.
off.
Yes, and I think
Okay.
the gentleman wanted to
So
speak.
you want to make the motion?
Your Honor, I would like to clarify that, please. Just to amend Condition 1 of ROC 64110. Currently reads remove Condition 1 of Special Use Permit SUP 3128. I would rather amend that to read the hours of operation shall be from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. So it's the amendment to Condition 1 of the review of Condition 64110, just to be clear.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's public hearing, Mayor.
Okay. Do we have to pull it forward first?
Yes, ma'am.
We have to pull forward
Okay,
first.
so I'll make a motion that we'll just pull off agenda item 84 for discussion.
Yes. There's a motion to pull forward 84 for discussion.
And we may want to see what this gentleman is coming to speak on, Mayor. You may want to pull that one as well.
Are your comments on 84 or a different number?
Oh, that's why you said.
Okay, that's fine. Yes, do you want to speak? Well, let us pull forward 84.
And
There's a
82.
motion and 82.
Yes.
Since you want to make comment on that. So you want to add 82 into your motion?
Yeah, I
Pull
think-
forward both 82 and
I think,
84.
I think we can do that. Can we just go ahead and approve 81
And
and
83.
83?
Yes.
As one motion, one vote. That would be my first motion, but there are public hearing items also. Did you want to ask if
Okay.
anyone here?
Is there anybody here wanted to address either 81 or 83? We're going to pull
Yes,
that
no?
one as well. Which one were you interested in, or both, 81 and 83?
I'm 83 Barnes Law Group. I'm Carol Barnes, and I have my general contractor with me.
Okay,
and he
we'll
informs me that
need to pull that before she starts speaking.
Well,
Mayor.
I
We'll
would
need to pull 83 as well.
Let's approve the one that has no
Yeah,
problem.
if there's no one here to say anything on 81, I'll move to approve agenda item 81.
Okay, we have a motion to approve agenda item 81, and then we'll take the rest. All in favor, please vote.
That was easy.
And 81 is clean. All right, we have passed agenda item 81. All right, let's go to 82 first. And I did read that, and if you'll state your name, sir, and then make your comments, please.
My name is Jose Hernandez. The recommendations that the staff member just made will just absolutely not work at all, because we need the place to be open to a minimum at midnight, because we have competition from other places that are open 24 hours in the general area, and we have several other businesses that are around the area that are open 24 hours. So we were only asking to be open till midnight, and then, so having the condition removed would work because of the fact that we would still be open till midnight.
You just want to remove
But to have it to be open till 7, we would have wasted our whole time coming here.
What is your business, sir?
It's a tire and auto repair shop.
Your Honor.
And we have,
Excuse me, and you have a tire repair shop?
it's a
that-
tire sales and installation
Okay.
and auto repair shop. And so what
And
happens is...
open, you want to be open till midnight?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's hear from Councilman Coffin.
Thank you. Jose, the reason why I will not support that, I think my staff has told you, and they went by the office. And the reason is there is residential nearby. Your existing permit allows you to stay open till 6 o'clock p.m. That is what you see would be deleted. That is your request, to delete the stoppage hour at 6. However, you have been operating until 8 o'clock in violation of that provision for a long time. So you may have thought that was okay because maybe we didn't get complaints, but we might have. The trouble is, I don't know that. But I do know this. You've been operating outside of the condition you were permitted for a long time. Now, Jose, I think there's no question I cannot support going later, like midnight. I have told my staff to tell you, and I think they did, that I would support you going to 7 p.m. It's a reasonable way, but the fact that you violated the existing conditions for a long time is enough reason to just say, forget about it. But I think, I can be reasonable here. Let's try you with a legal 7 o'clock. Yeah, it's not as long as you've been staying open, but you were not legal when you were doing that. There are residences nearby.
May I address your question?
Repair shops can, make noise.
May I address that? I appreciate what you're saying, sir. First, what happened is I'm representing my client. I don't own the tire shop, but she's actually here. And the thing was that I don't think they understood the conditions that were there. When they came in and got the use permit approved, there's all these conditions, and she was not aware of all those conditions until individually some of them were brought up to her by the staff as they went to do their drive-by review. Nobody called me to tell me that you were going to recommend that we would only be open till 7. I was talking to Romeo, and the recommendation that I had received that I thought the staff was going to make was going to be till midnight. And then when I went to look at the agenda items, it showed that it was recommended for that condition to be deleted. And when I got the agenda, it also said it was going to be recommended to be deleted. So I came here prepared to hear that it was going to be deleted. But if they don't delete the whole thing and put it to midnight, that would be fine. So I apologize for the fact that they were, if they were open at any time later than that I don't know. I can't verify that because I don't manage that operation. But I can tell you, though, that the many times that I have been there, the operation there for the tire installation is so quiet, you can't even hear the operation at the sidewalk, okay? You can't even hear it at the sidewalk, let alone clearly across the street. So you have other commercial centers in that corner, and you have 2 operations there that are open 24 hours in there. And the thing is that you can't hear those operations across the street either, and you can't hear this one either because the work is just taking out tires, putting the
Luis,
tires
let
back
me
in there.
interrupt you if I could to get to questions, make this thing move faster. Are those other operations you're talking about operating 24 hours, are they auto repair?
That ones in that particular center, no. We're the only ones.
Thank you very
in the
much.
particular
Well, our
center.
staff spoke to whoever was resident. You are not the operator. You are representing the operator. My staff spoke to the operator. So that is my decision, and that is that we will permit a change to 7 p.m., and that is my motion.
Sir, would you be able to consider later than that? Is it that our competition that we have, and a lot of our business, most of the business for that project is from 2 to 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. That's where the bulk of the business is. So by you cutting it off to 7 o'clock, you're actually cutting off half of the business there, and that's what's causing us to struggle, or at least causing the client to struggle financially, is because they're being cut off. You're cutting off the prime time of their operation.
I know Jose would like to argue this thing till the cows come home, but we can't do that. That is my motion. It is on the table. The motion is to change the existing condition instead of deleting it. It is to change the existing condition so that the hours of operation will be from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then, Jose, your client can come back later on and we'll see what happens. That's my motion.
So then she can reapply again?
Oh, yeah, later on the line.
That's just really difficult. We're cutting up half of her income. It's really sad if you approve that motion.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote and please post.
Your Honor,
Yes?
I'm not quite sure how someone can lose half their income when they're going to be given an extra hour of operation based upon what the law says. So I think they just don't quite understand. Mr. Hernandez did not convey it properly to his client and so on, and they'll eventually figure that out. And then we can have additional conversations so that Mr. Hernandez, understands and can explain it better to the client. He is not now, and you're not in order.
May I ask just a question? Is it possible to hold this item instead of voting, to hold this item so that I could have a better discussion with the councilman, since we didn't have an opportunity to discuss it?
They did.
We were under the impression, if he did talk, we don't have a resident there, but if he said that if he talked to one of the workers at the place, that worker did not convey anything to us, so we were not aware, neither the owner nor myself. She just told me she was not aware.
If I may, Councilman Coffin, 3 months, can he come back and talk to you? Earlier than that, 2 months, what? Yes, I get that, but when would you entertain their appeal? Okay, without a limit. Okay. Mr. Coffin has said that you can come back and talk to him, but there's a vote. And it's affirmed. Okay, thank you. Agenda item 83, and that was read already. Anyone on agenda item 83, which is ROC 64110, again, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you. I'm Carol Barnes with Barnes Law Group. I have my office manager and my general contractor here, and we really like the comments from Councilwoman Tarkanian. Not only do we agree, we would like to put 1 foot of landscaping on the north side, but we would like to increase on the south side to 4 feet of landscaping. We can have the plan submitted by tomorrow, but we are requesting that we get approval today only because we're really running up to deadlines, and my law firm may be homeless soon.
Okay. Councilwoman on agenda, excuse me, I had said it was in Councilman Coffin. This is agenda item 83 and 84, Councilwoman.
What you're saying is we would leave it, we're taking away half the landscaping in front, but you'd still have the other half in front. And on one side, you'd move it to 4 feet, and on the other side to 1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do we have that down? And I would not want to see a legal firm go homeless. Especially if are you the lawyer?
I am.
Well, good for you.
Thank you.
Are we all right with that planning? I'm just waiting to see, it's all right with me, I'd have to.
Just for clarification, the north and south portions, is there a specific location? Because it tapers throughout the entire site. There's portions that are 6 feet on the south side and 1 foot at other locations, and 2 feet on the north and then 0. So is the entire length of the north property line, you want a minimum of 1 foot, and as well as on the south where it's not currently being provided? Is that correct assessment?
Did you say 1 foot on the south or north?
North.
On the north. And what was your question again?
So regarding
the last part of your question.
The current waiver is for a portion of both the north and south to have a 0 foot, and those are where parking is impacted toward adjacent to the property line. So I'm just asking for clarification as far as where the 1 foot, and it's only specifically to the north, I guess, at this point, the north.
Well, she said she could do
provided.
4 feet on what side?
The south.
north. On the south side?
Yes.
And my recommendation would be where she can't do 4 feet as long as she does 1 foot. How is
Thank
that?
you.
And then I'll just count on you to do that right.
Thank you.
So does that make sense? She would do 4 feet on the south, except where it may taper to such an extent you can't do 4 feet, and then she will do at least 1 foot thereafter.
Mayor, would you like to maybe, Mayor
I
and
think the
Councilman,
current
maybe we can
waiver covers that.
I was going to say, maybe we can trail this item, and he can work with them off to the side.
But you know, I don't know what I need to work with them on, because I'm agreeing with what they're saying.
I mean, in order to craft the condition.
Yeah, that would be helpful. It's always difficult to design a project while we're right in the middle of a meeting and get the conditions right. So if we could have a minute just to work with her and trail the item, that would be helpful to us. Thank
We
you.
will trail these 2 items, 83 and 84. And if Councilwoman, if you're able to get in with them and with Mr. Paragon,
Yeah,
Mr. Lowenstein.
and I would just like to say, sometimes this isn't necessary. I don't know if anybody told you that it might be a good idea to come see the council person whose ward it's in, but maybe planning from now on could give that advice to people, because then we could see the plan better and we wouldn't have to do it here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay right there. Councilwoman's coming down. Don't go off, please. Okay, agenda item 85, 86, 87 have been obeyed to the 15th of June. Agenda items 88, 89, 90 have been obeyed to August 3rd. Agenda items 91, 92, 93, and 94 have been obeyed to June 1st. And we're on to 95. Okay, agenda item 95. 95, GPA 63593, and a request for a general plan amendment from M medium density residential to H high density residential. 96, SDR 63596, and a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 40-unit addition to an existing 197-unit multifamily residential development. The applicant is Jet Development, Inc., and the owner is Hang Chu, LLC, on 7.86 acres of 4800 East Charleston Boulevard. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial of both items. These are in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin, are public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes. I'm Wei-Yen Noble. I represent Hangzhou LLC, the owner.
Thank
And
you.
I have-
And Jennifer Wampel with Jet Development.
Thank you very much. Mr. Parado.
Thank you, Your Honor. Although the R3 zoning district allows up to 50 units per acre, this would require the general plan amendment to high-density residential, which does not exist along Charleston, and not until you get 2 miles away do you see land use at the high-density residential level. And that is why staff recommended denial of both items, and Planning Commission did recommend approval of both items.
Thank you very much. I don't know if these are public hearing. Yes, they are. Anyone wishing to be heard on these 2 items, 95, 96? Okay, hearing and seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Planning Commission puts this through a good vetting process and recognized that the recommendation from staff was to adhere to the ordinances. And so they feel like this will work. So therefore, I now will move on approval of item number 95.
Thank you very much. Is a motion to approve agenda item 95? Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 96, Councilman
I
Coffin.
move for approval of item 96.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 96. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, agenda items 97, 98, 99, and 100 have been obeyed to June 15th. And so we move on to agenda item 101, VAR 63080, public hearing, applicant owner Ma G. Rodriguez and Marari Verones Landa, for possible action and appeal of Planning Commission denial of a request for a variance to allow a 20-foot front yard setback for a porte cochere where 30 feet is required to allow a 27-foot front yard setback for the principal dwelling, where 50 feet is required to allow a 23-foot rear yard setback, where 35 feet is required for a proposed single-family detached dwelling on .46 acres at 1110 Strong Avenue, RE Residential Estate Zone, Ward 1, with Councilwoman Tarkanian, and Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. So, first of all, are you part of public, or are you part of agenda item 101?
We are part of agenda item 101.
Okay, would you state your name, please, and your representation, who you are?
Yes, I'm Michael Osborne, representing Maji Rodriguez and Merari Barones Landa.
Okay.
At the previous two planning commissions that we attended, one requirement was that we hold a neighborhood meeting, which we did. We've listened to what they've had to say. In the last planning commission, when the vote was being put forward, Commissioner Quinn had stated that the main objection, and it seemed like the main objection from most of the public, was the 27-foot front yard setback for the principal dwelling, which is a garage. We have revised our plans, sent those to the planning department, and they are in our supporting materials. And that the revised site plan has removed that part of the principal dwelling. So there is no longer, we have 50 feet 10 inches now, which was the original setback that for the property, or for the residence that was there. It was 50 feet 10 inches. So we have complied with that. We've taken that out. I know that was the issue, the main issue. It was our biggest stumbling block. So we had indicated in our neighborhood meeting that we would consider doing that, and that we would try to, work with our architect and to do that, to be able to remove that, and worked with the planning commission, the planning department as well. So we have done that. So that's now there is a porte cochere and the rear setback that we haven't altered those, but we did take out the main stumbling block that we faced.
So your porte cochere now is back beyond the 30-foot that was originally required? It's back 50 feet?
No, the porte cochere is still at 22 feet. The porte cochere is still at 22 feet. There's still, we've taken out the garage that was 27 feet away, and it required 50. So that was the one that was encroaching a little bit too far onto the to the street, and so we listened to what the neighbors had to say on that. In speaking with the neighbors before the last planning commission meeting and after that, they said that was the main objection that they had. And I know at the neighborhood meeting, Councilwoman Tarkanian was there as well, and that was the biggest thing, is it didn't fit for the area that residence is in. So we've removed that.
Mr. Perigo or Mr. Lowenstein, then I'm going to have public hearing, then I'm going to give it to Councilwoman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Since filing for the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial, the applicant, as stated, has amended the proposed plans to remove the garage element, thereby eliminating the 27-foot front setback request. However, as also mentioned, the porte cochere still encroaches into the setback, and the rear yard setback is still being requested. As there's no evidence of a hardship that's been presented to warrant the requested variance, staff finds it's self-imposed and is therefore recommending denial.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on agenda item 101? Yes? Yes. We have a few. We have Nicholas Bennett and William Bennett. And we have Letitia Bravo, Mark Scott, Shelley Walters, and Susan Woodbeck. So if you'd like to come forward again, which one you are, state your name for our record, please,
I'm William
and your
Bennett.
comments.
I'm William Bennett. I live 14 houses south of the project. I just don't think that there's not a lot of clarity here for us neighbors. I don't think that these variances should be allowed. I want to keep our neighborhood a neighborhood, not, I have, the back of my mind, I want to say they're going to do something commercially here, and I'm against it, so.
Thank you.
That's all I want to say.
Next, please, in your name.
Nicholas Bennett, 2116 Kirkland Avenue. I am Bill's son, and I grew up on Strong, and I am also against the variance because I think it will change the neighborhood to allow that kind of building where it's not required or allowed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Susan Woodbeck. My husband Frank and I reside at 1225 Strong. We strongly object to allowing these setbacks. When we've gone and actually physically looked at the property, it appears with the footprint that they've already started building that it's not zero lot line, but literally the lot disappears. That isn't the precedent that we want to set in our neighborhood. Also, as the vice president of our neighborhood association and one of the people that has a lot to do with our Facebook page, and I'm the person who, it was in our home that we had the neighborhood meeting that they're referring to. And while I can't speak for any of my other neighbors, I can tell you that there's very strong objection to this throughout the neighborhood, and I hope that everybody filled out their cards or made phone calls or sent emails or something. So we object. Thank you. And I have a couple more neighbors here that didn't fill out cards. Can they speak?
They don't need to have a card. If they want to come up and speak, that'd be fine.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Paul Maffey, 3125 Ashby Avenue. I agree with staff's recommendation that to maintain the residence and the style of our neighborhood, that these variances do not be approved.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
My name is Richard Kosegi, and I live in McNeil as well, and I just think if we allow this exception, it will lead to a domino effect in the neighborhood, so I propose to preserve the neighborhood with current setback rules.
Thank you for coming down. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close. Oh, sorry, please.
Hi, Christopher Allen. I live in McNeil, and I also agree with the denial that the staff is recommending.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down. Anyone else? I'm going to close public hearing, and Councilwoman.
As I recall, you started building this before the permit. Is that correct? I'm not sure.
No, we have not built any structure.
Again, sir, if you'd say your
Oh, you
name.
put the footings in, excuse me, you put the footings in, well, we
Correct.
were there before the permit was given, so there was something that would, it doesn't matter anyway. I've been out there with staff 3 different times, and I will tell you the comment made by the lady that it looks like it's just too much building for the lot. It's too much building. I think it was a positive thing that you moved part of it back, but that doesn't solve the problem. It's too much building for the size of the lot, and I would have to agree with the Planning Commission and our staff and recommend denial.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Yes.
And this is genuine. What would you suggest in this case? I know that you say that it's too much, but is there a suggestion as to what would be acceptable? Because that's what we would like to do. We want to make it acceptable.
Well, the porte-cochere is still falling within the
Correct.
the 50 feet that should be left there.
30 feet, yeah.
And I looked we went down the block on your side, on that side of the street, and they are all pretty much the 50 feet that, where
Correct.
50 feet is supposed to be. So that was, so the porte-cochere is a problem, and when we visited, we thought that the back area was very shallow, not giving very much room, and then one side where the back came around the side, it seemed not to be very much room for the lot.
Yeah, on the north side, there's a little, somebody had termed it as being a casita. It's actually a storage shed. That's where we keep our tools. That side, that area right there is existing. That's an existing line of the house.
I just wish, sir, I just wish that perhaps before all this began, and I know that not the framing, but whatever it is, where's our builder down there?
The footing.
Ross?
Yeah, but we don't do any footing.
Yeah, anyway,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. I know that you were already going on it before I knew anything about it. I just wish that if you had come and you had talked, I could have told you strong feelings in the neighborhood, and I could have told you that they very much maintain their neighborhood ambience.
Okay.
I wish that had occurred. If you would like to, what's the best way, if they changed it and they made it smaller, is it best for them to withdraw it and make it smaller, or should we just say, we deny today and then you come back with another one? What's the way to go?
Well, Councilwoman, they can request withdraw without prejudice and then just build to the code and not ask for a variance or move forward and deny the variance. I mean, can still move forward and build it according to the code.
Yeah.
What he's saying is you could withdraw it and then build it to the code.
Correct.
Without a variance, and then come back.
We'll have to discuss that, obviously, with the owner of the property, about what they want to do. So we're kind of stuck there.
Withdraw
I'm not-
without prejudice and make an appointment with the councilwoman to discuss what you can do, what they like.
We would like to do that.
Okay.
Because
and
we want to
planning
work,
will
we
help
want to
us
work
too.
with you.
And
on
planning
this.
will help us too.
That would be
And-
great.
Okay, and
If you
that's,
give me next
okay.
meeting, we can have
So that's my,
we don't get
oh, he's going to
Gonna
withdraw, that's his.
Mr. Parago, if they withdraw without prejudice, there's no timeline, they can, then it's done, and they can come back anytime and talk with Councilwoman when with your office.
That's correct. They can come back at any time.
Thank you very much.
You're very
Councilwoman.
welcome, and then the neighbors who came understand that it would not go in this way, it would come in only if it meets without any variances requested.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Okay, so withdrawn without prejudice. Okay, agenda items, one.
You'll need, I'm sorry, Mayor, you'll need to vote on that. You'll need to vote on those items.
To accept the withdrawal.
Yeah, to accept the withdrawal.
Oh, we have to vote to accept the withdrawal?
You do.
Then I move to accept the withdrawal without prejudice.
This motion to accept the withdrawal without prejudice, please vote and please post. Okay, we'll do 102. Pardon? Oh, right. Our attorney. Yes, we're back to 83. Thank you. I would have had you sitting here till 5. Back to 83, Councilman.
Hello.
And how has it worked out? Is the wording okay? With planning?
The current site conditions allow for it to taper down. I think if anything, the waiver, we'd have to address the condition that expressly calls out the waivers to indicate along the north parcel that it shall maintain a minimum of 1 foot versus the 0 foot. And just one moment so I can bring up the condition.
So the waiver on the north side would be a minimum of 1 foot, depending on how it curves, but it would be a minimum of 1 foot. And then on the south side, we're all right. In the front, the waiver would be accepted at, how many feet was that? 7 feet. 7 feet. You want us to give the 4 feet on the south side too? I think that's what,
Currently, they're showing a 6-foot, and it tapers down to a 1-foot segment
Then that's
along
fine.
that portion.
Okay, it had said 0 on the app, so that's why I had a concern. So I would move then that it would say, it would be 4 feet, 6 feet you said, right?
It's to allow a 7-foot wide landscape buffer where 15 is required, and it would be amended to say a 1-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the north and south perimeter where 8 feet is required.
And then you're going to say the south one?
With that being the portion north and south, they both have portions that taper down to 1 foot, so that would cover both.
All right. I so move.
And you agree to that? You are in agreement, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion to which she agrees.
What can I do?
There we go, on Agenda 83. Thank you, please
Good
vote,
luck
please
to you.
post.
Thank
Steve?
Yeah.
The motion carries, thank you very much. And did we do 84? Now we need to do 84. Okay, 84 is also that same, you just have to move that same, you agree? 84
84?
was part of it, that's still the Barnes,
We voted on 83,
right.
and on 84, I thought it was just the landscaping.
Madam Mayor, if I may, it would be an amendment to condition number 4 of the site development plan review to read a waiver from 19.08.040 is hereby approved to allow a 7-foot wide landscape buffer where 15 feet is required and a 1-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the north and south perimeters where 8 feet is required.
All right, I thought we just said that, though.
We
I
did
thought-
on 83,
So
now we're saying it
am I
again.
saying it again to,
You're saying it again because it should have been on the SDR that condition was placed, not on the zoning.
all right, then on the SDR, I say the same thing again,
As amended.
as amended,
Thank you.
as amended.
Motion, please vote, and please post. Motion carries, thank you. And now we're back to agenda item 102. Okay, VAR 63098, a request for variance to allow a 1.13 street connectivity ratio, or 1.30 is the minimum required. 103, which is VAR 63259, a request for variance to allow no curb, gutter, or sidewalks on Michelli Crest Way, Antique Ridge Court, Shrine Ridge Court, El Capo Grande Avenue, Tropical Parkway, east of Alpine Ridgeway, as well as a non-standard curbs in the public right-of-way to allow 3-foot valley gutters instead of L curbs on Antique Ridge and Shrine Ridge Court, where the complete street standards are required. Agenda item 104. WVR 63099, a request for a waiver to allow 177-foot and 218-foot external intersection offsets where 220 feet is a minimum distance separation required, and to allow no street lights on Michelli Crestway, Antique Ridge Court, Shrine Ridge Court, El Capo Grande Avenue, Tropical Parkway, east of Alpine Ridgeway. And agenda item 105, TMP 63100, a request for a tentative map for 49-lot single-family residential subdivision. The applicant is D.R. Horton, Inc. The owner is the Bureau of Land Management, United States Government, on 25 acres southwest corner of Tropical Parkway and Michelli Crestway, R-D, single-family residential restricted zone. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial on all items. These are in Ward 6 with Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Ross. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes. Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing D.R. Horton in this matter. Just very quickly, if I could get your attention to the overhead here. These applications are in regards to a previous application that we came before you a few weeks ago up here in the Northwest. One of the items of discussion was to make sure we keep the area rural. As I'm showing you on the overhead here, everything that is on the east side of Alpine Ridge, that's the reason why we're coming in with the waivers and the variances. The tentative maps also before you. We did have a neighborhood meeting with the neighbors up in this area. One of the additional requests they wanted to make sure, actually there's two requests that they had. One was to make sure that we had no streetlights on Alpine Ridge also, because they like to keep it dark out there, not to have the streetlights, as you've heard in other rural neighborhood areas. And then the other one was to work with the Clark County Public Works and your Public Works Department on providing stop signs out here in this area. With that being said, those are some of the matters that we talked to the neighbors about. Planning Commission has recommended approval, and I'm sure you're familiar with the reason why we're asking for these, for the variance and the waiver.
Thank you. Mr. Parago?
Thank you, Your Honor. As this is a vacant, undeveloped site, and there's no hardship which precludes the applicant from designing the site in such a way to allow compliance with city standards, staff is recommending denial.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. I have a card from Mark Bloom, and of course, following Mr. Bloom, anybody else, and he has come with his maps. Please come right on up. So pretty.
I thought he was bringing us candy.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm ready. Good afternoon, Your Honor, Mayor Goodman, and members of the council. My name is Mark Bloom, and I'm representing approximately 135 to 150 neighbors.
Do you have a list of those names that you could give to our city clerk?
Yes, ma'am. I have several petitions, several pages of petitions that have also been entered into the record at the Planning Commission.
Oh, okay. So if you would
Yes,
give them
please.
to
There's
our
quite a
clerk.
few.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't know how I see what's on here, but okay. A little nervous. The first issue, I wanted to talk to you about two issues, and I'll try to be brief, but again, I'm here representing over 100 people. The first issue has to do with the waiving of the off-sites, street lights, curb, gutter, and sidewalk, which Mr. Gronauer just spoke about. Last month, we made a similar presentation to the Planning Commission, and as you see, was voted most items unanimously in favor of the waivers. So we are asking for you to affirm their vote, if you will. Just to kind of give you a very quick overview, I have several pictures. I won't belabor the point, but as you can see, this is Michelli Crest and Alpine Ridge, and as you can see, there are no street lights, curb, gutter, or sidewalk. Even this one here, which as you can see is a development that's going in, several houses are there, no curb, gutter, street lights, or sidewalks, so we would like to keep it like that, please. This is a bit of an unusual situation because, as you know, most of the time the neighbors and the developers are at odds. They come before the commission and before you to hash it out. Your Honor, this is a situation where, if you will, we've reached an out-of-court settlement. We've had meetings, we've had a consensus, we've compromised, and so are coming to you with our settlement and asking you to...
Okay, hold on one sec, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. Thanks.
Oh, dear. Okay, thank you. So we are asking you to approve our out-of-court agreement, if you will.
You want to restate about the pictures you just showed?
Oh,
please?
yes, ma'am. This is showing pictures of the area, Michelli Crest and Ann, Michelli Crest, Campo Grande, basically Alpine and Michelli, including a current development in Alpine Ridge and El Campo Grande, which, as you can see, still has the rural street standards on Michelli Crest. So we are asking to, in keeping with the characteristics of the neighborhood, agree with the Planning Commission and waive those off-sites, please. As I'm continuing, as I'm sure you know, Your Honor, and members of the council, it's not easy to get 130 or 150 neighbors to agree with the developer, especially out here, but we have worked well, Mr. Gronauer has worked well, and so we are here, if you will, in concert with him. The second issue is a bit trickier. This mic loves to get in the way, doesn't it? Maybe you could zoom in on that. Yes, thank you very much. The second issue is a bit trickier. Currently, Tropical Parkway ends at Michelli Crest. Tropical runs basically unabated east all the way to Centennial Center, including the Walmart and Home Depot. We, the neighbors, feel that we purchased the land and built our homes in the RNP, which we understand the annexed land is now not officially RNP, but we feel that when we built in the RNP, we had some protection from urbanization and higher densities and more traffic, which is, as you know, is the idea of the RNP. The problem here, you see, is with the tentative map, it's going to bring into play the 49 houses that Horton is going to build, plus about another 30, let's just call it 75 houses, that Madam will now run unabated Tropical Parkway to the Home Depot and the Walmart, just as I would if I lived there. And I firmly believe that it is this council and the county's position that Ann Road and Centennial Parkway, which are due for major upgrades, should be the east-west corridors, not Tropical Parkway. Your Honor, with Tropical Parkway stopping at Michelli Crest, and I'm hoping this is showing up because I can't see a thing, but
no, it's dark, but we can see
if it's with with Tropical Parkway stopping at Michelli Crest, let's just use the baseline of 0 cars are coming down the street. I don't know how many there are, but just a few houses. You're going from 0 cars to 150 cars if there's 75 homes. I have a better slide for you. So, the current traffic flows, if you will, is there any way to zoom in a little closer on that, please? Thank you. Boy, he's fabulous. The current traffic flows, say coming from the Home Depot area here, go up Ann Road, Centennial Parkway. There's no reason for people to come up and down Tropical because there's just a few houses there. It doesn't go through to the big development that will be west of Michelli. I submit to you, Madam, that probable traffic flows, I realize there's going to be a traffic study, but we live there, people instead of coming out of the Home Depot are now going to go right up Tropical Parkway and 150 cars right down Tropical Parkway because, Madam, this area to the west is separated with 1 block of desert. You are now bringing into 150 potential cars, as I would, up and down Tropical Parkway, and then all of the time, money, and effort to use Centennial or Ann Road is useless. Now, there is also Darnell Elementary School on Tropical Parkway. Do we want hundreds of cars racing unabated down Tropical Parkway to Darnell Elementary School? That's a disaster waiting to happen. And so I submit to you that there must be a better way. If it cannot be vacated, which it's 1 block, to vacate 1 block of Tropical Parkway would solve all of the issue because that's the way it is now. If that can't be done, I understand there's connectivity, there's drainage, but something must be done. Maybe Public Works can come up with an idea. You cannot allow hundreds of cars to race unabated down to that Centennial Center, and then Centennial and Ann don't get used. I wouldn't do it either. That's the nightmare that I'm urging you to do something about. Vacation of 1 block would solve the entire problem. Mr. Gronauer and D.R. Horton have agreed that a bulb cul-de-sac would work, maybe a fire department access gate on Michelli. They are very happy to do that. And I would ask the council to please look at this with open eyes and understand we don't want hundreds of cars going down past Darnell Elementary, which is right here. Somebody's going to get hurt or killed. And I don't think this council or anybody else wants that on their plate when a simple vacation solves the problem.
But he said,
Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it, and I'm available for any questions.
thank you for coming down, sharing your information. Anyone else from the public? I'm going to close public hearing then, and
No, not yet.
do we have anybody else?
That's on this agenda item. We have two AP students talking about solar and public citizen participation.
Oh, that's later. Okay. Mr. Gronauer, did you want to respond and talk about what was just said, or are you just here to listen to Councilman Ross?
I'm going to listen to the council.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Staff, thank you very much. Your Honor, I am going to move to approve, follow Planning Commission's recommendation of approval on agenda item 102, VAR 63098.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
And I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of agenda item 103.
There's a motion on agenda item 103 to approve.
To approve.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on 103. Please post.
And I-
Councilwoman. Motion carries. 104.
Your Honor, I would follow move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval on agenda item 104.
Motion to approve on 104. Please vote and please post. And 105.
And 105, I would also move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of 105. And in light of, we have nothing in our code for rural standards. Mr. Gronauer, thank you for working with the neighbors out there to come up with these compromises. I appreciate it. That's my motion.
And on agenda item 105, there's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post.
Sorry.
And please post. Motion carries. And for Mr. Bloom, all I can tell you is monitor what's going on. Your doors to City Council are always open. So anyway, go forward, and thank you very much. All right, agenda item 106, SUP 63555, public hearing, applicant Mari Carmen, Saria, owner Bonanza Sunrise LLC, for possible action or request for a special use permit for 2,500 square foot expansion of an existing 1,460 square foot restaurant for a restaurant with service bar to be located 180 feet from a child care facility where 400 feet is the minimum required at 4800 East Bonanza Suite 8, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Hi, my name is Mari Carmen, and he's my traductor.
Okay.
I'm her
And
translator.
your name is?
Christian, I'm her son.
Okay, thank you. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Could you repeat your name? And
Mari Carmen Soria.
Okay. Maricarmen, Soria.
Yes.
And her son. Okay, anyone wishing to be heard on this item? I'll close the public hearing, and any comments from planning?
Yeah, sure, Your Honor. Staff finds that the expansion of this use to the expanded floor space and the request for a restaurant with service bar can be conducted in a manner that's harmonious and compatible with the surrounding existing and future land uses, and therefore we did recommend approval.
Thank you very much. Councilman Coffin.
Move for approval, Your Honor.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 106. Please vote, please post. Yes, you absolutely may. And please post. Councilman Beer says yes. A, aye.
And I have a request just to say the name of the restaurant.
Tlaquepaque.
Casa Tlaquepaque.
Okay. Lucky.
Is that cute?
Oso Blanca.
Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good luck to you. And agenda item 107, SUP 63568, public hearing, applicant owner Mei Ling Ching Pan for possible action or request for special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 492-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 2105 Bonnie Bray Avenue, R1, single-family residential, Zone 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes.
And your name, please?
Miranda Chen.
Thank you, and sir?
Paul Sloop.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Mr. Farrago?
Thank you, Your Honor. I've asked Mr. Lowenstein to make the report.
Madam Mayor, the proposed short-term rental use will not be compatible with the surrounding uses due to the existing similar use that is currently licensed within 492 feet from the proposed subject property. Therefore, staff's recommending denial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, public hearing, this is open, so if you may sit and let the public come forward and speak to this. We have Susan Woodbeck. No, we did, this is the other one. Oh, also 107. And then, that's 107, Nicholas Bennett, and William Bennett, and also Shelley Walters, and Mark Scott, and Letitia Bravo, all on 107. So please, if you will make your comments, thank you.
Good day. My name is Mark Scott. I live at 1508 I live at 1508 Kirkland in Glen Heather Estates, and I come to also support the bill that was passed, I believe, in last October, which was designed to limit these short-term rentals. They have been identified as an issue.
Thank you. Okay, please go ahead.
Over the past 5-7 years, they've been identified as an issue. Often, the tenants, the short-term tenants, are polite and are respectful of the surroundings. Sometimes they are not. I'm sure you've heard a lot of horror stories over the years. I know this has been an ongoing issue. Despite assurances from the owners that that won't happen or that we'll be on top of it or whatever, I think it's just the nature of the beast. It's very hard to control. Also, what it does, these short-term rentals, they take a home out of our neighborhood and turn it into a business. It's now a hotel. It now does not have Las Vegans living in it. It does not have residents. These are visitors for a day or 2 or 3 or a week at a time. And it's not that they're bad people, but they're not part of our community. I would also like to point out that our neighborhood is actually very desirable to do this to because of its proximity to the Strip and yours and Councilwoman Tarkanian's. And it's happening a lot, and it's very much a vibrant neighborhood, as you well know. Full of people that really care about the neighborhood, and there's a really strong sense of community here. One other thing that may be near and dear to your heart, Mayor Goodman, that I'd like to point out is the biggest problem that it seems that one of the biggest problems with the downtown revitalization is getting people to live there. And many people are choosing to live in these neighborhoods adjacent to downtown because, frankly, that's where the only place you can live right now. There's tons of younger families that want to buy in our neighborhood. A house very similar in square footage to this house in Glen Heather just went on the market 2 weeks ago, 7 days. At the most, a house has been listed in quite some time in there, and it sold. It took multiple offers. It's families want to live here. This is not an area that has been forgotten. It's an area that's very much in focus where people actually want to live and be a part of downtown. And I think it's very important that we limit these short-term rentals so that our citizens can live there and maintain the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming down.
Afternoon, Mayor, Council. Nicholas Bennett, 2116 Kirkland. I live across the street from Mark, and I have the map. I got a question about the distance shown, because it's saying 492 feet is the distance, but that is from their house here to this which is an active license. But from this house to their residence is 330 feet, which is half the distance of that they're requesting. And our ward, Ward 1, has a disproportionate amount of active licenses for these rentals. There are about 50% of all the licenses are in our ward, and 20% of all licenses are in our neighborhood, McNeil, Wesley, and Scotch 80s. So we are affected by this much more than any other neighborhood. We have problems with parties, litter, and party buses that show up at 11:30 at night when my kids are sleeping, those kind of things. Even though a lot of these owners say they can handle it, they're on call, they're not a long-term invested owner like many of us are. So that's why I hope you vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am?
Hi, Shelley Walters. I live at 2112 Kirkland Avenue. And I just wanted to say the property owner did reach out to us. Lois, you were at a meeting where he was there, and told us of his plans for the property. Now, at the time, personally, I only knew about 2 other properties in our neighborhood that were vacation rentals. Since then, I found out about 2 more. I sent a list to Lois's office yesterday in regards to those 5. I believe 3 are licensed, 2 are not. And I thought to myself after that, well, can't we have a limit of the number? We're a neighborhood of 180 homes. How many vacation rentals, can there be in a small neighborhood like that? And then I found out about the variance, the 650 or 660, and I was pleased with that because at least that limits, the number. But I think that variance, I think the distance shouldn't be varied from, I guess is what I'm saying. I don't think there should be any variances allowed on that. Because before long, you do one variance, you get another, and then our neighborhood's saturated. And just to speak on one thing that Mark was speaking about, how desirable our neighborhood is. I'm a real estate agent, as most of you know, and I have 3 properties in the neighborhood in escrow right now for families.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so it is a very desirable neighborhood for that, and for also long-term renters that can't afford to live there. I know of one long-term renter that rents from a client of mine. She's been there 5 years, and she's a big part of the community. So I guess that's probably it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, yes.
Excuse me,
Question
ma'am,
of you?
could you come back?
Oh, yes.
Here I am.
Okay.
Thank you. Are you a Realtor again, did you say?
Yes.
Okay, so is it possible that these random purchases of property by people are perhaps helping drive property values up? Is that what's going on? That we're seeing a warming of the real estate prices, and could this be one of the artificial drivers of what's going on, that people are picking up these properties for this purpose and in fact distorting the market? Could that be happening?
It's possible to an extent, but I don't believe that that's what's making the market thrive right now.
Well, I'm just wondering because it's starting to happen in my ward, which is on the other side of the freeway, and it is starting to bother me because we're getting these applications and/or people are not even getting licensed. They're just starting to do it.
Right.
Under another internet giant's aegis, Airbnb or something like that. So,
right, that's who most
it's happening right under our very noses, and pretty soon we're going to lose control of this. And I think I guess we'll have to address it, but I'm listening to what the councilwoman is going to do on this. I'll support her.
Mark is an appraiser as well, so he might be able to speak.
Would you mind, Your Honor, if we have him?
Okay, thank you. I'll be brief. Yes, I'm actually a real estate appraiser. While it's difficult to quantify if that's happening in Las Vegas, whether or not this is driving up property values, that is making it out of reach for families, I can tell you that it is most certainly, absolutely well documented that this has happened in other cities. 2 weeks ago, Berlin just banned short-term rentals citywide, Berlin, the entire city of Berlin, because it's driving out residents and people can't afford to live in the city anymore. New York, the state of New York has banned them. San Francisco has put in very strict regulations. Santa Monica has done this, and it's basically because of economic reasons. It's created a housing shortage. There's no place for people to live. There's only places for people to stay for 2 days at a time. So I can speak to that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes, and then I'm going to ask you to come back and describe your layout and everything. Thank you.
Just have one brief comment. Bill Bennett, William Bennett. I live down the street from Shelley. Anyway, what I can address is I agree with all the previous comments made by my family and neighbors. What I can bring to it is the let's keep the what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas on the Strip and in the hotels and not in my neighborhood. I work in a casino and I see all the craziness. I don't want to put up with it at my house. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else on this? I'm going to close public hearing. I'm going to invite you back up, please, if you would. And Mei-Ling Cheng-Pan, if you would like to talk about your property and describe the layout and everything else, and then I'm going to turn it over to Councilwoman. So,
All right.
and if you pull the microphone closer to you, and if you'll speak up so we can hear you clearly,
Okay.
please.
Well, thanks for allowing us to speak here today. We understand there's incident happens in the neighborhood that we fully understand because we're part of the community. We're on the Facebook page, and we introduce ourselves at the very beginning to the community meeting. We meet every, whoever show up in the meeting. We talk to our direct neighbor, directly straight from us and the one next to us. They're fully aware that our purpose of buying this property, and they are fine with that. The story that we have today is before we purchased the property, we start communicating with the city in February 22nd, 2015, which is last year, to verify the zoning for legally doing the business in this particular address. After 5 months of research, we actually found this lovely property that we love this community, and we would like to move forward with the purchase. On May 17, we actually sent another email to the city and verified this is legal zoning for perform a business license here, to obtain a business license here. The city verified it. We have an email. In June 30th, we closed on the property. We were expecting
Of last year.
Last year. So we at the very beginning, we're trying to do the right thing according to, we received a checklist from the city. It was nothing about the special use permit at that time. When we started applying for business license, that's when.
Let me interrupt you there. If I could, Ms. Duddleston, was that in the licensure of the property, everything was, at that time, in February they applied, June they closed. There was no indication of any constrictions on the property?
Your Honor, for the record, Karen Duddleston, Deputy Director over Business Licensing. At that time, there may or may not have been. When people inquire, all we can do is give them the information that is available at that time. It's when those licenses come in and when they are approved.
Okay, thank you. So it's June 30, you purchased the property?
June 30, yes. I think the question is the special use permit was passed last year after we closed on the property or around the same time. We didn't know, with the 10 months of communication, we didn't know there's a special use permit that needs to get approved other than the business license. In December, that's the first time we heard about that special use permit.
So if in fact that's fact, by passing something new, a special use permit after the fact of the purchase, does it become retroactive for their use of this property?
Your Honor, I don't believe anybody at that point in time when the council passed an ordinance would know that someone was privately purchasing a piece of property and for what purpose they were purchasing that property.
Okay, so please continue.
And but like I said, we trying to communicate with the city, would have email with Mr. Cantanian, like, you know, we provide an email to them, we prove that we have tried our best to do that. At this time, like, you know, after 10 months of communicating and all of a sudden this special use permit came out, that we didn't ignore it. You know, we moved forward with the city, with the county, and not county. We moved forward with the city, and then we're trying to do the right thing. We're trying to apply for a special use permit to, you know, pay the fees and all that to be a legal property. We actually have a property in Clark County before we purchased this property. And then we find out, because a lot of hosts on Airbnb, they don't even know if it's legal or illegal. They just see there's hundreds of property online. You assume that it's legal. After we find out it's illegal, we sold the property and we bought this property as a legal zoning. We don't want to do anything illegal anymore. Like, we didn't know in the past, but now we know, so we're trying to do the right thing. You know, this is not, like, according to a neighbor, I know they're upset with the incident happened in the community, but this is not something that, we're not out-of-state owner. We don't hire property managers. We are locally live there. I've been here for 13 years. We're planning to raise a family here, as you can see. But, you know, we're trying to be involved as a community as we can, and, you know, that's why we now, I know there's another property on Kirtland. The owner is not communicating with the property at all, and they have party all the time, that we are fully aware of it. That's why, you know, we would like to, at this point, we would like to, like, obey to the first month of August so that we can introduce ourselves to the community and talk to them more about, you know, what we're doing and what we're going to do, instead of just have them have this fear the party's going to going on. You know, the reason why we saw Airbnb is because we have 2 dogs and we don't like to stay in the casino smoking environment. That's why a lot of people choose Airbnb. We don't do weekend renting. We don't rent 2 or 3 nights. Our minimum will be a week, and most of our clients, most of our guests, it's convention people. They're coming family with the dogs, with the kids. We actually reject more requests than we accept that we can approve. We can send you an email, we can have approved on Airbnb to approve that. You know, we make it very clear with all the guests that inquiry us, we're not a party house.
Well, the key is we want the neighborhoods to sustain the quality of life. Your owner's there, you want a nice quality of life. And so, I mean, the main issue here is, for whatever community it's in, that the residents who live there, as yourselves, have that assurance that there isn't disruption, loud noise, lots of people, too many people for a house, whatever the issue is. So I'm going to turn this over to Councilwoman Tarkanian and let her chat with you and decide this.
First of all, if I had to have a party house, or a short-term rental, excuse me, in the district, I would want to have you as the owners. I want to tell you that. I think your ideas and I think your ethics are the level if you're going to have a short-term rental, we should have you have a short-term rental. Unfortunately, things happened in the time that you were involved. For example, I didn't see you until after the last vote was made on the ordinance pertaining to the SUP. And then after that, I did not realize there was a second home that was a short-term rental that close to you. So you have 2 homes close to you that do not meet that 660 feet requirement, and then would have you 3 homes in that close area. And at one of the homes, as I understand, is a problem. Are you aware, Karen, are we aware of that home? That seems to be caught, and one of them is not evidently registered. Is that what the people in the neighborhood said? No. Okay, I just didn't know if I remembered correctly. Did you have a response? In any case, we have probably about 10 short-term rentals in that area, not just McNeil, but you know, you go over to the other side a little bit, and in that area. I just don't think we can handle anymore. And I'm wondering if you could withdraw without prejudice now, and maybe we can take care of some of the illegal ones and see what we can do. And before, if you don't mind my saying this, Mayor, and council members too, you know for 8 years I have fought these short-term rentals. It has ripped my heart apart, because how can you ask for better citizens than you have in the McNeil neighborhood? Citizens that vote, citizens that take care of their neighborhood, citizens that do all the right things we want, and then put a business. And that's what I said right at the beginning. These are businesses. And I don't know if I did not like the idea that it would say so many bedrooms and above, you could have it, so many below, you don't even have to come to council. I didn't like that. I voted against it. All right, it passed. There wasn't anything I could do. I think we have to readdress that, and I'm going to tell you, it's hitting his ward now, and it's going to hit the others, and it's hitting your ward too, Ross. See, it's going to hit these other wards. We have to do something. And it can't be what the county does, which just says you can't have any short-term rentals, because guess what? The county has as many as we have. Illegally. They have all of these, just as many as we illegally. We were trying to address it and do it in the right way, and it's not quite working. And I know how smart Karen Duddleston is, and I know how hard she works. And I would just like to, if it's all right with the other council members, unless some object, I would like to ask her to readdress this and see how we can handle it. Last weekend, and this is what's causing the big problem too, is last weekend there was a big problem not too far from your house on Mason, where they went till 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, where they had condoms out there, they had panties out there. I mean, people sent me pictures of what they found on the street. This is not what belongs in the neighborhood. How can we say to our residents, just like one of the gentlemen said, he says, these people who come, they're not Las Vegans. They really don't care. I've seen where they've written on tables, I'm not going to say the word, but awful words, and then Las Vegans. You know, they don't care about us. And you try and talk with them, and they act like that. Now you have a couple that is a wonderful couple that does live here, who does want to do it right, but I have to tell you, I cannot prove it now because of the numbers that are there and the breaking of the 600 feet requirement between not just one house, but now 2 houses. So if you could withdraw this without prejudice, and then maybe we can take care of the other problem and maybe look at something else for you. And I can't say for sure, but I do know this is not the time that we can do it. Karen, do you have any other suggestions? You usually have good suggestions.
Your Honor, if I might, we do have another proposal coming forward to close some loopholes on the short-term rentals, address Airbnb, which are the single bedrooms that are being rented out. And we will come up with some more proposals for the council to take a look at and consider.
This would be a delay, and I don't know how long a delay, but if this passed, my motion passes, then it would be a delay for you, but you can come back then. If you withdraw without prejudice, then you can come back anytime.
Is withdrawing like abating this until later?
No, obeying is to a certain time. Withdrawing means you're taking it away, and you're not saying when you're coming back, but when the right time is there, you can come back. If you don't do that and we deny it, then you can't come back for a year.
Councilwoman and Mayor, we can also table it. If you table it, that kind of keeps the application in limbo until such time as you want to call it back.
Oh, and that might save them money, too?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I think it still has to be renoticed, I believe, Tom. It still has to be renoticed.
But I do think that we have to have some kind of plan, and I think we need to work with our neighborhood associations. I'm not saying HOAs, I'm saying associations in my ward, and see if we can all come together on some kind of plan. Because this is going to get worse and worse. It's going to get heavier and heavier, and they're working ways around the rules we set. You know, we said no more than 4 bedrooms or more, and what they did is they went to the county. One home, was it this home that went to the, no, not the one I'm talking about with the condoms and everything. They went to the county and had them change from having them as a 5-bedroom to having them as a 4-bedroom. They're trying to sneak around every way. So we've got to be smarter and do it better. And unfortunately, you, who are a very fine couple, are caught in the middle. But if I table it, then we can see if we can bring it back again, if we can get rid of some of this other and not have such a heavy load in that ward, in that area. Is that all right with you? I want you to know, I think you're great people. I think you're doing the right things, but we...
Like I said, it's like the frustration we have is that like we try to do as to the book as possible, you know, before purchasing a house, talking to business license and the city, and they said, you're good to go, you know, and now it's like, now there's this other rule, and in a sense like, we have money tied into doing this, and it's just like, in a sense, we're just getting thrown this way and thrown that way, and it's just like, it's very frustrating because it's, you know, like, this is what, you know, we were planning to do. It's just like, if it was free, then it would be easy.
You know, there's someone else who got caught in this, not as directly as you did, and they're renting it out to someone. They're renting their home rather on a short-term basis. They're renting it out for 6 or 8 months. I forget what it was. But you're absolutely right. It is frustrating. And you did it right. The guy who had the big party this weekend, he didn't do it right. He just snuck around us with the assessor's office. Just so, but if we do it this way and I table it, you don't have to pay any more fees, and then you can come back at any time that you feel you want to come back, and we could let you know how we're doing as far as the other situation that Karen would be helping us with.
Do we get money back?
So I'm not sure exactly what that means. Does that mean that the money we applied for the license, in a sense, we get back, or does that? Or do we lose that in a sense?
Just leave the money. You don't have to pay any more monies. Well, let's have legal tell you that.
I think there may be a re-notice fee. The only way there possibly wouldn't be a fee is if you abate it to a date certain, and that way you'd announce that date today, and that way there wouldn't have to be another notice sent out. But I think any other plan, you'd have to pay a re-notice fee.
I'm just wondering if
how much is that?
That is correct. That is correct. If it were tabled, it would have to be re-noticed, and that would be a $500 fee.
How much did they pay?
The special permit is $1,300.
How much?
$1,300.
Well, that's money they could use. How did they get their money back?
They don't.
And come back again?
So what they'd have to do is they'd have to abate it to a date certain, and in that instance, you would not have to pay a re-notice fee. The notice would be the notice you gave today, and that would be the notice. So if she wanted to abate it for 6 months, she could do that, and then we would announce the date here, and that's the only way there wouldn't be a re-notice fee.
So there is no way to return their money and then have them come back?
No, because that money's already been expended, I'm assuming, on the notice to the neighbors for today's meeting.
That's right. The money is used. It's part of it's processing, part of it's the notification. That's already been spent.
So in their best interest, your recommendation then is a time certain?
Without a fee, it would have to be a notice to another date certain. So if you want to do 6 months, 9 months, you could do that, and then we'd announce that date today.
Councilwoman, our staff thinks that it would take probably 6 months to be able to work through this. So if you wanted to obey it for 6 months, we could bring it back then.
All right. It's approximately November 16th.
Surely.
Because of that, I mean, you've been very generous to this wonderful couple, and folks, you've been great. And I think you understand Councilwoman's position here, but this obviously is a financial decision you guys have to make, and 6 months may not work. I mean, you might have to discuss as a family, maybe, you know, selling it or actually renting it out for long-term rentals.
That's another question I was asked, because I know in a city it's legal, like in this community in particular, it's legal to do a business rental. If someone come in and buy a house within every property, go to the planning and say, okay, 660 feet, 600, okay, let's buy this one. If people do that, they don't need a special permit. They can still do a business rental. They don't have to talk to the neighbor. They can be a total asshole. They don't have to do anything that we did. That's why we're trying to point out we're different than other owner. However, can I say something about Airbnb? I did went on the Airbnb website and I pulled a city counter. Where was it? There's 522 Airbnb property that lists on Airbnb, just one website alone, not including VRBO or vacation rental home away. There's only 47 registered with the city. I think my point is this is a generation change with Airbnb. It's worldwide. We use Airbnb in Paris, in Rome, in UK, in Taipei, in Asia. It's worldwide. This is an issue. You can ban it, but it doesn't stop people doing that. My intake is if we can trying to control them, have them register, not on the illegal one, and you can manage the one that register with you, apply for other regulation, then trying to knock down one by one and building the case, it takes you a year maybe to close 3. This is a serious issue with the city that we fully understand, and we, like, even when we're meeting with, you know, as councilwoman, we're trying to offer what we can help. I'm a real estate agent too, so to answer, you know, Mr. Colvin's question, does investor buy to do Airbnb? Yes, they do buy to Airbnb. If you go on MLS, there's actually saying on the agent to agent, this is Airbnb property, bring your investor. You know, 2013, there's a 50% investor from out of country, out of state, coming to Vegas and boom, 32% of the sales price. 50% American real estate is bought by investor overseas in 2013. If you know, if you were in the market at that time, this is how crazy are. People love Vegas. People come here to vacation. What we're targeting different is not. We don't want. This is our home. This is our life savings. This is not something we're just gonna buy 1,000 miles away and then hire the manager to do it, and we just care about money. No, this is our home. We put our life saving into it. We love our home. We love the community. We screen our guests, you know, for decent people. If people come in and tell me, like, we have all the email you can approve, that's all online. We can pull everything out on Airbnb, all the conversation that we have with our guests. This is not something like I'll never say, you know, you just want to put money there, you just want to make money out of it. No. We worry about people damage our property than anyone else. If anyone damage our property, they check out the left, we are the one who have to pay to repair it. Of course, we want to prevent it happen, that we screen our guests very strictly, than just take anybody. You know, with the incident happened on Strong, the 1245 Strong last weekend, that company was owned by LLC in Chicago, and they hire property manager to manage their property. That, you know, I know the information because I am fully aware of what's going on in the neighborhood. Right. You know, that property is a perfect example that, you know, like we talked about last time, we should only allow locally owner to do this. So when the things happen, we can come in within 20 minutes and solve the problem instead of dragging too long for someone to respond and this and that. You know, this is not our, you know, our intention is never to trash the house or to provide a party house.
I'll close it.
At all.
You know, what I want to say is this. I think you have good ideas. I thought you had when I met with you. And Karen, she does have really good ideas and a lot of experience with AirBub and everything. You might want to talk with her. We cannot do some of the things you said. I don't know if we could say, hey, you can't have this unless you live in the city itself. Our lawyer there says, no, you can't. But it was a good thought. I'd love to do it. But I need to go in this direction, and if you could just maybe go for a rental for 6 months or so, give us a chance. We'll close these things up. And believe me, we are going to try very hard to help you and with the neighborhood to see that we can get it done.
Okay.
So, yes, sir.
Just to kind of let you guys know in regards to like the growing movement of Airbnb, I'm actually a contractor here in town, and I literally am at a point where I get people coming in about every week saying, I'm doing something for a vacation rental. This is how much you're going to start seeing it more and more.
I know.
Just how, like I said, just how Uber came in with taxis and stuff like that, you know, they're going to change. Things are going to change, and, you know, people are motivated to do it because there are a lot of people out in the world that just want to travel, that don't want to be in a hotel. And that's, you know, when we found out about Airbnb, it wasn't about like we want to do a business. It was because we wanted to go somewhere and
we have
like,
dogs.
you know, live there
So you
and stuff
wanted-
like that.
I know you wanted a legitimate business. I'm positive you would have conducted a legitimate business. But we have many homes involved here, many things involved. I have to move in this direction, and we will keep in contact with you, or you can keep in contact with us. That's fine. We'll do everything we can. I need to move this now because we have more on the agenda.
Yeah.
And so what I'm going to do is, can legal tell me what I do so I don't make a mistake?
you're going to, if you're going to obey it to a date certain such that they don't have to pay another renotice fee, you'll indicate that it needs to be, it'll be obeyed for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and then the clerk will give you a date as to when that.
All right, our CMO tells us that her staff would need at least 6 months, so I will obey for 6 months. And can city clerk please tell me what date that is?
November 16th.
November 16th. We'll obey until November 16th. That's my motion, to obey this until November 16th.
And just for the neighbors.
Or table it until November 16th.
No, you're correct. The
Okay.
obey. But just for the neighbors, know this will be their only notice. There will not be another notice sent by planning with regard to this.
So the neighbors know there will not be another notice sent by planning, but we will have our office tries always to let you know when things are happening. Is that all right? Okay. And
there is a motion, please vote and please post, but I would recommend to you, Councilwoman, to make sure with Ms. Duddleston too, that they are included in the conversation and neighborhood as well, because obviously I do believe this is part of this new generation coming in that want a week here and a week there, and it's probably less expensive or more convenient, and looking to the future. So how can we control the bad elements and make sure that good people that have good intentions? So it's got to be meetings, and it's mind, and it's everybody getting together and working together. So Councilwoman, I know this has been something on her plate for a long, long time, and Ms. Duddleston, if you will just make sure that you move forward through the city staff and their organization to make sure you're included in the conversation so we get our arms around this and get rid of the bad element.
And
So,
we'll try as
sorry.
hard as we can to do this the right way.
And if you'll vote. And then if you'll post, and this has been obeyed then to November.
Thank you.
And thank you.
And
Thank
good
you.
luck to you.
Okay, agenda item 108, SDR 63111, public hearing, applicant owner, Drock 3rd Street LLC, possible action request for site development plan review for a proposed permanent parking lot with valet parking only at an existing commercial recreation amusement outdoor facility with waivers of downtown Centennial 81 plan, architectural design, streetscape, and permanent parking lot design and screening standards on 2.76 acres at 200 South 3rd. This is C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. It's a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
All right. Good afternoon, council members and mayor. Just a clarification on the agenda. Oh, actually, my name is Chris Fenton. I live at 1513 Kirby Drive, Las Vegas. Just a clarification on the agenda item. Staff recommended approval. I think it was a carryover from the abeyance previously, so just want to note that staff did recommend approval. Anyway, I'm representing D-Rock 3rd Street today. As noted, this is an item that has been a temporary approval for outdoor event center and valet parking, and we're seeking permanent approval. It's a commercial outdoor recreational center. Just wanted to say that there's a couple of waivers for some streetscape standards. We worked closely with staff on that and come to some, we agree with their recommendations, and also Planning Commission's approval. We're excited about the project and its positive impacts downtown, and request approval with staff conditions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, the gentleman is correct. It is an error in the agenda, and staff does recommend approval, and I'm going to let Mr. Lonesy make a report.
Madam Mayor, staff can support the requested waivers as they assist in site security, creating a defined street edge, as well as will remove improvements which would have been eliminated by future capital improvement projects. As adequate site improvements are being made that will have the appearance of a permanent development and would be consistent with the intent of the Downtown Centennial Plan, staff recommends approval of the requested streetscape waivers and of the application itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing and seeing none. Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, I move for approval of item 108.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 108. Please vote and please post. Motion's approved. Thank you very much. Now we are back to wrong. We understand, I'm going to open up the public comment hearing. And we have a guest here who came in because of classes, so you would like to make your comment. Is it all right, Ms. Fretwell, just to allow this public comment coming in? So this is public participation. Pardon?
We're doing citizens participation because the budget's a public hearing.
Okay, and if you'll announce yourself or selves.
Hi, I am, first I wanted to say thank you, Your Honor, for letting us, I'm Arlene Cam, and I'm from Sierra Vista High School. I'm the AP Environmental Science teacher there.
Oh, wonderful.
And we have been studying climate change and environmental impacts, and we presented to the Board of Trustees this year trying to get solar panels for our school. We did a lot of calculations, and we worked with some solar companies, and we also did some things on LED. But we mainly came here today because we've been discussing in our class a lot of the commercials we're seeing from Nevada Energy on TV that have been talking about people in Las Vegas, or the solar customers are paying for, or the regular people are paying for the solar customers' solar panels.
Correct.
And so the kids did a lot of research on the subsidies that Nevada Energy actually gets. And I think in 2000...
So they have a report now?
Yes, and
So
she
let's
has
hear it.
Justine, well, she has just a speech that she prepared.
We'd love to hear it.
She's our environmental club president.
Wonderful.
And she just won the Green Ambassador.
And this young man is?
Well, well, go ahead.
I'm Austin Salva.
He's in the environmental club also. He's not in the AP class, but he's in the club. But yes, she has a little speech that she wanted to present, so I'm going to let her take over.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I just prepared this little speech.
And your name, if you would, please.
My name is Justine Frias from Sierra Vista.
Nice to see you.
Climate change is real. It is happening, so stop making excuses saying it's not. There is scientific research saying wildfires are increasing, floods are happening, ice caps are melting, droughts are more of an issue than ever, temperatures are drastically rising, increasing, and decreasing in other places. Animals are starving and people are dying. Even if you do not believe in climate change, I'm sure you believe in pollution. And to stop pollution, we need cleaner energy sources. Does the rest of the world want to end up like China? Do we want to end up like China? No, we do not. So let's start there with cleaner energy sources. We made this mess, and we need to come together to do what is right and save our planet. Power plant companies should not be fighting with solar companies. This is not about the money. We cannot put a price on our earth. The environment is corrupt and breaking, but if it was a bank, it would have been fixed long ago. Earth is our one and only home, and if we do not save it now, we will no longer have an Earth, which means no more home. So forget the money and let's come together to save our planet, because when we end up cutting down all of the trees and no longer are able to breathe the air from outside, when the water is gone or poisoned, when the animals are dead, maybe, just maybe, we will realize that we cannot eat money. Maybe then we will realize that climate change is real. So let's start to come together to get a healthier environment before we realize it's too late.
Amen. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
All
Thank
right.
you for coming down.
Thank
Sorry
you.
we had you wait so long. Thank you
Oh.
for what you do in the classroom every day. AP classes are at the highest level.
Yes.
So congratulations, and we know how much, yes?
Mayor, if I can, just
Yes.
real quick, you say you did some studying in class on the subsidies that NV Energy
Yes, we did.
gets?
We had over 12.5 million in 2013. Nevada Energy, that's what the kids have calculated. Nevada Energy received just in subsidies.
I ask you that because specifically Tom Perigo right there, he's our planning director, but he's also our sustainability officer, so him and his team are
Oh.
kind of over that, so I wanted him to hear what she had to say. But that's interesting that you've done that study in class. I
Yeah,
appreciate
they
what you're-
did it. They did research on that. They also did a lot of research on the calculation of kilowatts that the district would save if we put solar panels on every high school.
Wow.
Our high school alone would save, over $200,000.
So that would help the school district.
a year, so.
Thank you, guys, appreciate it.
Well,
Yeah.
we've been very successful in moving solar panels onto a lot of the buildings. And of
We
course-
see them here,
Yes,
it's really
and
nice.
so we continue to work in that avenue, and hopefully that will be your careers going forward. You will get into this and stay in this area.
Yes,
So
we have a
we're
lot
all
more
believers.
kids that are involved. They
Wonderful.
just have senior awards nights
Wonderful.
tonight, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming down, and for that, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, staff. I saw your, go ahead.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, so now we will pull backwards to agenda item 43, which is public hearing, possible action regarding fiscal year 2017 City of Las Vegas tentative budget and fiscal year 2017 City of Las Vegas final budget, including the 5-year capital improvement plan for all wards. It is a public hearing, which I declare open.
That's the same, we need to finish public comment.
Well, I'm going to go back to public comment when we're all done, unless you want us to go back to keep having more public comment at this time. I'd like to move this, put the public, I just opened that one little piece and put it back at the end. Whatever you'd like.
It's, yeah, I wish we had a better technological system to afford us more flexibility. What I had discussed with Mayor Pro Tem was that we would do public comment now, finish that, because this is actually a public hearing item. So if anybody wanted to comment on the budget, they were going to be doing that anyway versus making people wait through the end of the budget. But it's your meeting, Mayor, so we will figure out how
Well,
to
it's all
get it
right. I mean, I just hope, I don't know, because sometimes we have public comment at the end, it gets quite lengthy, and I know we've had staff sitting here all day and city council, so, all right, let's give it a try. Give us 2 secs, hopefully, Ms. Appleyard. Okay, anyone else from the public in the public hearing part of public comment that would like to come up and speak? Which is...
You're good. 110.
Okay, great, come on back. Bless you, you are now have a little halo around you. You could have been shot from up here. Okay, Ms. Appleyard, and this is a public hearing, as I mentioned, as I read this agenda item.
So, good afternoon, Vanetta Appleyard, Director of Finance. We're here today to talk to you about our final budget. As you recall, on April 6th, we presented you our tentative budget, and what we plan to do is highlight the changes that we plan to make as we move forward to file our final budget on June 1st. One of the items that we did was we were looking at our the impact of our FY16 finishing the estimate for the end of the year. And in the tentative budget, we modified that by increasing our revenue about $1.4 million. This was related to some modest increase with the C-tax, as well as we had some inmate housing changes, additional revenue that we recognized. We also had to increase our operating expenditures based on trending at $1.5 million. So the tentative budget will now show just a modest decrease from what we had planned to file of $100,000. With that, we will be filing a budget that has revenues in excess of expenditures of $5.4 million. And in addition, as part of that budget, we will be providing for a one-time transfers of $9.1 million to help us as we execute the FY17 budget. $54 million of that is going toward the one-time items that will be used in the FY17 plan. 3.7 will be used for the capital expenditure program. And as we looked at our fiscal trends, one of the things, we did want to highlight, this is the 4th year in a row that we will be finishing in the black, so our revenues are in excess of our expenditures. And with that, the fiscal trends that we noticed as we executed our FY15 budget, we found that our C-tax growth had slowed. We had budgeted 5.5%, but it's only coming in at about 4%. So for FY17, we felt that we needed to make sure we budgeted that at a 3% level. This also is in compliance with what our Financial Oversight Committee, when we met with them in November, they also highlighted the change in C-tax, that it was slowing down. So we feel that we needed to be conservative in that area. Another item of concern was that the property tax rates came in at 0.2%, so that meant that our property tax was going to be relatively flat. Again, so as we took that into consideration, we saw that our revenues are slowing down. We went to our departments when we started our FY17 budget, and we asked them to provide a 2% decrement plan to all of their departments. We were able to reduce our budget by $4.5 million because of those decrement plans. And of course, as we try to keep pace with service demands, we know that we need to consider those expanded requests that will keep pace with what we're doing in our priority areas. So we did allow for some expanded. And as we kept on tweaking with the departments between tentative and final, we will now be filing a balanced budget. Our revenues will equal our expenses. We feel that's a very good thing. So one of the things we wanted to highlight that helped us in FY16, a major accomplishment, was that we were able to enter into some refundings. We did 5 different bond issues that we refunded, and because of that, it gave us cost reductions going into the future in our debt service. So we felt that this was a great thing that we did. We had $393 million in refunding bonds that we executed during FY16. And of that, you can see the total present value, net present value savings from all those bond issues will yield us $55.5 million in debt service savings over the rest of the period of those bonds.
Which is what, 20 years?
Some of them, they varied because of each one of those had a different end date. So it actually went for some 5 years. One of the sewer was 5 years, and some of them were longer periods. So I actually wrote it down. 22, 19, 4, 24, and 29.
Okay, thank you.
We also wanted to illustrate that with these savings, this is going to bring cash flow savings over the next 5 years. We wanted to show you that the old debt service is represented in the dark orange color, and the new debt service is represented in the light peach color. With this chart, where you can see that over the next 5 years, so from a nominal cash flow standpoint, we'll be saving across all funds about $52 million in cash flow on debt service because of these refundings. And in the general fund, we'll be saving $18 million in debt service. So we thought that was as part of our fiscal integrity and contributing to our successful refundings, we wanted to revisit our bond rating. This compares us to the other entities within the state, and as you see, we compare very favorably. And we know that the rating agencies evaluate credit risk, and with that, it helps us to have a broader investor appeal when we go into the market to sell the bonds. And with that, we were able to market these bonds very successfully with our bond rating. And there are 4 basic categories that the rating agencies use to evaluate our credit worthiness. They look at our financial performance, our financial management, our debt position, as well as the economic and demographic factors within the state, within our area. And the rating agencies have always given us really high credit for the quick response that we took during the economic downturn, as well as how we manage our costs ongoing. They also recognize that the budget policies that we enhanced and that you authorized in establishing the reserve rates that you established, as well as in how we use our one-time money when we do have revenues in excess of expenses. They recognize that as very prudent and gave us our high ratings. So for the final budget, we filed a $3.1 million deficit, and with this budget, we will be filing a balanced budget. So we wanted to highlight that again and tell you it'll be the 5th year in a row that we will be filing such a budget. With that, we wanted to go over some of the changes that we're proposing. With the changes, we are going to be restoring 70.5 position. This is an additional 5 positions than what we had presented to you in tentative. And we'll be going over those details. And we also wanted to remind you, we will be using that $9.1 million as well, the $9.1 million in FY16 to help us as we execute this budget. The position changes that we were talking about, we added one code enforcement officer. This is going to be in a special revenue fund, and it will be funded by CDBG. We eliminated an administrative support for fire and a fire inspector. These are really deferrals. We'll be looking at these again next year, but we felt that we had time to reevaluate those positions. And in addition, we put in 6 staff members to staff Rescue 106. This was because it had been previously funded with overtime, so we feel overtime will be reduced with these permanent positions, and we'll have some cost savings in the long term. So again, our total restored and new positions is 70.5 across all funds. Some other changes we made from tentative to final. We, with Muni Court's court assessment fees being down, we recognize that we need to transfer $1 million in order to pay the debt service on the RJC, so that was an increase to our expenditures. In addition, the 6 fire staff that you budgeted for the intermediate life support unit, as you recall, we budgeted those for a whole year, but we said it was contingent upon whether or not we reached an agreement for the 10-hour shifts with collective bargaining. What we decided to do here is fund those for half a year, and it'll give us more time to work with the fire department in arranging for that collective bargaining unit change. Again, this is all contingent. The expenditures will be contingent on when and if that modification can be made. We also restored $1.4 million in fire overtime that they had given to us as their decrement plan. This 1.4 gets them back to their FY16 budget level for overtime. And we reduced our transfers out to the debt service fund by $1.6 million, and this is directly due to those refundings that we talked about earlier in the presentation. So this graph illustrates our full-time equivalent staffing history. Again, the dark orange is, or burnt orange, I guess you call it, is our public safety employees, with the lighter color being our non-public safety employees. With this restorations that we just did, the 70, we're still 20% below our FY08 level of staffing for non-public safety, and we're just about 5% higher than our FY8 staffing levels for public safety. And when you compare this total of a little over 2,500 staff full-time equivalents, we're still right around the 2002 level. So on the expenditure growth side, we wanted to let you know, when we compare this to our FY16 budget, it's only a 2% increase, but when you compare it to our FY16 estimates, it's a 3.6% increase. And overall, we know that with this, we usually have some budget savings, so hopefully that will continue as we execute our budget, because we will be looking for utilizing all of our departments to help us with more efficiencies. And included in this budget is the contract obligations that you recently approved for PPA, POA, and LVCEA. We are still outstanding on the IAFF contract, so no money has been included in this budget for any changes that take place on that contract. The Metro funding increase, we actually only had a $100,000 decrease to that budget from what we filed in tentative after working with the Metro Finance Department. And we wanted to remind you that the reason why we were able to achieve that lower rate, it only represents a 2% increase to our previous year's funding, is because Metro is contributing $10 million of their fund balance to help to defray the increased costs of this. It's one-time money, that is correct. So it's really just deferring this to the next year. And actually, in our conversations with Metro, we talked to them about what they think that FY18 is going to look like because of this, as well as the property tax, because their major revenue source is property tax as well, so the caps definitely impacted them. And they estimated that our share of next year's budget will be around $10 million if property tax grew at more. Yes, our additional increase would be $10 million more, because if property taxes grew at 2%, and it's about 9.2 if it grew at 4%. And this chart just illustrates our expenditures by category. And as you can see, salary and benefits is our biggest chunk of the money. It's at 55%, followed by our contribution to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Included in the Metro's budget is salary and benefits as well. So we did a little test, and if we were to include their share of their salary and benefits in our salary and benefits, that piece of the pie will look more like 70% or 80%, I apologize. So salary and benefits is a big chunk of money. Yeah. This chart illustrates how we are required to report our reporting functions to the state. And as you can see, public safety is about 67% of the budget, and that's followed by general government, and then cultural and rec is shortly thereafter. And these percentages change very slightly with the changes that we just highlighted from what we had presented to you in tentative. On the revenue side, our overall revenues are going to increase 2.5%. Again, the C-tax is at 3%. And and we're showing a 1.5% increase in property taxes, as we are taking into consideration the new product that will come online. So we also saw in our license and franchise, our revenue assumptions were slightly increased for C-tax because of the change that we made in FY16, so we increased that 700. But then we looked at our trending from what we presented to you in tentative for our municipal court fees, and we reduced that by about $800,000. So the net change from tentative to final, we're only changing our revenue about $100,000. And these expenditures, what accounts for the majority of expenditures revenues is consolidated tax. That makes up 53% of our budgeted revenues. That 53% and plus property tax, which is our second major revenue source, is 70% of our revenues. And as you know, those numbers are not, we don't have any real direct influence over being able to increase those numbers because those are dictated by NRS and state statute. So with that, this is the accounting format that we, and it's scheduled to, and this is what we will be filing with the state. We have to show our FY15 numbers, which represents how we filed our CAFR at the end of FY15. And FY16 is our current estimate, with FY17 being the final budget, which includes all of the highlighted changes that we discussed. And with that, again, you can see that little space under where it says excess and shortfall. There's a little dash there saying our revenues equal our expenditures. And also the ending fund balance percentage, all of those are in line with our 20% aspirational goal. We're a little bit below on the 19.6, but if you round up, we're at 20. So we feel pretty confident about that. This is an illustration that just shows the revenues and expense trending over time from 2008 to 2017. The brown color is the expenditures, with the green color being our revenues. You can see that we're almost in FY16, we're right about at the same level we were in 2008. So we are coming back, and we're a little bit higher in FY17. And again, this illustrates, to me, it always illustrates how we responded very quickly to the fact that our revenues were declining, and we adjusted our expenditures accordingly. On the capital project side, there were very little changes made to the capital improvement plan that we presented at April 6th and that Jorge Cervantes discussed with you. The changes made in the capital side were mostly just tweaking of cost estimates. So it was basically all of the projects were funded in line with what Jorge represented. We wanted to remind you that we will be issuing some bonds next year based on the timing of those capital projects. The $24 million in the second recreation bonds we talked about, parking bonds for a downtown parking garage, and the tourism improvement district, which you'll be coming before you next council meeting. We plan on using some of that for infrastructure as well as another parking garage in the tourism improvement district, which is Symphony Park. And we did utilize that $3.7 million in the 17 plan that we're transferring in FY16. And this slide, we just wanted to remind you of the projects that are included in those recreation bonds, the second series of bonds. And these are the bonds that we are planning to pay back with our share of the room tax money that we received from the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. So we just wanted to remind you of those projects. So with that, across all funds, we'll be filing a budget of $1.2 billion. Of that, the general fund is the $532 million, and the capital program is the $347 million. And with your approval today, with what we've highlighted as changes, we'll be filing that budget on June 1st. And also, we will file our 5-year CIP on August 1st.
Thank you.
That concludes my presentation, unless you have any questions.
Thank you. How about questions, comments? Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to discuss this, or it doesn't matter if there's a motion or not, but I think we could ask questions, I think, at this point. I'm troubled. Well, I shouldn't be troubled. I mean, it's like we've balanced the budget, and that is worthy of applause. And so for those who are cheered with that, I'll join them. But what I want to say is that I think because our hands are tied with the law, such as it is, the Nevada revised statutes really tie the hands of local government in its ability to raise funds and in its ability to manage its affairs. If I would look at this budget from above and say it is good because it is balanced, that would only be one dimension. Because the other way to look at it is, what are we doing for the people? We're probably fulfilling the minimum demands of the people, but I think there's more that is expected of us. I think about the fact that the public is scared to death right now, especially on the east side of town, at the rising crime rate and our undermanned, understaffed police force. It really scares me. And I don't think the people feel any better in Summerlin, by the way, than they do in East. I mean, they're worried there, too. So, yes, we can balance our budget based upon the revenues we have and based on what we contribute to Metro. But look at the percentage. It's 70% now for public safety, which means we're spending less and less on the things that we believe help keep people out of trouble, so they don't come into the public safety realm. And so I guess, I'd like to have some discussion on this, only because I don't know how many people feel like I do, because I may be just speaking for myself. But I know that when we take, for example, the fact that Metro is deferring, or shall we say, taking money from next year to balance better this year, taking $10 million out of next year, out of their reserves. So let's just picture the way it used to be before there was a metro, that it was the Sheriff's Department and the Las Vegas Police Department. And let's just say we have roughly 40% of the budget of metro. So let's say, how would we think now about, let's say we had the LVPD and we decided to pull $4 million out of next year's budget to balance this year's budget in our own police department. Because you see, Metro feels like it's a long way away. It's not under our direct aegis. It's the Sheriff's Department. But it's really the police department for the city of Las Vegas and all those other unincorporated areas. So if we wouldn't be so happy if we had to pull $4 million out of next year's LVPD budget to boost up this budget. And that's just balancing based upon what they have decided they can get by with, because they've been told by us and they've been told by the county there's only so much money you can have. So they've kind of lowered their horizons. And I'm really worried that they don't have enough people. We know the county took forever to grant what would be about 3/4 of a loaf on the more cops. It took them 3 or 4 years to do that. But shoot, we're not getting the services that we need. And they're providing the services that they are being paid for. I believe that. I don't think they're sleeping on the job. But, man, we are really screwing ourselves if we think that we're doing the job with the money we have. We just are not. We've got to find ways to get out of this hole here. I'm worried, for example, C-Tax is losing its oomph. That's our sales tax. Our property tax is going down. Can you imagine that? And I heard this new word called decrement this time. Decrement is a new term to me. That's another way of forecasting that you're going to cut, and so therefore you're cutting, maybe, or you're cutting the increase. But the increase was what was needed just based upon the most conservative viewpoints. So I'm thinking, Mayor and council members, this is an inadequate budget by far, not adequate at all for the needs we have and the needs we should be considering. If you take every dollar, you take 70 cents and pay for police, and you cut the other part, which is supposed to keep the kids out of trouble, the parks, the cultural programs, all the things we offer at our community centers, you take that away, and that increases the crime rate, which means you got to have more for public safety. That's just not working right. And if these are the best of times, and I'd hate to see us go back into a recession and then have to start all over again, because we're starting to come out. But Mayor, I am really, really worried. I don't think we have enough cops. You've got them chasing in a black and white from one end of the valley to the other still to put out crime on some shifts. There's not enough cops. I know there's a couple of Sheriff's Department representatives here that would be happy to chip in, and I don't think they're going to go against what their sheriff has budgeted. And I don't think they're going to oppose what we are contributing. But I really believe now that we've settled, we have a balanced budget, which I will vote for. I can tell you it's totally inadequate for the job. And that we better make plans for what we do if the state legislature doesn't give us some authority to move forward on property tax in some way or another. Give us some relief. In 8 months, when they are well into session, we are going to be so far behind the 8 ball, we will not be able to put out the fires. I'm just scared to death.
In a nutshell, Councilman, if I might add to it, this council, every council of every municipality voted 2 years ago to give the full 2.5 to Metro in more cops. They failed to deliver, the county commission needing a supermajority after unanimity in all municipalities to grant the 12.5, granted 0. Back a year ago, they granted 5 point something. So they still, to this date, have not fulfilled the obligation that the legislature said, give them, you have license to allocate them. And because it failed at a supermajority, we all are suffering. And I point the finger at the county commission for putting us in this position. I couldn't agree with you more, and what it's doing to everybody's budget, but most importantly to the safety in this entire community. Where are those more cops? We were unanimous in this resolution. all of us, and they have failed to deliver. So we are on the horn asking and going to the legislature perhaps again, but the reality, the buck stops with the Clark County Commission
Well,
for
it
failing
also-
to do it.
You know, Mayor, it also really, but it
I
does
find
rest
it
with the
reprehensible.
legislature too, because the legislature bucked the authority, they passed it off to the
Well, they didn't
county
give the whole
commission. They could have
25.
said, this is what you really need, and here's your
Right.
money.
Well, they could have given up to 25, but they said 12.5, and the county failed to deliver on any of that at our resolution and everybody else's, and still now has only given the 5 point whatever it is. So they are still holding back on their ability to help this community be a safe community and give the sheriff and Metro the officers and the funding to hire them to be appropriate. I find it unbelievable to me that 3 people could have held that whole thing up and put the entire southern Nevada area at risk, where it's under the aegis and the embrace of the Metropolitan Police Department.
Your Honor, let me ask
The people
staff.
voted for it, yes.
I know, it had
That
the
was in
public
5.
approval, you're right.
I just have to say, I've been totally amazed by it, and every day since then, I just cannot believe that as she said, every other government entity, I cannot understand why the full amount wasn't, well, don't laugh.
No, I'm laughing because Metro people are glued to their chairs. They don't know what to do. I'm
Oh,
I'm
well,
laughing because it's.
We've
something-
given you a full endorsement, and the county commission has failed
I'm
to
sorry,
abide
please,
by it.
don't read my smiles into that. Please continue.
I just wanted to say that I just thought also.
You're right.
It's so crazy. If the people we represent voted for it.
Right.
And how can we as a government entity hold it back? That's what
We aren't, they are, the
I
county
know.
commission.
I know.
Thank you,
I need
thank
to
you,
ask-
Councilman.
And please, let me continue for a minute here, because I'm not going to rant. I am going to ask our staff.
No, I think
I'm going to ask our
the
staff.
council down here are going to
Well, I would
sleep.
want to ask Mark Vincent a question, through you, Mayor, and through you, the city manager. Mark, if we don't get relief from the legislature, what is the relief that a local government can grant for itself? What is the procedure by which it finds the money if it can't get it granted by the legislature?
We have no way.
We do have the ability, we have the authority, if we accept some responsibility. What is that?
Mayor, Mark Vincent, Chief Financial Officer, in response to the councilman's request. And the pie chart that Vanetta had showed earlier, there's only about 13% of our revenues that we really have any direct control over. As long as we have property tax rate caps in place, and the maximum cap on the real residential property is 3%, that's about 80% of our value is in residential property. And we're already at that level. You can increase your property tax rate. You have authority to do that, and you have a wide margin to do that. It will not generate any substantial revenues at all because of the cap. It'll just abate taxes until the next recession.
Does that take a supermajority of the council to do that?
No, it's a simple vote you would do at a budget hearing just like today.
So even though we were to do that sort of thing?
But again,
we
it wouldn't generate any revenues. It would serve to have the race towards the statutory cap of 366. That becomes problematic because your operating rate increase would not be outside of the statutory cap. And we briefed and talked about that. I've made presentations here before about that cap in itself. So there really isn't any effective way for you to increase property tax revenues. The only real effective way currently is through economic growth.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mayor. I know others want to talk on that, and
Okay.
I needed to get an answer there.
Are you good, Councilman, now? You all good?
For a minute or
Mayor?
two.
Okay, I'm ready to make a motion.
Motion, go.
I would. Again, Betsy, appreciate all you've done. I see your department heads here. You didn't do this by yourself. We don't run the city on our own. You have a lot of help, and all of you have stepped up to the plate to get us to this budget, so I'm going to make a motion to approve this budget. That's my motion, Mayor.
Okay, there's a motion to approve the budget. Thank you all for the efforts and the decrement that had to be suffered. And please vote and please post. The motion carries. Thank you very much. And so, where do we go? Now, back to redevelopment. Yes, for those who came in at 8:30 and they're still here. Agenda item, back to 4, pardon? The bottom, wait a minute. Now we need to take a few minutes to switch the technology back to the redevelopment agency agenda. So we can continue by hearing the budget item from that meeting, which we recessed this morning for this purpose. So, has it been done? No, we're doing it. So thank you for your patience, everybody.
We in recess?
We did this morning, so this. Okay.
Good comments, and she was on fire. Perfect.
Who were the sheriff? Who were the sheriff? It's so funny.
Man, speaks from experience.
And we're just providing a means for people.
Okay, here we go. Set the date for any appeals filed or required public hearings. I'd instruct our city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the city planning commission meetings and dangerous building nuisance litter abatements.
Thank you.
I think I just saw your twin right over here. Boy, do you move around. Now, we have done city participation. Do I just ignore what I have to read, since we've already done it? Done, okay. And now we are at council member participation. So I am going to council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Is there any member of council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda? We're going to start today with Councilman Anthony.
Okay.
I love to keep you on your toes.
You do.
Never know who I'm going to call on first.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple items. First of all, I'd like you to join me tomorrow night, Thursday, at Police Memorial Park for the Southern Nevada Law Enforcement Memorial Ceremony. It begins at 7 p.m. at Police Memorial Park. This is a time when we remember our federal, state, and law enforcement officers who have died in the line of duty in Southern Nevada. And it's a great time to make sure that the family knows that we remember their husband or wife or brother or sister or husband that made the ultimate sacrifice protecting this community. So it's a very solemn event, but it's a great way to show support for our law enforcement community in Southern Nevada. So again, it's tomorrow night. Thursday, Police Memorial Park, 7 p.m. Please come out and join me. I have two other events this weekend. First of all, we'll start with Friday night. We have a fun event in Ward 4 at Gerheim Park. There it is on your screen. It's Friday, May 20th. It begins at 6:30 p.m. at Gerheim Heights Park, which is right across the street from Gerheim Elementary School at 3901 North Campbell. We are going to start with a bunch of fun activities and games and music and Zumba and get the kids all tired out, and then right around the sun going down, we will start the movie, which is the Disney Inside Out, which I hear is a fun movie. All of this is free of charge. We're going to have free popcorn and water while supplies last. We'll have a couple of food trucks out there, so come out and bring your lawn chairs, your blanket, your family, food if you don't want to purchase it, and we are going to have a fun time at Gerheim Movie in the Park. And then finally, this is the first of the event that we're putting together in Ward 4. It's going to be a Smooth Jazz Festival. I want to thank Cultural Affairs for working with me to put this together. We're going to have a fun night of some absolutely outstanding jazz musicians. These are some top-of-the-line jazz musicians that are going to be out playing their instruments and singing, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Again, bring your lawn chairs out, your blankets. We're going to have food available. We'll have some cocktails available if you want to purchase a cocktail. It will, again, on the screen, it's Saturday, May 21st from 6 to 9 at Police Memorial Park, right behind the Northwest Area Command in Cheyenne. It's going to be a beautiful night out, and there's going to be some outstanding smooth jazz to kind of relax for the weekend. So thank you, Mayor.
Wow.
That's it's going to be a busy weekend in Ward 4.
Sounds beautiful and meaningful. Okay, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are going to, first of all, I do have to say big shout out and thank you to Councilwoman Tarkanian. Last night was Beers with Beers in Tarkanian, the inaugural event. We held that over at the PT's Brewing Company across from Mountain View Hospital, the side of the old Catania Creek, and I was a little hurt. Because I've been doing these Beers with Beers for a long time, and the councilwoman brought a bigger crowd than I did. So anyway, thank you, Councilwoman Tarkanian. That was a fun time last night. We're going to be doing a shredding party Saturday over Vets Memorial Services Leisure Center from 10 o'clock until noon. That's on Pavilion Center Drive, right between Palo Verde and Rogich, although we'll be over on the Palo Verde parking lot side of the facility. 5-box limit per car, but you can put as much material to be shredded inside those 5 boxes as you want. How's that? We're going to have a dive-in pool party for Ward 4 featuring Flushed Away. Our pool parties are underwater. We have a $4 a person admission, a little upgrade to the snacks while they last, and it's really a good time to watch a fun Disney movie in a swimming pool during the summer. So that's what we're doing this weekend in the evening, and then as well, we're going to be doing Coffee with the Councilman next at Eggworks. That's a couple of weeks out, Friday, June the 3rd, 7:30 to 9 o'clock. That's by the Summerlin Library in the Village Center Circle at the Trails. This day in music history, Gustav Mahler died.
Oh, yes.
This day in 1911. That has, he's had 115 years to decompose. Shouldn't say that.
Well, no, he may be in Alaska and he's frozen solid.
Mahler, interesting, yeah. Mahler was a German Jew, and he died, of course, long before World War II, but during World War II, his music was banned by the Nazis and kind of forgotten, and then rescued from history by some post-World War II American and European composers and conductors. Also on this date in 1968, 48 years ago, Tiptoe Through the Tulips was released.
Oh my gosh, do you remember?
Everybody remember Tiny Tim? He's been gone for almost 10 years. This was first charted on American music charts in 1929. And Tiny Tim did a remake.
Do you play it? Can you play it on
I
your
can.
banjo?
It's fortunately a 3-chord song, so as most good pop music is. So that's all we got, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Awesome. And Councilman Coffin, I see, gave up the ship. He's had enough of us. So, Councilwoman?
I'm going to say it was so much fun at Beers with Beers. We really had a great time, all the people in Ward 1, and I had a great time, and it went pretty long, I thought, and we answered lots of questions. So it was a success, and we'll have to do it again sometime. It was really good. The City of Las Vegas is hosting a business outreach and a workshop event in Ward 1 on Thursday, May 26th, from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Charleston Heights Arts Center at 800 South Brush Street. As a business owner or a manager, you might have wondered how you can do business with the city, and this event is planned to help you. It is an opportunity to meet with city decision makers and to access resources from the city. It's a free event, but an RSVP is required, and you can contact for that RSVP www.lasvegasnevada.gov/purchasing. And then we're going to have our 13th annual Float Like a Duck. It will be held at the Heinrich YMCA at 4141 Meadows Lane on Saturday, May 28th from noon to 4 p.m. There will be games, prizes, and water safety activities, and I will tell you that YMCA has some fun things for the little ones with all that spraying water in their water play area. Children aged 16 and younger must be accompanied by a parent or a guardian, and we have refreshments as long as they last. And then I wanted to say this to Councilman Ross, because he should be very appreciative of the Tarkanians. In a project initiated by protectors of Tule Springs, the Tarkanian Middle School was one of the top 3 fundraisers. And I just want to tell you, it's a great school, and I'm glad we were able to help you. And also, we'd all like to say hello and good health wishes to Kimberly Reed from the city, who works in my office.
Yes, yes. Okay, so now, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilwoman. It's great to see that this entire community is wrapping itself around the Tule Springs Fossil Bed National Monument. I mean, all the community, the school district, the milk company that provided the buckets, and all the money that was raised to make that a great thing out there. Well, we're never a dull moment in Ward 6. I do want to say to Councilman Beers and Anthony that his musical talents are rubbing off on you, Councilman Anthony, if you're having a jazz fest. That's good to hear. I just want to be there when you're doing the Zumba contest. So we did get the opportunity, I mentioned at the beginning of our meeting,
But
my
wait a minute,
staff
what
and I.
was that whole challenge you were doing by email?
Oh,
With
yeah, what was that?
Councilman Coffin, you were all,
The stratosphere. Oh, yeah, I was jump off the stratosphere.
did we do that?
No, it was too windy that day, as a matter of fact.
Oh, thank heavens for
So-
those
so-
who did. Good.
Anyway, out in Ward 6, you know, the Centennial Bowl is under construction, so Jana and Christine and myself had the opportunity to go out.
Sorry,
What?
it was not. It was Councilman Anthony's new deck tennis. What's the name of that?
Pickleball.
What happened
Pickleball.
to pickleball? All those things that you were challenging
And Councilman
each
Coffin
other.
is in on the pickleball.
I was just trashed on. They're not actually.
They're not doing that? Okay, so go ahead, sorry to interrupt you. That's what it
I'm
was.
ready. The athlete in me is coming out. Anyway, got a great tour from the Nevada Department of Transportation at the Centennial Bowl. Proud of Christine Kramer. She actually went all the way to the top of that 80-foot structure. So proud of her. She climbed up there with me, and you know, Jenna was, of course, easy to get up there. But so that's under construction. That's going to be like that for quite some time. But learned the ins and outs of how they did that and why they're doing it, and it was a great tour. So appreciate them. Never a dull moment in Ward 6. Of course, we are running our Movie in the Park series as well. Our next movie is June 17th, and we're having the movie Goosebumps at the Centennial Hills Amphitheater. And had a great turnout last week for Hotel Transylvania 2. Likewise, just like Councilman Anthony, bring your blankets, your chairs, your kids, come out, and there'll be some food out there, I'm sure. Christy Garnis does a great job putting these things together for all of us as council members. And Councilman Beers, I will see you Saturday at your shredding event, because I forgot to take my own shredding to my own shredding event 2 weeks ago. So, yeah, thank you. I'll be there. You might have to put me to work. Also happening out there in Centennial Hills at the Community Center is the 2016 Senior Health and Fitness Day plus Health Fair, Wednesday, May 25th, starts at 8:30. Check-in begins at 8:15. It is free. So join the Centennial Hills Active Adult Center and YMCA for a day all about fitness, health, and fun. There'll be a lot of vendors out there. You can get questions answered. They'll take your heart rate, your oxygen level, the whole 9 yards. There'll be a massage chair. That's probably where you'll find me. Appreciate everyone that's participating in that. Pre-registration is required and begins April 18th. You get a free T-shirt for the first 50 people. That is at the Centennial Hills Active Adult Center and YMCA. And in continuation with our wonderful relationship with Nevada Child Seekers, we do have a missing young lady. Her name is Alexius Miller. She's 17 years old, 5'3". She was last seen in the area of Pecos and Bonanza. And the word loyalty is tattooed on her right inner wrist. She was probably last seen wearing a gray sweatshirt and black leggings, carrying a backpack with personal belongings. Anyone knows the whereabouts of this young lady, please help us get her to people that will care for her. Contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, 702-828-3111, or Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. And on Friday, May 27th, finally, Governor Sandoval is going to be dedicating the new and long overdue Veterans Memorial right out there on Stewart at the State Building. It's not Stewart, it's on Washington,
Yeah.
just east of Las Vegas Boulevard. new tribute will honor our Southern Nevada veterans for their exemplary dedication, commitment, and sacrifice. The many individuals who've been behind this memorial and have put in funds and spent time, energy, and effort. It's a phenomenon. It's beautiful. I've been watching it under construction. And so, of course, from all of us, we extend heartfelt gratitude to all of our veterans and their families who deserve to be honored and recognized for their commitments to our great nation. The community is welcome to join us in paying respects during the special Memorial Day services to be held at 8 a.m. at Bunker Memorial, 9 a.m. at Palm Mortuary, and 9:30 at Woodlawn. But the opening of this long-awaited Veterans Memorial at the State Building site is magnificent. Hope you'll all come down there. It's on Friday, and I really haven't got it. I'm not sure. We probably can check what the time is, but it's a beautiful thing. So until then, happy Memorial Day, and thank you all of our servicemen and families who've just been there to make our country great. Thank you, staff. Thank you, city clerks. Thank you, technology, and thank you to Jamie for staying the whole day. Yeah, and Jackie Valley, that's wonderful. Thank you. So thank you all, and our marshals who patiently await. And so we are adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.